Hey, Winnie, let me know if you can hear my voice, just so I know that the microphone is working correctly. Awesome. Thank you for the confirmation. Thank you. Thank you. Just going to wait a few minutes for some other people to hop on here, and then I will kind of give the rundown of kind of how things are going to work tonight. So yeah, we'll be I will be doing some readings tonight, but it's not the first thing I'm going to be doing. So just going to give a moment here for those of you that are new. Just want to say welcome. My name is Eddie. Welcome to my channel. Well, Nicolette is here. And my savior, my mod, Gene is here. Good to see you guys. We'll be starting here in just a few minutes here. Gonna wait another minute or two for some other people to hop on, and then we'll get started here tonight. Hope everybody had a good Christmas. I got back in yesterday, so it's really quick shot to Florida and a quick shot back. Got caught up on some very much needed Z's. And then I made the terrible mistake of going out in the rain of Georgia today. Everybody running around. I don't know why it's so crazy busy out. I guess everybody is doing all of their after Christmas shopping and returns, and maybe everybody had cabin fever or something from being stuck with their family members, or who knows what, stuck with their kids or family members during Christmas. They're like, get me out of the house. Quick shot could have been taken out of context. That's true, Gene. That's true. That could have been taken as, well, we know what it could have been taken. And who knows? Something that might come out of my mouth later tonight. That's what she said. But yes, hope you guys all had a good Christmas. Kind of crazy that we are rapidly approaching New Year's. And into 2025 we go. Hope that you guys are all doing lovely and well. I think I will get started here in just a minute. All right. No swapping. Exactly. Exactly. I like this, Gene. I like the energy that I'm getting from you tonight. You're starting out in the energy that I normally bring to the reading. Like normally when I sit down, it's already there. But no wine tonight. So, I'm like mildly behaving, at least for now. Has yet to be seen later, but and there is Trudy. I think that's my cue. The master has arrived, everybody. Trudy is here. That is probably my cue. So, yeah. All right, everybody. So, for those of you that are new to my channel, my name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. And tonight, I'm very, very, very excited to go over something really, really special that my partner in crime and I, Miss Trudy, she and I have decided that moving into 2025, and this is something we've both, we've talked about, I don't know, maybe the last 2 years, but definitely we conversed about often earlier this year and throughout this year. And as we've gotten closer and closer to 2025, not just us, but many other people out in the collective humanosphere has sensed that we collectively as human beings, we're moving into a new time, a new generation, a new era. And that's not just because it's a new year, right? Every year, there's always this kind of sense of what's going to occur, what's going to happen as we move into, out of one year into the next year. That's not what this is. This is a very unique and different type of energy, right? I would say maybe, it's a very different feeling, but kind of a similar type of energy for those who are highly sensitive, who pick up on these things. Kind of like when we were coming out of 2019, going into 2020, we knew we were crossing into a whole new, like we were crossing into the 20s. We're coming out of the teens and we were moving into the 20s. And, everyone kind of had this big expectation for 2020. It kind of reminds me of way back in the day, the year 2000. Now it was a little different because, back then there was the big, everyone was paranoid about the Y2K thing. All the computers were going to shut down and blah, 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 blah. And then, of course, the clock rolled over and nothing happened. But, anytime it's like you're breaking into something, it's kind of like, I guess, more of like crossing over into something groundbreaking, like a milestone. There's always some type of a sense of like, what's in store. And so, there was a sense of that in 2019, but then of course the whole world was taken by storm and nobody saw what was coming. And then we got hit with the pandemic there, the COVID. And so we had to go through all that. So, thankfully, I don't perceive or predict any of that occurring going into 2025. It's a totally different energy. Obviously, we're not moving into like the 2030s or something crazy, but the reason it's unique is for a few reasons. The first is numerologically speaking, we're moving into what's called a 9 universal year. So 2024, when you add up 2024, it reduces to the number 8. And in numerology, cycles happen in 9s, number 1 through 9. So as we move into 2025, we are reaching the end of a 9-year cycle. So in 2026, we'll be starting a whole new 9-year cycle. So 2025 is a lot like, in a sense, you could think about it almost like the death card. It's a time of transformations. It's the ending of something, the wrapping up of something, but it's also the introduction of something new. So in essence, 9s are almost more like, an in-between world energy. We're not quite fully into the new energy, but we're definitely coming out of the old energy, right? And now on the astrological front, we've had Pluto, which is way the hell out there. It's considered a generational planet. It doesn't move very far, like planets that are super close to us, like Mars, right? And so Pluto has changed from Capricorn energy into Aquarius energy. And I guess for the next 20 years, Pluto will be moving through the sign of Aquarius, right? So, but then there's all these other things happening, right? So what ends up happening collectively is, and I do believe that there is intention behind this. I don't believe that we live in a randomized universe. I think that pretty much almost everything happens for a reason, if not everything. As we move into 2025, now this is my personal prediction, apart from what other people, and I haven't listened to a ton of people out there about what they think 2025 is going to be like and all that. This is just my own personal prediction here. The downloads that I've received, if you will. But I sense that we're going to go through a mass kind of spiritual awakening. And what's more important is understanding what prompts the mass spiritual awakening, right? Because most people don't change just because. You don't wake up and roll out of bed one day and decide, hey, I think today's the day I'm going to change. That's just not the way that human beings are designed. Like, we are creatures of comfort. We are creatures of predictability for the most part. Like, our brain, more than anything else, is designed for us to survive, to find comfort, to seek pleasure and avoid pain above all else, right? And so for most people, we do the same things. You get up, you have the same routine, you go to the same job, you kind of have, here and there, you might, do spontaneous things. But for the most part, most people that I know are living kind of, the same life. You get into your routines, your work habits, all your things. Well, that's fine and dandy. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it's more of like the spiritual bankruptcy that's involved in the lives that we're living. Like, when we are disconnected from our truth, when we are disconnected from our spirit and our soul, we experience spiritual bankruptcy. We experience purpose depression, right? Well, in the American culture, and I don't know, I know lots of people from lots of different countries find these channels, but here in America, we're like, maybe, in my opinion, perhaps one of the most distracted countries on the planet. We have all this technology, social media, distractions. And so what people have a tendency to do is they medicate and they escape into the, you're not going to be able to distract yourself with social media anymore. Drugs, sex, alcohol, empty relationships, being a workaholic, whatever it is, you're not going to be able to lose yourself in your kids, your animals, your hobbies, your interests. Like, whatever your go-to was before that used to work, where you could kind of just check out of reality, you could escape, you could find some degree of pleasure, even if it was just, it wasn't actual deep soul fulfillment type of pleasure. It's just comfort. You're just medicating yourself. You're distracting yourself. That stuff's not going to work anymore. And so with so many people on the planet that are spiritually bankrupt, they're disconnected from their true spiritual identity, and no way to distract themselves from that purpose depression feeling inside of them, it's like all of a sudden you're going to have, a shit ton of people that are basically having this, this deep, profound inner turmoil, emptiness that they can't medicate, they can't run from, they can't distract themselves from, right? And so there's going to be a huge need, right? And so now that people are kind of being forced into a time, and I don't know how long this is going to last, but for sure we're going to start seeing it in 2025. It's my prediction. We have a lot of people that are going to basically be forced to acknowledge their spiritual bankruptcy, right? And so it's going to create, once they realize that all those things that they used to rely on to medicate and distract themselves aren't working anymore, they're going to start seeking. They're going to start seeking help, seeking advice. They're going to start reaching out, looking for answers. And, those of us who have the answers because we've done the work, or we're just a little bit ahead of them in our personal journey, whether it's one step or whether it's 5 miles, hypothetically speaking, these people are going to be looking, they're going to be desperate for people who have answers to their spiritual bankruptcy, their purpose depression, right? Because the only thing that's going to fill that hole and that space of what they're feeling and sensing inside of them is a connection to their divine truth, a connection to their spirit. Whatever they come to believe that is, whether they think it's God, source of the universe, a higher self, whether they think it's love, whether they think it's just a deeper part of themselves, it doesn't matter, right? And we all have the free will to decide and come to our conclusions about whatever it is that we call that ultimate force. So why am I sharing all this? Well, the reason I'm sharing all this is because with there being such a potentially high demand for something that, again, it's going to happen whether we like it or not. My friend Trudy and I, we're here. We know what our spiritual calling is. We know that we're not just here to provide entertainment, like as people, I guess tarot gets categorized as entertainment, classified, I guess, as entertainment or something, right? And I guess maybe for some people it could be, but, we're here as spiritual workers. Some people call them light workers. They call them star seeds. They get whatever names you want to give it, right? But the bottom line is we're here to serve the collective. We are here to help humanity heal, learn, evolve, grow, and to connect people with connect people to their spiritual truths and to the parts of themselves that they've either lost, betrayed, denied, suppressed, or have been disconnected from, right? And so the more that we can get people connected to their spiritual truths, then those people can turn around and connect other people to their spiritual truths. Or at the very least, if we can get people connected to their purpose in life, their spiritual gifts, their calling, their destiny, and all this, then you go out and you start filling in the gaps and the places that you were designed to fill in. Like the reason that you incarnated here, the reason that you're here as a soul having a human experience is because there's a need within the collective that you're here and meant to fulfill, right? And only you can do it. Only you can do it the way that you would do it, even if it's something that somebody else is already doing, right? Well, somebody else is already an actor. Somebody else is already a musician. Somebody else is already an artist. Somebody else has already started the same type of business that I had a vision for. Somebody else is already doing tarot or whatever, speaking, teaching, doesn't matter, whatever the thing is, right? Well, even if somebody else is already doing something similar, they're not doing it the way that you would do it. They're not going to get it the same way that you get it, right? So there is a need. The collective has a need. And the needs of the collective, think about human needs. Think about in a relationship. When you're in a relationship with somebody, an intimate relationship, you're married, you have a boyfriend, a girlfriend, doesn't matter, right? And if you feel like your needs are being neglected, your partner isn't paying attention to your needs aren't getting fulfilled, how does that feel for you? It doesn't feel good. And how is that going to benefit the relationship? Or what do you think the result of your needs not getting met or their needs not getting met in the relationship? How is that going to unfold? Is it going to help the relationship grow, or is it going to help the relationship break and be destroyed, right? Common sense. Well, so now just take that same philosophy and think about the collective, right? The collective, the great, like all of us, all the souls that are on the earth at this time, right? That is the collective that we're talking about. Well, the needs, the spiritual connection of the collective to itself, we'll just say it that way. If the spiritual needs of the collective are being neglected, then that means that the collective is not functioning at its highest level either, right? And this is when you get into conversations that other spiritual teachers and stuff, they start talking about raising consciousness and Christ consciousness and raising the vibration and all this spiritual language, right? And essentially this is what they're talking about. They're essentially saying that, hey, just like human beings have needs that we need to have, their needs that they need to be met in order for us to be healthy, whole, and to show up and be our best versions of ourselves, the collective has needs. And if the collective, if the needs of the collective aren't being met because, for the most part, more and more people are being less connected to their highest and best versions of themselves on a spiritual level, right? And this doesn't have anything to do with religion, doesn't have anything to do with buying crystals or doing tarot or learning astrology or any of that shit, right? I'm talking about being connected to yourself. A person going within themselves to connect to their spiritual truth. That's what I'm talking about. And when you have too many people in the collective that are disconnected from their spiritual truth, then that means that the needs that the collective has are going unmet. Because you have disconnected people that aren't tapped into their gifts, their talents, their abilities, their innovations, all the things that you, me, and every single one of us has. There's an infinite resource, there's this wealth of power that we all have. And within that power that exists within all of us, there's a unique gift, a talent, something. There's something here inside of us. We all have a gift. There's something inside of us that wants to come out and contribute to the collective, right? And so part of the gift that lies within all of us is for us. Part of that is the experience that we get to have as the person sharing that gift. Right? And that's our own personal fulfillment and satisfaction. So we benefit from going out and, sharing that with the collective. But then the other half of it is for the collective and for the collective alone. And so when we're not showing up connected to our power and connected to our spiritual truth, and we're showing up disconnected from our gifts, our talents, our abilities, and our resources, then guess what? The collective isn't benefiting. Right? Because if I needed something from you, all of you out there watching, listening to this, if you're disconnected and you were supposed to be the person that was going to provide the business, the this, the that, the next, hit music, the next piece of art, the next whatever, and you're not connected to your spiritual truth, then that thing that was meant to come out of you is never going to come out of you, which means that I'm never going to get to experience it. I'm never going to get to benefit from it, nor is anybody else. Right? So we're all in here in this globe, this earth realm, souls inhabiting bodies, sharing experiences together, right? We're all in this big sandbox like a bunch of kids on a playground, and we're meant to share. We're meant to get along, play nice, have fun, and share. But if we're disconnected, we're not sharing, right? And so then the world, the earth, and humanity as a whole cannot evolve. It can't grow. It can't progress. And this is a spiritual law. We all grow or we die. Energy expands or it contracts. Life, energy, God, source, whatever you call it, is the expansion of energy, constantly creating, constantly expanding, constantly creating, constantly expanding. It's essentially just a big bang that just keeps reoccurring again and again and again and again and again and again and again on the tiniest micro level and the largest macro level, right? But when we do nothing and we're in contraction because we're dying, because we're not evolving, we're not expanding, we're not growing, then we suffer, right? So as we move into 2025, this is what we can expect from the collective. We can expect a lot of people who have been able, up to this point, they've been able to distract themselves from their spiritual bankruptcy and from their purpose depression. But all that stuff isn't going to work anymore. And they're going to be left with that intense, deep feeling that they can't escape anymore. and they're going to be searching for answers, right? And so, you know, what Trudy and I have wanted to do is find a way to go beyond just tarot readings and all this stuff. So what I'm here to talk with you guys about tonight is a group. Let me get my slides up here. Here we go. So coming up in January, we are starting a closed group called the Conscious Collective. And so what I'm going to be sharing with you guys tonight briefly is how you guys can you can become a member, you can become a part of this group, what you can expect, like all the things, right? So tonight, before we get into the readings for the next, 20 or 30 minutes or so, this isn't, I did another presentation the other night that was much longer. This isn't going to be that long. It's only 11 slides, so it's not very long. But I do want to leave a little bit of time for anybody who has questions. They can pop in the chat at the end if they so choose. So for those of you who just came for a reading, I want to give you a chance, just really quick. For those of you that came for a reading and you don't give a crap about this, you don't give a crap about hearing about this, you just came for a reading and you know that you just came for a reading. No problems, no worries, no harm, no foul. You can come back in, I'd say maybe to be completely safe, come back in 35 to 45 minutes. I should be done with the presentation and more than happy for you to join for the free reading. For those of you that are interested in hearing and learning about the presentation, obviously stick around. Okay. So what is the Conscious Collective? The Conscious Collective is a group that Trudy and I have started here. This obviously the name of the group, Conscious Collective. All right. So about the group, what is this group? What's it about here? So the Conscious Collective is a community for growth-oriented individuals who take their personal/spiritual development seriously. They seek to learn, grow, adapt, evolve, and contribute beyond themselves. It is a community for those who seek and desire accountability and knowledge and want to connect with like-minded individuals who are on the same or similar path in life. So yeah, this is not a, and I'll be sharing this in the following slides, but it's a group designed for those of you who have been looking for something beyond just a spiritual fan club or a spiritual hobby group or a spiritual interest group, right? This isn't just a tarot group, right? This isn't just about tarot. This isn't just about spirituality. It's not just about all that kind of stuff. What this is a personal development group for those who do take their personal growth and their spiritual development seriously, or for those who, up until now, maybe you haven't. Maybe you haven't taken your personal growth or spiritual development seriously. Well, now you have an opportunity to be a part of something where you can, right? So this is for people that are very, very serious about, their personal growth and their personal development, right? So the next slide. What are the expectations? What can you expect if you want to be a part of this group? Well, what you can expect. You can expect to connect, learn, and grow spiritually, mentally, and relationally. You can expect to learn about yourself, your passions, talents, gifts, and purpose in life. You can expect to connect with like-minded individuals who desire accountability, support, relationship, and a desire to serve, server, and a desire to serve the collective in some capacity. We are a soul tribe with unified goals, values, and desires. Right. So the entire point of this community is for us to again take our spiritual and personal development growth journey seriously, but to connect with others, to have that accountability, and a place where we can share resources that transcend just mindless information that you could probably get for free on the internet, right? Because essentially that's where the rubber meets the road, is when you have accountability in your corner, or you make connections with people. Because in my experience thus far in my spiritual journey, And I'll just give a very, very, very quick background. Now, I grew up poster child Christian my whole life. I grew up in a Christian home with a Christian family. I always, I feel like I came out of the womb talking to God, or what I believed to be that version of God at that point in my life, the God of the Bible, and I was brought to church every Sunday. And then I grew up in the church. I became the poster child Christian. Okay. And then, lots of things happened in my life. I got married to a Christian girl very young. When I was 21, she was 19. I was married to her for, we were together 11 years, married 10 years. We basically served at a church. We lived at church. Church was basically our life. I played drums for 27 years. Playing church music mostly. I was in a Christian rock band. That's how I met my ex-wife. I met her on tour. So my whole world was the Bible, corporate Christianity, church, and all of that. And I don't have a problem with that. I'm just giving you as a quick background here. But after my ex-wife left me and divorced me, she left me for my best friend of 17 years, who actually happened to also be the singer of my band. No shit, can't make that up. I went through a dark night of the soul for about 9 months, because, my whole identity at that point in time had been, church and my wife, basically, at that point. And so when I lost, my marriage, there's a whole stigma attached to divorce in Christianity, okay, and having that label and all kinds of stuff. And I won't get into all of that. That's a totally off-topic thing, but I went through 9 months of hell. And during that 9-month period of going through hell, it helped me reshape my value system, because who I was way back in 2013 is, I don't even, it's hard for me to imagine that version of me ever existed. Wow, that guy was for real. I literally lived that guy at one point in time in my life, even though it seems like 10 lifetimes ago. Right? It almost seems like a dream. Almost seems like it didn't happen at this point in my life. But it did happen. And I was that guy. And then over these from 2013 until 2019, so for 6 years, I went through a process of not really knowing that I was being pushed and guided towards spirituality, but I was. There were things that would show up, synchronicities, mentors, books, all these things were happening, and I wasn't looking for it. They would come and find me. And slowly but surely, I started to get to question things. I started to understand. This was the movie, the part in the movie The Matrix, the first Matrix, where, Keanu Reeves at the very beginning of the movie gets the little thing about following the white rabbit. And then the woman shows up, knocks on his door, and asks him if he wants to come basically party at a rave, and she's got a tattoo of a white rabbit on her shoulder. And he sees it, and he's like, oh shit, follow the white rabbit. And so this was me following the white rabbit, not knowing where I was being led. And so from 2013 to 2019, the ground is being tilled. The soil is being prepared for the seed that was about to be deposited in me. So nothing's really happened yet, but the ground is just being plowed. Right? The ground of Eddie, the ground of my soul is being plowed and disturbed because there was something that needed to be planted inside of me. Right? And so in 2020, obviously, the pandemic hits. And it's like, the whole world goes into shit show. And so while the world's going into shit show, I'm feeling the intensity of the world going into the shit show. And so I kind of go into my hermit cave. I'm a Virgo, so I'm already used to being in the hermit mode. And so I'm all in, not wanting to basically leave my room for 3 months. And I start going down all these rabbit holes. Every rabbit hole that you can imagine, I'm going down all the rabbit holes. I'm learning about the things that I should have done my whole life, right? Figuring out why. Why do I believe what I believe? Actually doing the history, doing the research, getting the facts, not just believing something because someone told me, my parents or a pastor or friends or whoever, culture, community, the expectations of society and conformity. I went down the rabbit hole to learn and grow and figure out, why do I believe this shit? And why do I need to believe it? And so I just went on this journey, and I just looked and looked and searched, and I started collecting all this information, and I finally realized that my old belief system, what I grew up in, the Christianity that I was taught, and again, for those of you who might subscribe to that belief system, I have no problem with that. I'm not here to bash Christianity, but I just realized that there was a lot of things that I was lied to about. A lot of things that I was lied to about. And so well, if that's not the truth, then what is the truth? And so then I had to go down another rabbit hole. And as I went down that rabbit hole, I started to realize the truth of quantum science, psychology, and then going back through, looking back through history, a lot of the secret societies, right? And a lot of this secret or occulted knowledge, and the word occult basically just means hidden. It doesn't mean devils, people dressed in black going out into the woods doing witchcraft and seances and sacrificing small children. Okay, the word occult literally just means hidden knowledge. But these secret societies, basically, they would hide this knowledge. They hid the psychological knowledge. They hid, the knowledge of human behavior and why humans do the things that they do. They hid the knowledge of understanding the stars and all the things, science. Like these people were very smart, even thousands of years ago. They had incredible amounts of wisdom and knowledge, but it was kept secret. It was hoarded, right? And so they used symbology. They hid it in symbology. They hid it in all these different things. They got so good where they could hide it even out in plain sight, right? And to this day, there are many things that are hidden out in plain sight for all of us that we don't realize. I mean, one example is just the American dollar bill. If you have a dollar bill, you can see all of it right there on the American dollar bill. There's so many things hidden on just our money. It's insane. And that's just one example of many, but again, I don't want to get sidetracked. So I had to go through this spiritual evolution through 2020. And then I met Trudy in 2021. Somebody said, hey, you should get a reading done by this super badass tarot reader. And I was like, well, I don't know about that because, again, I came from the Christian background and tarot cards were satanic. They were witchcraft. They were the devil. They were evil, demonic, A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. So I was very, very apprehensive. I was very skeptical. I was like, I don't know about that, which is ironic because in the Christian world, there's literally the same thing, which is called prophecy or prophets. It's okay for you to be a prophet or be into the prophetic in the Christian world, but if you're not in the Christian world and you're using tarot cards or you're using your psychic gift, it's evil. So that's just another interesting little, thing that it's like how they can get away with it. It's like, no, it's the same thing. Whether you're psychic or whether you're prophetic, it's the same fucking gift. Anyways, I digress. So I got my first reading from Trudy, and it was an hour long, and she told me things in that reading that nobody knew about. Nobody. Stuff that has been in my mind and in my heart. It's even now thinking about it makes me feel emotional. It was like, that's how profound of a reading it was. And I was like, my God, like whoever, this woman has a gift, like a profound gift, like that she can, she's in Australia. This woman's all the way across the world. She doesn't know me. I don't know her. She gave me this reading. I'm a complete stranger. And she just calling out all this stuff in me. Like she could just, it's like she was literally plugged into my mind and knew everything about my life. All my secrets, all my secret desires, all of it. And that changed. That was a moment of change. And from that moment for about the next year, it was 2021. For the rest of 2021, I became obsessed. And I was listening to tarot readings. I got more readings from Trudy, and I was like, man, this is profound. And so then at the end of 2021, a friend of mine and I were at a local Barnes & Noble. It was this time in 2021, so 3 years ago. And she's like, hey, why don't we buy some tarot cards? And I was like, fuck it, why not? Let's do it. So I bought my very first deck of tarot cards. And she bought some cards, and the rest is history. And I started to learn. I started to learn the art. I started to learn the craft. But my point is I still, me sharing this story, my spiritual evolution, it still had not really. I still had some ways to go, right? And so it wasn't really until last year, the beginning of last year, where it's like all the years prior, everything kind of came to a point. All the puzzle pieces of my whole entire 42, because I'm 43 years old. I turned 43 this year. So last year I would have been 42. It took me 42 years for my whole life to reach a pinnacle point of making sense. And that final piece clicked in last year, and I got it. I'm like, okay, I get it. I understand why I'm here. I understand what I call our why and what for in life. My spiritual purpose. Why am I here? What am I here to do? How am I here to serve? Right? I had so much confusion about it, not really understanding, not knowing what that looked like. And the point in this is that I had no one to help. I mean, I met Trudy, and then she and I became really close friends, but it's like there was no community for me to go to. I couldn't, where do you go sign up for Spiritual Journey Life Lessons 101 or some shit, right? And I'm not talking about the cliche stuff that's out there. I'm not talking about you can just go like, I don't know, find some book on Audible or something. It's like, figure out the meaning of life and 5 steps to finding the meaning of life or something. And then it's just like, whatever. It's like some superficial thing, right? Like I'm talking about like a genuine place where you could go where you're with people who are going through real life. It's nothing in life is from point A to point B. Like that's not the journey of life. It doesn't work that way, right? It's chaotic. It's crazy. It's sometimes it's 1 step forward, 10 steps back, and you circle back around the mountain. You go back over here. It's a mess, and it can be very isolating. It can be very lonely when the person that you were when you were starting out starts to evolve and change into this new person that you don't even know who you are. You don't know who you're becoming, and you don't really know or understand the final form that you're supposed to take, much less know what it's going to look like. And then along the way, as you progress on that journey for yourself, you're starting to find that the people, the places, the things, the interests, all these things they don't resonate for you anymore. All the friends start dropping out of your life because you don't have anything in common with them anymore. The people that you used to be, your besties, and you're going out and hanging out and partying or whatever, your romantic interests and all that stuff starts to change because you're just not interested in that stuff anymore, right? Like you start growing and evolving and turning into this whole different person, and maybe those people don't even understand who you are anymore. It's like, who the hell are you? Like you're not even the same person anymore. Maybe your family doesn't understand you anymore. Maybe your kids don't understand you anymore. Your spouse doesn't understand you anymore. Who knows, right? So it can be a very lonely journey when when you feel something inside of you telling you that there is a truth, there's a divine plan at work, and there's a part of you that knows this. There's a part of you that knows that there is a divine plan at work, and it doesn't have to be a huge part of you. It can be just enough, but you know that it's something significant, and you know that you need to follow it, and so you do. You're following this thing that's calling you, and you're obeying, you're listening, and you're like, man, this is profound. And as you start to take steps, the crazy stuff, the cool stuff, the exciting stuff starts to happen. The signs, the synchronicities, the divine appointments, and the people and the resources, all this magical, crazy stuff that you can never imagine or fathom starts happening to you, which is the feedback that you know that this thing that you inside of you that was telling you to follow it was actually true. It wasn't you making it up. It wasn't you being full of shit. There's something profound here. And so the more you follow it, the more profound the results are. And then all of a sudden, you start to connect to a part of yourself that feels like truth. You just know that you're connecting to a part of yourself that feels true. And it's fulfilling for you. And you're like, whatever this thing is, it's like, I feel like I'm filling in gaps and holes in a place inside of me that nothing else ever has. And so you want more of that. you want to keep going. You want to keep, it's like, well, I want to go deeper. I want to figure out what this is, because you know something, it's like you can feel the pieces starting to click into place for yourself. And it had nothing to do with getting more friends, getting more boyfriends, girlfriends. It had nothing to do with your spouse, your children, your job, how much money was in your bank account. It had nothing to do with anything outside of you. It just had to do with you having the courage to listen to the voice, or the feeling, the sensation, whatever you call it, to listen to whatever that thing is and just start on your journey and start following it, right? But it can still be very lonely, right? Even with all the excitement of all the things. Like, I live a very magical life. And I don't mean it like in a fairy tale magical type of way. I'm saying like crazy shit happens all the time. I'm just like, I wake up, roll out of bed, and I go throughout the day. I'm like, man, nobody would believe that this stuff happens to me. Nobody would believe that that literally this just happened to me. This just happened to me. This thing just happened to me. That thing just happened to me. That's what I mean when I say magical, right? It's like, it literally seems supernatural. Like, supernatural things that seem fictional or fairy tale start happening in your life, because you're disconnected from the matrix and you're plugged into the source, right? The source of who you are and the source of everything that there is. But I'm still human. I'm still human just like you are all still human. And that journey can be very lonely. So one of the things that this group will offer for those of you is a place, go my whole long story to get to the point here, is a place for you to belong. You don't have to do your journey like I did and go all those years by yourself. No one to talk to, no one to ask questions, no one to help you go through real life. You know, when you're having a good day, no one's there to celebrate with you. Something profound you learn, like, oh my God, I had this breakthrough. I had this synchronicity. Oh my God, there was this crazy thing that happened, right? Who do you go to? You don't have a community. There's no, your friends don't understand you. Your family don't understand you anymore, right? Who do you have? Or you're having a bad day. Who do you turn to? Right? You're going to turn to your family? Well, we don't know what happened to such and such. We don't understand all that woo-woo shit they're into or whatever. You know, you're disconnected from those people. Those people they're not on your wavelength anymore. So when you're having a bad day and you're missing that support, it's like you don't have community, right? So just the community element alone of being connected to a group of like-minded people who are all going through the same things, whether, you know, someone's ahead of you again, 1 step, 2 step, 5 steps, 5 miles, doesn't matter, or whether they're behind, it doesn't matter. At least you're in a community of people where you can be 100% authentically yourself as you go through your journey, right? And for those that are further ahead than others, then it's great, because now you get to be a resource. You get to help those who, you know, you've already walked that path. You've already overcome that challenge. You've already climbed that mountain. Now you get to be somebody who can help inspire, teach, learn, and assist those, you know, who are coming up behind us, so that they don't have to go through with no support, you know, and all of that, right? So that's the expectation of the group in that way. So let's go to the next slide. So who is this group not for? All right. This is very, very, very important here. Who is this group not for? In other words, we don't want you in the group. Stay away from the group. Go find another group. Okay. And I'm just going to be very real and very honest and very direct. Right. So this group is for a very, very, very specific type of person. It's not going to be for everybody, and not everybody should be interested in it. That's not why I'm out here. I don't want everybody to be interested in it. I want the people who know that they know that they know that this group is calling to them, and you'll feel it. You'll feel if this group is calling to you. And then, of course, by the end of this presentation, you'll have a great idea if it sounds like it's going to be a fit for you. What we don't want are just general people that are bored. They got nothing better to do. Oh, this sounds kind of cool. Yeah. So who is this not for? This group is not for those who are looking for a hobby, interest group. You're bored, or you're looking for self-promotion. Okay. So again, this isn't a hobby or an interest group. This isn't just like, hey, we're just like a cool little spiritual club and we're just going to hang out and talk about tarot cards and astrology. And, oh, you saw this video? Cool. I saw that video. Have you ever seen this guy before? Have you ever heard of that person before? Did you read this book? Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. This isn't a hobby. This isn't just a hangout group. And it's it's not for people who are bored, and it's certainly not for people looking for self-promotion, right? So this group is for serious individuals who desire growth, accountability, and connection, and want to use their gifts, talents, and to serve the collective, or those who seriously want to learn what those are. So 2 different types of people, right? So whether you know what your destiny and purpose in life is, you're connected to your spiritual gifts and talents and abilities, awesome. Or maybe you don't know. It's like, hey, I hear what you're saying, Eddie, but I don't really know. Like, it's something I've been wrestling with. Maybe for the similar reasons that I did. Maybe for completely different reasons. Maybe you grew up in a Christian household. Maybe you were taught some type of religious doctrine, whatever your beliefs were, handed down to you, whether you're Catholic, whether you're Muslim, whether you're this, whether you're that, and maybe you're confused. Like, I don't know what I think about God or spirituality, or I don't know. But I know that I feel called and connected to something. I just don't know what that looks like, or I don't know what my spiritual gifts, talents, and abilities are. But I know that obviously I have to have some because I'm a human and I'm here, and we all have some, and I just need guidance, And so for those that are really, really hungry, but you just don't know what you don't know, and you're in that process of learning, then this group would obviously be a fit for you. But, if you're not taking it very seriously, then no, it's not going to be a fit for you, right? So this group is not for pacifists, victims, or self-focused people who have nothing better to do with their time. The group has high standards and will have high standards for its members and will not tolerate negative energy or drama. We are here to serve, motivate, support, and inspire each other. So yeah, this group will have a 0 tolerance policy when it comes to negative energy or drama. Okay. So it's like, this isn't for you to come, bitch about how you hate, that your husband's this and your wife is that, or your family's this, or whatever the drama is going on in your life, right? Like, that's not being a growth-oriented or solution-oriented person. I'm not saying there isn't a time. We all can have a minute to vent. We all deserve to vent, to get it out. Sure. There's a difference between venting and being a victim, right? It's like, and most of the time, I'm just keeping it real. In my opinion, most people are victims. They're not just wanting to vent and, getting out of their system for a couple of minutes. It's like they want to blame. They don't want to take responsibility. They don't want to hold themselves accountable for the things that they're doing in their life or why their life sucks or whatever, right? So, this group isn't going to be for that. Like, the culture, the energy of the group will be probably one of the highest priorities. So you want to make sure that everybody that joins the group is free of the drama and free of all that, right? Because when you start getting a bunch of people involved in something and that high standard isn't held, it turns to a shit show really fast. Because all it takes is one little thing to happen to disrupt the energy of the whole thing, right? And so, that's not the type of culture or environment that we want to promote. We want people that treat this group as, as if you were the owner of it, essentially. Not just an observer, not a participant, but you're taking ownership. It's like, hey, I'm owning this group as if it belonged to me. I'm going to treat this group, or being a part of this group, like it's my bank account. Right? How many of you would protect your bank account at all costs? I mean, I feel like most people do, right? You're not just going to give your bank information to just anybody, right? It's like most people protect that, protect their money more than they protect anything else, right? So if you show up as an owner with an owner mentality to the group, where it's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to protect the energy and the vision of this group as if it were my bank account. Those are the type of people we're looking for. We're looking for people who catch the vision, who understand what we're trying to do here. And you're not just a participator, but you want to be an owner. You want to invest in the group and participate on that at that high level, because you hold yourself to the same type of standard, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's talk about membership. So, how do you get involved? All right. So, well, first of all, the group, for now, because I haven't found a better way to do this, is going to be on social media. Now, I'm just going to tell you guys, this was my idea to have it on social media because I haven't found a better way to do it yet. And if I do find a better way to do it, then obviously I'm open to potentially making that change in the future. But as of right now, it is going to be on social media. And I'm not a huge fan of social media because social media deleted my account like back in October. I mean, it makes many other reasons. Like, it's like anything. I have a love-hate relationship with social media, but putting that aside, it is going to be a closed Facebook group for now. Closed meaning it's only available to members. That's it. The only way you can get in the group is you are a member. That's it. And it will be on Facebook. So if you don't have Facebook, you don't have social media, you don't like Facebook, you don't, or if you've never been involved into a Facebook group, you don't know how that works, hey, no problem. The group may not be for you, at least not for now. Maybe in the future, if I figure something else out, at some point, it might evolve into something else. But for now, the best way that I found for, at least at this starting point, I don't know of a better way to do it than social media. So it's going to be a closed Facebook group. So you will have to have Facebook. Doesn't mean, you can use Facebook for whatever, but you'll, to be in the group, you'll at the very least have to obviously have access to Facebook to be able to get into the group. Okay. So if you don't have Facebook, you have no intention of having Facebook, you don't want Facebook, you have nothing to do with Facebook, then obviously that answers your question for now. You're not going to be able to be in the group for now. All right. So with that said, only lifetime memberships are available, right? So I felt that it would just be easier for me and for Trudy because it's just the two of us for now. And as the group evolves and grows, obviously we're going to, we'll need other admins and moderators and things added, blah, 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 but that's way down the road. But to keep it as simple as possible for now, it's just a simple lifetime membership. So when you are a member, that's it. You're a member for life. Once you're in, you're in. Unless, obviously, you violate the terms, you do some dumb shit, and then we have to, kick you out or something crazy, right? But hopefully, we're not going to have to kick anybody out because hopefully you guys, those of you who join, you really want this, right? So only lifetime memberships are available. There will be a membership fee, promotional or otherwise. Now, why is there a fee? Because first of all, and I'm going to explain more of this in a minute, but people who invest, people who pay, they pay attention. Now, it's just like anything in life. If I were to give you, if I took, let's say, 1,000 hours and I built and created this really, really deep, massive, profound, in-depth tarot course, right? And let's say it's like 300 hours. It took me 1,000 hours to create a 300-hour in-depth tarot course. And I'm like, here, it's, you can email me and I'll send it to you 100% free. Well, you're going to get that thing. And because the way that the human brain works, the perception of value, you might sit on that thing, you might look at it a few times, you might never look at it, right? But if I said, hey, here's my elite master tarot course and it's going to cost you $1,000, well, now you have skin in the game, right? You're like, well, shit, I paid $1,000 for this. Like, I'm not going to just tuck it away on the shelf for it to collect dust. So, and this is just proven by the way, this is a psychological fact. Any amount of money or value that you put towards something is better than nothing at all, right? And so, even these free tarot readings, you come out and you get a free reading, like, okay, it's free, but psychologically, you may not be taking it very seriously because you didn't invest anything in it. Which for me, which is why every time I get a reading, so if I go to Trudy's channel, and I'm just saying for myself, every time I go to her channel, I donate. Well, and there's another reason for it because I'm super impatient and I don't want to fucking wait. So, that's one reason I do it because I skipped the line, but the other reason is because understanding the energetic exchange, right? Because that's all money is. It's currency. The word currency talks about electricity. It's a current. And what we call paper, that's just a placeholder. It's just paper, right? So the whole idea of money in and of itself is just an illusion. It's bullshit anyways, right? Money is just an illusory, invisible, placeholder for something that is meant to be a metaphor of something valuable, right? And when we understand this, we've all been programmed to understand, how important money is and the value of it and all this, right? And so I would venture to say that your spiritual development, your personal development, your personal growth, which is eternal, is far more valuable than any amount of dollars that you have in your bank account. Because even the most wealthy people in the world are miserable, right? Robin Williams, this great guy, comedian, actor, beautiful wife, beautiful family, successful to the umpteenth degree, some of the most famous, movies of all time, spend his life making other people happy and laugh, a comedian. And I mean, there's no reason. I mean, the guy had a guy who had everything, killed himself, right? And he's just one example of many people. So, your spiritual development and your personal development is far more valuable than any amount of money. Okay, so to ensure that the people who join the group actually are serious, I wanted to make sure that there was some type of barrier, and I did this on purpose. I want the third wall there. I want it there, right? And if you really want into this group, then there is a lifetime membership fee. Now, for those of you, this will probably be because you guys are the first to hear this, right? But as time goes on, that fee is going to go up. But right now, for the first of all you out there, it's $20. So for the price of like 3 Starbucks drinks, you have a lifetime access to the group forever, right? And we'll probably do this until like the end of January or something like that. But at least from now, probably till the end of January, as we move into the new year, as we promote it, and I'll be promoting the hell out of this moving forward. You guys are going to get sick and tired of me hearing me talk about this group, because I'm going to be on repeat. You're going to hear me talk about the group. Here he goes about the group. I'm not going to shut up about the group, because it's in this group where it's going to change your life. And I'm going to get to that point here in just a second. I'm going to talk about the benefits, what you can expect, right? And so $20 is nothing, absolutely nothing for what you guys are going to get, the added value that you're going to get out of this group. Okay. But again, that's just for now. If you don't have $20, cool, I get it. No problem. But later, it's probably going to be more. So, just throwing that out there. So, where am I at here? Yeah, the value of anything is the amount of life we're willing to exchange for it, or the amount of resources we're willing to exchange for it. So we want people who are invested in themselves and others. And when you make a physical and energetic deposit, you are more likely to take it seriously. And the amount of value and resources provided far exceed the membership fee. I guarantee you that for sure. We are invested in providing extreme value for pennies. As such, we want you to value the time and energy taken to provide you with empowering resources. So yes, obviously, Trudy and I are going to be, it's not just a group. This group isn't just here for us to get on social media and just chat and talk. Like, I'm actually going to be sharing with all of you, every ounce of knowledge that has been poured into me over the last 11 years of my life. And that's a shit ton of knowledge. Right now, just in my personal development alone, I've probably spent well over $100,000 just in personal growth alone. So if you take the courses, the most expensive course, by the way, was $25,000 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I decided to join a group for a year. So I got to be a part of a group for a year where it cost me $25,000. I didn't have $25,000. Okay. Just hanging out. So because I saw the value of what this would give me in the long run, I dipped into my 401k and paid about half of it off, right? And then I had some other money saved, so I took another chunk of it out, and then, I got a little bit left that I'm actually still making payments on now. And it was well worth it. And obviously, you guys aren't going to be paying $25,000 to get into this group. $20 versus $25. But I'm making a point. The point is that, that's just one, that all the knowledge of that $25,000 course that I absorbed, you get access to. Because and this is just one example. All that knowledge is going to come out of me at some point inside of this group. So on top of any type of information that comes out of me or Trudy, and I'll just go on anything that comes out of her mouth. If there's anything that when Trudy starts talking, especially when she's doing her spiritual thing, like forget the $20, man. Like this woman she's this, you can't put a monetary value on that. You can't put, there's no monetary value that you can put on it. There's no price tag, right? The readings that she's given me, and I talked about this earlier at the beginning, the very first reading I got from her, and I've gotten so many from her since then that have continued to change my life. But just that one reading alone, the very first one, the very, very first one, that thing alone is well worth, way over, whatever I paid her for it. And she doesn't ask for, and this is something I get onto her about, because she way undervalues her gift, in my opinion. Like, so for those of you that are getting readings from her for free or whatever, just take note of it, because while she's in this phase of, not seeing the entire worth of her value, or the value of her worth, rather, however you want to say that, I'm just saying, like, take advantage of it while you can, because the minute that woman starts to realize just how valuable her gift is, she can charge for it, because she's that good, right? It just is what it is. So, anyways, we're going to be pouring a shit ton of knowledge and value into this group. She's going to be bringing all her entire life's knowledge into the group. I'm bringing all my knowledge into the group. We're going to be sharing all types of things. We're going to be doing workshops. We're going to be giving readings, exclusive things. We'll be doing giveaways. We'll be doing all kinds of things inside of the group, right? Anything that promotes the purpose of the group, which I'll be talking about here. So additionally, what else can you expect? Member-only access to coaching, training, readings, personal or otherwise, resources, giveaways, community, networking, support, and many other membership-only benefits. However, the greatest benefit of the group is becoming the best version of yourself, which will empower you to create, manifest, and achieve the life of your desires. Ideally, this group will be the most consciously awakened and powerful group of individuals. I believe this. As we become the best versions of ourselves, we can serve the collective in a fulfilling and empowering way. That is the vision of the group. So the purpose of all of this, first of all, is not for me and Trudy to make money. Okay? Your $20 isn't going to change my life. It's not going to change her life. But the energetic deposit that you put into your personal growth, which is eternal. And that's really what this is about. I want to, however I need to, motivate, inspire as many of you as possible that sounds like this would be a good fit for you. This group would be a good fit for you to come join the group, because the world needs you. Going back to everything I said at the beginning of this, as we move into 2025, there's going to be more and more people who are going through these spiritual awakening symptoms, but not knowing that it's a spiritual awakening problem. Right? So they're going to like, what do I do? Like, I'm depressed, I'm miserable, I'm anxious, and all these weird symptoms are going to be happening, and they're going to try to medicate themselves, and it's not going to work. All the things that they try to do to medicate themselves, it's like, it's not working. It's like, I know it's not working, because the universe took it away from you. You don't get the pacifier anymore. It's either you're going to just sit in the discomfort of spiritual bankruptcy, or you get connected to the source. It's going to be one or the other, you know? And so we're here to connect as many people as possible, right? And we're here to have a community for those of you who are like, hey, that sounds like, again, two types of people. Those of you out there like, man, I've been looking for a place to where I can be used. Like, I want to be used. I want my spiritual gifts, my spiritual talents, my spiritual abilities. I want to be a part of a community so I can figure out how I can help, how I can serve, and how I can benefit the collective too. Because we need you. It's not just about me and Trudy here. For sure the hell not just about me and Trudy. Right? We are just one, we're just over here just trying to do our part of the big picture, right? We need everybody's skills and talents available. We need all the resources. We need the entire collective on board, right? For those who feel they have the calling. And for the second group of people, where it's like, those are the people who are going to be coming into this because they have the spiritual awakening symptoms and we're here to serve them. It's like, hey, cool, great. You know, you're being, you know, you're plugged into the matrix, man. Welcome, you know, pulling you out of the matrix. Welcome to the club. You know, let's get you plugged in. Let's get you, you know, empowered. And so you can go out. You can live the life of your dreams, right? That's what this is about. As you become the best version of yourself, everything else in your life is going to change. Your relationships are going to change. Your money's going to change. Everything's going to change. There's no negatives. There's no, you have no negative benefits from investing in yourself. That's what this is really about here, more than anything else. You becoming the best version of yourself and being in a group of people where that's what we're after. We're all promoting that together. All right. So who can join? Anyone can join as long as they meet the requirements and standards of the group and have paid their lifetime membership fee. Once you have joined the community, you are a member for life, unless you violate the rules of the group/community or decide to depart from the group on your own terms. So once you're in, you're in. You never have to pay a penny ever again. When you're in, you're in. That's it. One fee, you're in for life, right? And you can stay in the group however long you want, as long as you don't violate the terms. And, you know, if you ever get tired of being in the group, like, hey, you know what? This group sucks. I don't care about it anymore. Cool. You know, you can always leave on your own terms. So how do you join? Like, let's get to the nitty gritty here. Like, how do you actually join the group? Well, right now, to join the community, to join the group, you just have to let me or Trudy know, basically. Because right now, you know, we're the only two. As we grow, I'm sure we're gonna need admins, we're gonna need moderators and things like that. But for now, if you're interested, you can contact Trudy or myself. So all memberships will be delegated through me or Trudy unless otherwise specified. So there's no third party or other person. It's either, if you get in, it's going to be either me or she who lets you in. And as the group, again, I already said this, but as the group expands and grows, other admins and moderators will be added. And then, you know, we'll let you guys know if there's, you know, as the group grows, you know, those people will be known or be made known, and they'll have the ability to also, you know, approve or deny membership. So for now, just to keep it super simple, you can send a request to my email, which I will drop in the, let me type it in the box here. And I also, just kind of an aside here, it's on the slide, but I'm going to drop it into the chat as well. Okay, so you can just send an email just saying, hey, you know, send it to imagine@dreamoutloud.center, and, you know, just put, I'm interested in the group, or, you know, the conscious collective, whatever you want to put in there. Just send an email letting me know that you're interested in the group. And for those of you who have Trudy's email, you can message her as well. I don't know Trudy's work schedule. I I know that she flies and she comes back, so her work schedule is different. So she'll be available depending on what her work schedule looks like, and I don't know what that is. And so, maybe in the group she'll post it, or I think she might have it posted on her YouTube channel, because I know she puts a schedule out there or something. So, and I'll get with her on the specifics of that as well. And I'll figure all that out. But at the very least, you can email me. I'm at my email all the time. I access my email all the time. And you can also leave a comment on any one of my videos, tarot videos on the tarot channel, whatever. And I'll see your comments. And so there's all types of ways to get in touch with me. Obviously, my website, I just updated all the information in my description box because I realized it was super old. All the links were broken. And I was like, oh my God, I've been, all my stuff was super, super old because I wasn't thinking about it. I just go live and I just think, the information was updated, but it wasn't. So before I went live tonight, I updated all the information in my description. So everything should be current. All the links should be there. All the links should work. The payment options should be updated. There shouldn't be anything broken in my description box any longer, to the best of my knowledge. I went over it with a fine-tooth comb. I updated everything. So if you're interested in membership, just send me an email and let me know that you're interested. And then, we can arrange for the payment, and then you're in. So, refunds. Now, let's talk about the refund thing real quick, because when people pay for something, there's always going to be that person. So we got to talk about the refund thing. If you pay for a membership and decide the group isn't for you, for now, in the beginning phases, this could change. Because again, right now we're talking about $20 for those of you who are interested right now. We're talking about a $20 refund right now. Now, obviously, as time goes on and the membership fee goes up, that'll be a different conversation, right? Because a $20 refund is a lot different than, a $100 refund or a $200 refund, or who knows. But nonetheless, we have to talk about the refund. If you pay for a membership and decide the group isn't for you, you will have 7 days to request a refund. You will have many opportunities to decide if the group is a good fit for you prior to purchasing a membership. What do I mean? If you really, 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 really aren't sure that this group is going to be a good fit for you, or you're still unsure, you're uncertain, like, well, what can I expect? What am I going to get out of it? ABC, XYZ. I will have a personal conversation with you. I will take time out of my life and have a personal conversation with you. This is how strongly I believe in this group. What this is supposed to become. Okay, this isn't just something, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, I didn't just come up with this, and Trudy and I didn't just come up with this because we have nothing better to do. And again, because, we're trying to wrangle you guys for $20. But the purpose of this group is so much bigger and so much more important than any amount of money or me or even Trudy. This is so much freaking bigger than us. Okay. This is just, I'm trying to even think of a good word to describe it, other than it's a collective need, right? Like, it's literally, we're going through a transformation in, human history, human evolution. And I know right now it doesn't seem like it because we haven't hit it full force yet, right? We're just sitting out here on the outskirts of 2025 talking about theoretical things that might happen, right? But if they do happen, if they happen even if even 10% of what I predict happens, if I'm only right 10% and I'm wrong 90%, well, even just the 10% will be substantial enough for a group like this to matter, right? Because people's personal development, and I see it all the time, even if it wasn't about upcoming events in 2025. Just for those of you who I've served and I've been blessed to serve here on my tarot channel, I can see just from, you know, the types of questions that you guys come to me with, I can see the need that you all have in your own personal lives, right? I can see the struggles. I can see what you're most likely dealing with, right? And as somebody who's been in the coaching business for a while, I've learned to spot patterns, and I can see the types of patterns that are very common amongst many of you in your relationships, in your career, in feeling stuck, in feeling lost, right? So even if this group wasn't for something, a bigger ordeal, even if it was just a group for people that, needed a place to work on themselves so they didn't have to struggle and hurt, and all this anymore, it would be worth it, in my opinion, especially for $20. 1 hour of, coaching with me is $350. You come to me with a relationship problem and I feel like we're a good fit, then it's $350 for an hour of my time, right? Well, I'm going to be pouring way more than that into this group, and I know Trudy will be as well, for, again, like I said, like pennies. So anyways, besides that, the refund, you will have an opportunity. So you can speak to me literally. I will take time out of my day. You have questions that you need to, you need answered. Then I will personally answer every possible question that you have to ensure that whether it was $1 or $100 that you paid for your membership, right? That I want to make sure that that every dollar that you spent is accounted for, that you feel good about what you're doing, right? So I want to take all the question out of it for you, right? Now, if you don't take me up on that offer, that's not my fault. It's like you pull the trigger. It's like, yeah, I want in. You pay for your membership, and you get in. You're like, man, this group sucks. I hate it. I hate this group. It's bullshit. It's not worth the $20 that I paid. Okay, cool. You have 7 days to decide that it's absolute horseshit. It's not worth your time, and no questions asked. I will give you your $20 back. No questions asked. I'm not going to argue. Nothing. Literally, no questions asked. Instantaneous refund. No problems whatsoever. Now, if you wait, you're like, well, I waited 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, a year later, and you're like, man, this group sucks. I want my money back. It's like, well, you had all this time to decide that you wanted your money back. And now you're just being part of the problem, right? And there's people out there that, for whatever the fuck reason, they decide they want to be part of the problem and not part of the solution. So we didn't want you in the group to begin with. We're trying to get the problem people out of the group. If you're a problem person, we don't want you in the group. We don't want you in the group. Trust me, we don't want you in the group. If you're a problem person, we don't want you. Definitely don't want you, right? So again, part of you making a conscious decision about what you want versus what you don't want, there needs to be a boundary. And I don't have infinite amounts of hours to be babysitting people's indecisiveness, just to be honest with you. So it's super simple. Like, if I do a really shitty, poor job of trying to communicate what it is that you're getting yourself involved with, for $20, then that's on me. And I'm going to take responsibility for that, because if you have uncertainty about, hey, I want to know, what can I expect? Like, in a more detailed way, a more personal way. Like, can you actually talk to me or communicate with me through email, through text, a phone call? I will literally schedule time, to communicate with you and explain to you in great detail any questions, answer any questions you have, so you can know if this group is the right fit for you. And again, not because of the money. I don't care about the $20. I just want you to feel like, hey, you know, will I feel welcome? Will it actually benefit me? Is it worth my time? I don't want to waste anybody's time, and I sure as hell don't have time of my own to be wasted, especially with people who are out, you know, to waste other people's time. I'm not here to waste anybody's time, and I'm sure don't want my time wasted. It's just, you know, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Common sense stuff, right? So I want to take all the fear or just answer any questions, whatever. So you will have you're hearing me say it now, and I'm re-emphasizing it again and again and again, that if you pull the trigger on this after saying, you know, hearing me say that you could have talked to me and you were still unsure, and then, you know, you get in and it's like, well, this group sucks. And then you let it go past 7 days, because you have 7 days to figure it out. Once we're actually, you know, letting people into the group and things are happening, you'll have 7 days to figure it out. From the day that you basically paid. Essentially, you'll have 7 days to decide if you want a refund, right? And if you can't figure that out in 7 days, or you had access to me where I'm not going to take a penny of your money until you feel 100% sure that this sounds like something you're invested in or not, that's on you. And even if you come to me like, hey dude, I have questions, I got answers, we have a conversation, and you're like, man, this sounds like a group I want to be a part of. All right. You come into the group, and you still decide after 7 days of being in the group, you think the group sucks, you want your money back, you got 7 days. Cool. No problem. I'm going to give you your money back. I'm not going to ask you any questions, anything, just instantaneous refund. Not here to badger, not here to bargain, not here to like, cool. No questions asked, money back. All right, but there has to be a boundary there, and in my opinion, 7 days is a long time to figure it out, right? Especially when you had, you know, a lot of access beforehand of knowing what you're getting yourself into. So if you're unsure, then I would just say, keep your $20 until, you know, you feel more sure. No one forces anybody to do anything they don't want to do. Now, in conclusion, we believe that we are embarking upon unprecedented times. The world needs leaders more than ever. We deserve to be happy and fulfilled while serving a higher purpose. We hope that those who seek and desire to be a part of something historical, exciting, empowering, and transformational will join us on a journey that will not only change our lives, but potentially thousands of others whom they are called to serve. This is the spiritual journey we have all been waiting for, and this is our calling and destiny. There will never be another conscious collective, and I 1,000%, 100% believe with every fiber of my being that the group that we will have, I know for sure that it doesn't exist. There's not a group that exists. I've looked, I've researched, I've tried to find anything in existence currently that looks anything even remotely similar to the vision for this group. And it just doesn't exist. So we will be the first of whatever this is. Like whatever this group is intended to become, we will be the first ever of it. And what I envision, this is just my personal vision, what I hope would happen is that many of us would not only continue to step into our power, but we would all become leaders, because we are all leaders in some way, shape, or form, right? We get more courageous. We get more brave. We get more curious. We get more confident in who we are, why we're here, right? And we actually start creating the lives of our dreams, but not just in a selfish way. It's not just about making more money. It's not just about having a bigger house or a fancier car and all the typical bullshit, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. That stuff is like the icing on the cake stuff, right? But how much better to know that you achieved something within yourself. You overcame your own hurdles, obstacles, and challenges, that you built you. You created this person. You invested in yourself. You proved to yourself that you could overcome your greatest fears, your greatest challenges. You proved to yourself that you could do something you never thought you could do. Whether it's write a book, whether it's start a YouTube channel, whether it's go out and be a speaker, whether it's to start your own business, whatever the thing is. It's part of your spiritual blueprint. It's part of your spiritual DNA. It's already inside of you, right? It's scary. It's scary to do things that we've never done before. But at least in the group, you'll have support. You'll have people who might be ahead of you. Once this group gets going, guys, once this group starts to evolve and grow and build, the collective knowledge of everyone shared in this group, freely giving and receiving amongst each other, will be epic and profound. Way, way, way. Even if one day membership fee was $10,000 to get into this, which will never happen. It will never happen. But I'm just making up an astronomical number. If it was $10,000 to get inside of this group, one day, the amount of information that will be circulating in this group for free amongst people will be far worth more than any amount of membership to get into it, right? And that's just the beauty of it, right? The beauty of being amongst people who have so much diversity of all over, different experiences, different challenges that they've overcome, different types of knowledge, different perceptions, perspectives, right? And just just the world the way that it should be. Everyone coexisting amongst all races, all religions, all countries, all beliefs, it's just everyone getting along, basically in harmony, because we all believe in the same thing. We all believe in love and sharing and giving and serving and using our spiritual gifts to empower and benefit the collective, not just for personal or selfish gain, right? And for those of you that are familiar with the law of one, the concept service to self and service to others, right? We are the service to other beings that the law of one talks about, right? We're not just here for service to self. We are service to others. That's what this group is. So my vision for the group is for us to basically become the most badass, true, spiritually enlightened and led, beings by how we live, not by what we know or what we do or what we say, rather. It's not about our spiritual knowledge or any of that. It's about the way we live. When we go out into the world, we live in such a way that the world is like, oh my God, like these people are the most compassionate, the most giving, the most loving, but the most confident, right? Like there's a confidence, and confidence doesn't mean that you take bullshit, but it doesn't mean that that we have to live under the same paradigms of fear and punishment either, right? We just know that we go out, we have the power to create our own reality. And because we know that we have that infinite power within us, there is no scarcity. So there's nothing to be afraid of. There's enough for me, there's enough for you. We can all get along, we can all share, right? Everybody can live and have an abundant, fulfilling life, is my point. So that is what my hope is ultimately as this group evolves and grows into, as we move forward into the years to come, that, we'll see the people, we'll get to see each other's journeys, unfold. The people that start off in the group and stay in the group and watching each other, grow and evolve and become, and the things that people will start doing as they grow and evolve. It's like, man, can you believe, however many years ago I first joined the group and I was so scared and I didn't know how to do this, I didn't know how to do that. And here I am now, I started that business. I started that thing. I wrote that book. I found that soulmate. I did the thing. Like, you know, it's going to be awesome, right? It's going to be awesome to be a part of a group of people who took their spiritual development and their personal growth seriously. And this is a game changer, you know. And like I said, there's certainly not another group like it that I've found. So that is the presentation. That is what's coming up in 2025. So at this point, in closing, and then I'll take any questions that anybody has, if there are any questions. But the group will not officially open until the new year. So January, the group will be essentially, we'll open up the group. So right now, I'm not taking any payments. I'm just letting everybody know how it's working here. And come January 1st, then, you know, people that want to come and join the group, you can join the group. And like I said, it's a lifetime membership. For now, it'll be $20. So you get into the group forever for $20. And then, of course, like I said, you have 7 days to refund it. If you want a refund, I'll refund it to you in 7 days. And of course, if you're unsure, just also want to reiterate, you can communicate with me before spending a penny. If you absolutely are unsure about it, then come talk to me. And I will set up, whether it's through text, through email, or if I have to get on the phone call with you, that's fine. That's how much I believe in it. And again, it's not about the $20. It's about you. If you feel that this group is you really pulling and calling you, I want to answer the questions. I want to make sure that I feel like, okay, yeah, you know, you're a fit for this group, and that's why you're feeling called to it. And so, you know, because I want the people who feel they need to be a part of it, I want you in it, you know, because that's the whole reason for it. So, so with that being said, nothing's going to happen until January. Not taking anybody's money. So right now, I'm just bringing awareness, detailed awareness to what's happening. I'll be talking about it again and again and again and again and again. This video, this presentation will be re-uploaded for people who obviously weren't in attendance tonight. They can watch it. And I'm just basically here around the clock to answer your questions through email and all the things. So with that being said, that is the end of the presentation with that. And if there is anybody that has any questions about it in the chat, you can ask a question now. And if nobody has any questions about that, then I am just going to go move on with the evening, and we will get into the tarot readings, which is perfectly fine. There doesn't have to be questions, but I just wanted to give the opportunity for those who might. So if you do have any questions about the group, I'm going to give you guys just a moment to type any questions you have into the box. And I will wait just a second to see if any questions come through. And if not, then we will transition into the tarot reading, tarot time. And also just want to say thank you for all of you who stuck around through all of that and waited. Appreciate you guys, your patience for waiting around. And yeah, so that is that. right. Well, I don't see any questions coming through, so I'm going to assume that everyone is ready for tarot readings. Okay, so first up, thank you, Jean, for collecting a list for me while I was doing all of the presentationing. So first up, we have Winnie. So Winnie, if you are here, you can ask your question. So just really quick, so everybody knows, I've got just my last little housekeeping for tonight. First of all, again, for those who are new to my channel, I am Eddie. Welcome to my channel. So the way we're going to do things tonight, because I don't know how much I got in my tank tonight. I should be, I don't know. I'm teetering here. Like I feel pretty amped up. So, but I also know that I got some other things that I need to do as well. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I could just pull an all-nighter. I may or may not. I don't know. I'll have to feel that out. But basically, the way it's going to work tonight is I'm going to try to get through as many of you guys as I can. So I'm going to be trying something a little bit different than what I normally do, which is getting more straight to the point with some of your guys' readings tonight. So if you guys, if you're new to the channel, you don't know the drill, then all the stuff is in the description box there. It should be updated. None of the links should be broken. I didn't realize that they were broken before, so I apologize to all you guys for that. And then for those of you that aren't new, you guys already know the drill, sort of. All right, so Winnie, what should I know about my future romantic partner? Okay, so I have a question for you, Winnie. When you say what should you know about your future romantic partner, are you... I'm assuming you're single, like you're asking, like you just want to know, like are you wanting to know if somebody's coming towards you, or are you just wanting to know like what kind of person that they'll be? Because I want to make sure that I give you the most accurate reading possible. Okay, so you're single. So you're just wanting to know if someone's coming towards you in love, or are you what kind of person they'll be? Okay, thank you. Got it. See, it's very important to be specific with your questions, because it also helps me figure out which tool that I need to use to answer your question. All right, so let's take a look. So the ideal partner for Winnie. So show me what the ideal person would be. Show me the ideal partner. Not toxic partners, not maybes. Who would be the ideal, the most aligned partner for her? What can she expect? What should she look for? Well, they probably own their own home. That's good. That's probably a good thing. They're not living They're not living in grandma's basement, so that's probably a plus. They're not living in their mom's basement. Brunette hair, forget the female part. Obviously, gender doesn't matter there, but they might have brunette hair. That might be something you need to know about them. So, and we have the these keywords down here. I should have read those. So darker hair, they might have like an intense, more of like maybe like an intense resting bitch face type of complex. That's when I think of intense, I think of resting bitch face, which I think is actually kind of hot. Like if you're a girl and you can pull off like a sexy resting bitch face, that's pretty hot. Or they might be focused there. So darker hair, intense, focused. What else? We have, we have beauty queens. So this is somebody who, they probably like to get attention. They're definitely somebody who likes a lot of attention. Again, gender doesn't matter, and they may be very attractive. So they may already get a lot of attention, basically. We have communication. So this person, you might meet them online. It doesn't have to be, but this person probably is, a decent communicator, which is a good thing. That's what I'm feeling here. Now, this person may have a family, or you may start a family with this person. Could go either way. So I don't know if you have a family, or you said you're single, but that doesn't mean that you don't have a family. So I can't make assumptions about that. But if you want a family, or you already have a family, then this guy or whoever, they might have a family and you might blended family. There's something there, right? But this is more importantly, the energy that I'm feeling there is it's a family-oriented person. So this is somebody who definitely is more family-oriented than not, right? So I feel like my camera is glitching out here. Let me switch over really quick. Hopefully that fixes the camera glitch. I don't know. My camera's glitching out a little bit. I don't know why that is. All right, what else do we need to know? Ooh, spark. Yeah, you guys are going to have when you meet this person, you guys are going to have a very intense attraction and chemistry and connection with each other. Like, I really feel like you guys are going to feel it from the get-go. Obviously, if this person's attractive, like, you may notice their physical attraction initially, but I think there's going to be more than that, obviously. And then we have this control. And this isn't like, when this card came out, this isn't like the type of this isn't like narcissistic control. This is like the tie me up to the bedpost control, like the spark and this card being out here, right here, these two cards showing up next to each other. This is like, you guys might like, I don't know, you guys might have some fetishes or some kinky stuff or some freaky stuff that you get into here. Which, hey, no judgment here. But there's definitely going to be some epic sexual chemistry for sure. Maybe that's why the family card is there. Maybe you guys give birth to maybe you guys, you have sex one time and you give birth to 20 kids or something because the sex was so good. It's like, man, we had sex one time. One time we had sex and I had 20 kids. Like, yeah, that's when you know that sex is real good. You get that real good banging going. Yeah, you got a soul connection. So see, there you are. So again, like I said, I felt it in the energy. When you meet this person, it's going to be, it's instantaneous. Like you're just going to know. And we have maturity here. So yeah, like this person actually is on your page, like, because again, we're pulling on the ideal partner here, right? So and what does that mean? Well, it means that somewhere out amongst the 8 billion people that are walking around on this planet, there is this ideal person that you're destined to meet. I feel like this is a destined connection, by the way, because we all have soul contracts. And if you have a soul contract with somebody in this lifetime, then you have to meet them. At the very least, you have to meet them in order for you to even have a chance to see what the soul contract can be or become or whatever, right? In other words, in order for your free will to have a chance to decide what to do, you, at the very least, you have to have a fated encounter. Like you have to, at the very least, meet them to find out what happens, right? And so we all have these soul contracts with people. And so you have a soul contract with this person. That's really what the soul connection card means to me, is you have a soul contract, which means that you are going to meet this person one way or the other. And yes, you can have soul contracts and be married. You can have you never know when you're going to meet somebody you have a soul contract with. It's just, soul contracts are like the weather. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get to choose when it's convenient to rain and when it's convenient for it not to rain, right? Like, the rain shows up and does whatever the hell it wants whenever the fuck it wants, right? The weather's going to do whatever the weather wants to do. It doesn't care about whether it's convenient for us or not. The weather is just the weather. Well, that's how it is with soul contracts. Like, we don't always get to choose when it was convenient to meet somebody we have a soul contract with, right? So you can be married 10 years and then you're meeting, it's like, what's the lyrics to the Alanis Morissette song, Ironic, It's like, I'm meeting the man of my dreams and I'm meeting his beautiful wife, I think is the lyrics in the song Ironic. It's like that kind of thing, right? But for you, Winnie, obviously this person isn't married, so no worries there. This is a free and clear person that you're going to meet here. And here at the bottom of the deck, we have the self-worth. And so I feel like you guys are going to really, there's something about like being together that really just boosts your confidence and your self-esteem. And I think maybe even initially, maybe for you, when you meet this person, you might feel they are a little bit out of your league, but you're going to feel such a strong energy and pull towards them initially, to where it's like, even if you think that, it's not going to last very long, because the strength and the power of the soul connection is going to overpower your overthinking, to where you're not going to feel that energy for very long, which is a good thing. What else do we need to know about this? On this episode of Love Island, is Rodney going to end up with me in Florida? Was that? Janie's like, is Rodney going to end up with me in Florida? If you kidnap him, he will. You come up behind him with that chloroform, and take him out, drag his ass to Florida with you. All right. So, Winnie, you have worth waiting for. So, the universe is saying, Winnie, that this person you have the soul contract with, like, more than just the worth waiting for, like not getting caught up on the waiting part of this message. More importantly, it's saying, like, not settling. In other words, the universe doesn't want you to settle for anything less than this person who's coming towards you. Because it's like, why settle for less than, when you can have the whole thing, right? And so the worth waiting for is really saying, hey, it might be better just to wait for this person to come into your life and attract this person into your life, call this person into your life, than settling with things that are just going to take more of your self-worth away. And you have, whatever types of experiences with people that are not this man or woman, whoever. I don't know who you are. But, you know, it might just be a better investment to just hold out and wait for this person to come in, because it's going to be worth the wait. I mean, you know, they're going to tie you to the freaking bedpost and they're going to give you 20 children. So, I mean, it's probably worth the wait. So yeah, heart-to-heart conversations. This person, again, with the maturity card being here, this person is, I feel, mentally, emotionally, available. They're vulnerable. Like, they're not going to have a problem holding a conversation, talking about all the things, being open, honest, and vulnerable with you. We do have this pay attention to the red flags, though. So I'm going to have to take a look at that card because I'm curious about that. Did this actually, you know what? I don't have to take a look. So this is basically saying, it just hit me because the minute the card came out, I was like, well, that's interesting, because the energy on this card doesn't match all the other energy on there on the table. And when that happens as a reader, that's when you start asking questions, you get curious, right? And it's not to say that, you know, everything is going to be perfect, rosy, and rainbow. That's not how it is. Real life doesn't work that way, right? And relationships certainly don't work that way. But what this is saying is saying basically to be careful that you don't project, that you don't project red flags onto people. In other words, sometimes what people do is, I'm trying to think of a good, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example from you'd think of all the relationship coaching that I've done. I'd be able to pull out a good example. I guess the best example I can give you is just common misunderstandings, right? So like a superficial but a big deal for a lot of people in the modern day is texting. Like there's all this emphasis on texting and the timing of texting, right? Like, I know they have their phone on them. I know it's right there next to them. And you're going to tell me that you couldn't get back to me in X amount of time. Like the whole texting thing. If you don't text somebody back, you text them and you don't hear back from them in X amount of time. What does it mean? And all this shit, and apparently it's a really, really, really big deal in the modern day, right? Where it's like, when I was growing up, I'm going to go there. You walk up 7 miles up hills in your underwear in the snow to get to school and all that shit. It's like when I grew up, we had landline phones, and it's like you wanted to talk to somebody, you pick up the phone and you call, and they either answered or they didn't. That was it. The only other way that you contacted them is you show up at their front door and you knock, and they answer the door or they don't, right? But oh my God, in 2024, if you send a text and they don't instantaneously respond to your text, what does it mean? And if I had a penny for every time, and more so this is with women, so I'm picking on you ladies out there for a second. It's like you ladies will come up with you'll come to the craziest conclusions. He's out with another woman, he's fucking another woman, he's cheating, he's this. It's like this whole story starts to evolve, like about what he's doing because he didn't respond instantaneously. Or even worse than that will be, I see him. He's like they'll have the social media, your social media app open, and they'll say, see, he's online right now. I texted him and it shows that he's online. So how is he staring at his phone on social media? And I know he's seeing my text and he's choosing to not respond to me. So I know he's ignoring me. Like, you don't know. So the point, the example that I'm trying to get to you here is, be careful not to project those types of things onto this person. Like you might notice something, or something might start to trigger you, or some little things that because your brain is looking for ways to keep you safe. That's what your brain is self-sabotaging, and we all do this, by the way. Not just you, Winnie. All of us. Our brain is here to keep us safe, and so it's actually always looking for problems. Where's a problem? Where's a problem? Where's a problem? Oh, there's a problem. If we can get you to focus on the problem, then I can keep you safe, because now I can disqualify this man from your life because he'll probably just hurt you. he'll probably just let you down. He'll probably just leave you, abandon you, blah, 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 blah. Right? And so our brain has all types of sneaky little ways that it likes to fuck us over. And I feel like that's what this card is saying. It's like, be careful, watch out for your brain, because your brain might self-sabotage you by getting you to, you know, project things that aren't into things, you know, making you believe that they're real when they're not real, right? Now, am I going to tell you that you should ignore your intuition? Am I going to tell you that if you really think that you're seeing a red flag with somebody, am I going to tell you to ignore your intuition? Hell no. Never, ever, 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 ever ignore a red flag. If you know that you know that you know that you know that you know, which most people don't, because most people aren't curious enough to know what the hell a red flag is, much less actually have enough evidence that it was warranted, you know, at least not at the very, very, very beginning of a relationship. Over time, you spend, you know, you start spending, 30 days with somebody that you think you have a mutual or invested interest in, then yeah, you're around that person enough to start collecting actual feedback and data. Now, some people are idiots. Some people, they're glaring red flags. They're walking red flags, and it's obvious that it's a red flag. And if you can't spot an obvious fucking red flag, when it's that obvious, they're a walking red flag, and you can't spot it, then I can't help you. That's a whole different issue, right? But with a person whose energy is showing up like this, I can tell you that this is just your warning, because this person is all the energy here is suggesting this person is actually a very good match for you. But just be careful. Be careful that you don't project problems onto this person that aren't there, because you could create unnecessary damage. So there's chemistry here as well. So it's just, what's the word I'm looking for? More confirmation about this person. So I do feel that this person essentially, they're pretty straight shooter here. This person, they're responsible. I think obviously they're attractive. You guys have a lot in common. The family thing we talked about, obviously you guys are going to have your kinky sex life, which is great. You have a soul connection with this person. You're both equally mature. You both are going to boost each other's confidence here. This person's worth waiting for. This person is emotionally available, mentally, intellectually. Like, this person's got all the things that you're basically wanting in a partner, essentially. And then of course, like I said, this is the only real, caveat, I guess, for lack of better words. The only caveat to your reading is for you to just be careful that you don't project imaginary issues onto this person when you meet them, or that you're just not picking up on things and you're making, things that aren't a big deal, you're making them a big deal. Like, oh my gosh, I saw this, or they said this thing, or, blah, blah, blah. Like, people who are just kind of paranoid about things, right? So just, keep that under control and you should be good. All right. Danny Carmora? Danny Carmora? Is that right? No. Carmona. I'm sorry. I didn't see the N. Danny Carmona. That makes a lot more sense. Danny Carmona. You are up, my friend. You're welcome, Winnie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Happy New Year to you if I don't see you or talk to you before then. What am I missing? I know what I'm missing. I'm like, why is it so quiet in here? I'm like, why is it so quiet in here? I just realized because I don't have my music on. It's so quiet in here. And I'm deaf. That's another reason it's quiet. It's always quiet when you're deaf. Danny Carmona, if you're here, man, for God's sake, are you here? For the love of God. The psychics come calling for you, Danny. The psychics are calling for you. Your dead grandma wants to talk to you. Danny's like, nope. Not tonight. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, wait a minute. We have to give up. This next person in line needs a proper introduction. This next person in line needs a proper introduction. The next person in line. You're the next person in line. Hold on. Hold on there, Miss Moderator. Hold on there, Miss Moderator. Hold your horses. Hold your horses, Miss Moderator. I gotta make sure my thing's all connected here. Hold on. Yeah, we're connected up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator, Jean. May every knee bow, may every tongue confess. May I ask who is coming towards me in love and when? I don't know about Virgo making any moves, so I am open. Oracle cards never resonate with me, so tarot would be great. And no to Taurus. He's too young. Skip if he shows up. From now on, Jean, you get your own theme music. All right. She was excited about that. That's the most excitement I've ever seen Jean ever, I think. Okay, well let's use this one. So no Virgos, no Tauruses. Jean's making demands tonight. She's like, no Virgos, no Tauruses. What do we put out here for you then? She's a Leo. Everybody. So if there's anybody single that's worth a damn and you treat my moderator with love, respect, and dignity and you take care of her ass, she's a Leo. You come talk to me. I will screen you. Here's the deal. If you're a single dude looking for an amazing chick, you can come talk to me. I will screen you to make sure that you're worthy of my mod, my admin. And if I think you're worthy of my mod and my admin, then I will talk to her and I will tell her about you and we'll see if we can get this thing worked out here. Oh, she says no Gemini, no Geminis either. Well, that makes perfect sense. Anybody that would genuinely, truly say, yeah, I want a Gemini, you deserve in a psych ward to be in a psych ward. Okay. So no Geminis, no Tauruses, and no Virgos. What's coming towards Jean in love and romance? And no Oracle cards. So she's just like pigeonholing everything. You can't use Oracle cards. You can't only use this kind of tarot deck. And it can't be this color. And it has to be this certain kind of tarot card. And those ones you're using in your hands are too big. And they need to be smaller tarot cards. Like taking all my toys away. It's like, I want you to go sit in a corner. And I want you to pray to God like you've never prayed to God before, Eddie. And I want you to come back with the Ark of the Covenant and the new 10 Commandments. You come off of that mountain. This is Moses 2.0. You're going to come off that mountain with the glory of God for me and a man. And his name will be Esteban. Jean, your man's name is Esteban. Like the guy who used to sell the guitars on QVC. I don't remember if you remember him in the 90s. There was a guy named Esteban, and he sold these guitars on QVC. But so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Janie's like, hey, I'm a Gemini. Well, Janie, that's the problem. That's what we've been talking about. That's the problem. I'm just kidding. You guys need to calm down. God, it's only the 27th. We got 4 more days till New Year's. Just calm down. Everybody, take a breather. Take a toke of your joint, whatever you're doing, whatever illegal substances that you have available to you. We're going to get through this, I promise. We're all going to get through it. Whether you're a Gemini or not, hey, look, I don't know what you did in your past life for you to come out of your mother's womb as a Gemini in this life, but that's between you and your higher power. Okay? Don't be upset at me for that. I'm not the one that made you a Gemini. Everybody that's a Gemini's like, fuck you and your channel, and I'm never coming back. Unsubscribe. I dislike this channel. I dated a Gemini once. And you want to know something else? Gene, you might like this. And by the way, I'm shuffling the cards, by the way, so this isn't just me, just nothing better to do over here. But so the only Gemini, no, that's not true. 2. I actually had a serious relationship with a June. Yeah, a June Gemini. I had a 2-year relationship with her. Man, she was a feisty one. I know. And the other person, the story I was going to say is, the second Gemini was a girl from that show, Jersey Shore. And it was Jersey Shore, and then there was another one called Glam Fairy. She was one of the girls on that show. Jersey Shore and Glam Fairy. I dated that girl. She's like, it didn't work out? Shocker. Well, you give them the shocker, and then you get the shocker, if you know what I mean. I'm liking what I'm seeing on these cards, though, coming out for you, Gene. This is like really, really good. Like, while I'm just kind of casually over here, just, hanging out with you guys, these cards are just shuffling and shuffling. I don't know why it's taking so long to shuffle. I have no clue why. But, I'm just kind of looking over here at the cards, and it's like, you have this really, 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 really really good thing that's happening here. They're into that. You know, if you're with the right person, well, I was going to say if you're with the right person, but then I'm recounting an episode that I had with a Capricorn where, you know, she decided that defecating on my bed during the deed was acceptable. She didn't mean to do it, but it just happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like she meant to do it, but it just occurred as a result of, you know. All right, so let's take a look here. All right, so we do have a King of Swords here, but I don't know if this is the Gemini. You said no Geminis. So we have a Knight of Swords here. So you might be, and I know this is kind of like, I forget what this deck is called. But the artwork is really wild. But this is the Knight of Swords. So we got two air energies here, probably attached to the same person. But I really feel like this is something that's going to show up pretty quickly. I'm really getting like almost like a Tower energy. It's like it's very unexpected. Like it's a swift change here. And we have the Ten of Pentacles, and we have the Wheel of Fortune. So this is another reason why as well. So that Wheel of Fortune on top of the Knight of Swords is like this is a faded kind of thing here, like legitimate. You have the Ace of Cups here. You're going to meet somebody new for sure. Ten of Pentacles here. This could be a long-term person here. Eight of Cups, I think obviously is you. Tired of all the bullshit. You're just not dealing with the bullshit. You're not in bullshit mode. But this person is going to kind of like, what's the energy I'm getting off of this? It's really weird. Like you're going to meet this person in a way. You're going to meet this person in a way and under a type of energy where you're not going to be thinking about anything romantic. Like this, like the universe is going to throw you a curveball. It's like, I know how, like, because you're too smart for your own good. And I mean this like as a compliment to you. You're too smart for your own good. Like, and so the universe is like, we know she's too smart for her own good, so we can't use a direct front door approach. We can't just send this guy like, boop, you know, like the typical way that most people fantasize about meeting their person. They know they can't, the universe, like, that's not going to work for her. Because she's too smart. She's too smart for this, and she's got too much of this. Eight of Cups. Now, that doesn't mean a lot. I mean, I'm pointing to the card like you would recognize the card, but the artwork has nothing to do with the traditional artwork. So, you know, you've been stung by too many jellyfishes, I guess. I have no idea. What is the... Oh, the cups are down here at the bottom, and they have little seahorses on them. Okay. I'm like, I was trying to understand the artist's mind. Like, okay, you know, are we just painting anything the fuck we want to paint, and we'll just put Eight of Cups at the bottom, and that's, so there's like zero relevance at all between the artwork and what this is supposed to be? Because if that's the case, then shit, let's just we don't even need cards anymore. You know, let's just go out and get a bunch of, you know, here's some, this marker right here is the Four of Cups. This marker. It's like, what the fuck does that marker have to do with anything? I don't know. But I was trying to understand the logic here. I mean, I like the artwork a lot. It's one of the reasons I bought it, but I guess I haven't really just sat here and looked at it objectively since, you know, because I bought this deck. I don't know. I bought this deck earlier this year, and then, you know, you get it out and you look at it, and then you put it away, and then you forget about it. So this is like one of the first times I'm actually looking at it, but it makes sense. These are cups down here, so it's not completely just random. But anyways, I got way off the topic here. So the universe is like, I can't bring you this man, Gene, because you're too smart for your own good. because we know that she's gone through too much of this. You've been stung by too many jellyfish. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Swords. So this is really what's happened here. You've had too much of this crap. The Five of Swords is kind of like the typical selfish narcissist, the abuse and all the shit. People who are just, you know, they spend too much of their life in self-preservation, and whether they're consciously aware of it or not, they end up hurting people more than they end up helping people, right? It's the classic, the classic saying that hurt people hurt other people, whereas healed people heal other people. You've been with a lot of people who were hurt, who had not healed, and you're just not interested in that anymore with the Eight of Cups. And so this person that the universe is wanting to bring to you, they know that if they bring them right along to you in the same type of way, kind of like the straight at you approach, where, if you meet, kind of like how you meet certain people under certain context, your brain pre-frames that context. Like for example, online dating. When you meet somebody on an online dating app, like your brain is already compartmentalizing it as romantic, right? So you treat those people very differently than you would treat a complete stranger that wasn't a romantic interest, right? If you just bump into somebody at Target and you're like, oh, hey, I'm sorry. Sorry I bumped into you. You're like, oh, yeah, no problem. I'm sorry too. It's like when you bump into that person, you don't think like, oh my God, they're romantically interested in me, right? But when you're on an online dating app, everything is through the lens and the context and the view of romance, the romantic interest, right? And so for you, Gene, it's like the universe is like, no, we're not going to bring this person, anywhere near her in a romantic context. We're going to just completely throw her a curveball here, because we know that if we bring her under the normal context, that she's going to have it's like we all have a script, a self-protection mechanism, like a program in our survival system software that will show up. It's like, like that's the whole, everything I was talking about, the being pre-framed under romantic context, right? There's a script for that. The brain goes, oh, I got it. This is romance. So it's going to call the romance program in you to come forward. And you have all these programs about what romance is and how to, all the things having to do with that. It calls forth all that programming, right? And you have you've been burned so many times when it comes to romance. You had so many dissatisfying situations and circumstances here that the universe, like, if I bring this person to you in kind of the more traditional way, like just straight up directly, it's going to trigger that romantic programming that you have, and you may miss this opportunity altogether. So the universe is kind of, the way they're going to send this, going back to the Wheel of Fortune card here, the way they're going to send this person to you is not what you're not going to expect it. Like, you're just not going to expect it. And so your walls, your defenses are going to be completely down because you're not going to see it coming, which goes back to, say, this Knight of Swords energy, which kind of has like a minor arcana version of a tower feel to it, so to speak. And then we have the Six of Pentacles over here, that this person actually isn't going to fuck around with you. It's an equal give and take. It's actually a balanced relationship here. Now, this King of Swords, I feel like this is just your type. Like, I'm not going to lie. I feel like there's something about the King of Swords archetype that's just kind of like your type. But why is the King of Swords here? She's like, I haven't had that many. Well, you don't need, listen, you only need one. You only need one bad one. You don't need to have many. You only need to have one bad one. All right, so we have the Eight of Pentacles. And this is, by the way, just, we're clarifying the King of Swords now. So I'm asking who this King of Swords is. We'll see if I can get an answer. We have the Eight of Pentacles so far. I don't know. Maybe you meet him at a zoo. Maybe you just randomly go to a zoo. You get invited to the zoo, and you are standing next to some dude, and you're feeding the giraffes. And next thing you know, you met the love of your life. I like them smart, not divorced. Yeah, you like them. You like them smart, and with their, preferably with their dicks not in somebody else, right? Interesting. All right, so we got the Devil in reverse, the Hermit in reverse, and the Knight of Cups in reverse. And we got the Ace of Wands at the bottom of the deck. That's fascinating. So we know the Devil is Capricorn. We know the Hermit is Virgo. The Knight of Cups in reverse. But then we also have the Eight of Pentacles. What else do I need about this? But get the Ace of Wands at the bottom of the deck. The King of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. And then we have you, Strength, Leo energy there. Seven of Wands, Nine of Wands. Okay, there. Ten of Cups. Six of Cups, the past. Nine of Cups. So what's happening at the bottom of the deck is like, I don't know, these are past energies that they may obviously they're still there. I don't think that's anything new to you. So you do have these past energies that are still attached to you, and they still may show up for you, but there's something here about how is this correlated, the Two of Cups? How is this correlated with him? So yeah. So the Two of Cups is now attached to the King of Swords. Give me just a second here. I'm putting the pieces together. I understand what this is. Like these three cards, I understand what these three cards are telling me. These three cards have to do with you and your past, tied to the Eight of Cups and your perception. But this person has gone through similar things as well. That's why the Six of Pentacles is there. It's almost like you guys, when you guys start to get to know each other, it's not just the equal reciprocity of equal give and take, but it's also the Six of Pentacles of like the sharing. Like you both relate because of the type of bullshit that you had to go through, essentially. You're gonna relate on because you've had similar relationship experiences with similar people. Or the people, I should say, that you dated, rather, and the experiences you had with those people, you're going to be able to relate with each other with that Two of Cups there. And so it's almost like the more that you're just kind of casually like again, because this person is going to just kind of slip under the radar. And next thing you know, you're going to find yourself, kind of opening up to them and them opening up to you because you don't feel any obligation there. There's no sense of like romance or anything. It's all under the radar. And you're going to start opening up to this person. They're going to open up to you like, man, wow, you went through some shit too. Yeah, me too. Like, and you're just like, it's like you're building rapport because you both realize, man, we both gone through similar things. We both learned similar lessons. But then the more that you're sharing, the more you relate. And the next thing you know, you're the Two of Cups. Like, wow. Like next thing you know, you find out that you have a connection with this person. So all these cards over here, the Devil in reverse, the Hermit in reverse, the Knight of Cups reverse, this is like basically what you're relating over, essentially, for lack of better words. Like all this energy over here has to do with the fact that you and this person are going to relate over the same types of crap that you've experienced in the past, which was tied to that Eight of Cups. The things that you walked away, the things that were dissatisfying and unfulfilling for you in your past relationships, and basically how you've had such a hard time finding anybody that, you could see eye to eye with, that you felt you had actual connection with here, right? And this person here with the Eight of Pentacles obviously is somebody who is what I would call, my terminology is a growth-oriented person, a solution-oriented person. This is somebody who values, their personal growth, their personal development. In other words, this isn't like a victim mentality type person. This isn't a person that's just trying to get by in life. They're not just like, hey, I'm stuck in this situation. I don't know. I can't do anything about it. They're not going to string you along or all that kind of shit. This person actually, works very hard on themselves. Because they take their own personal growth seriously, is what I'm sensing here. And so like the King of Swords then it's like the mental side of it, like the intellectual, like the value of knowledge, basically, is what I'm seeing here. Yeah. So 10 of Swords. So this person, you know, they know what it's like. They've gone through some type of painful ending, perhaps when you meet them. Why is the King of Swords? Or who is this? Is this an air sign? Can you tell me who this is? Can we get Page of Pentacles? Yeah, they've gone through things. They've learned lessons here. They could actually be learning something when you meet them too. Like, you know, they could be going to school for something. They could be working on a doctorate or a degree or something here, potentially. Can you identify this person, though? All right, we have the Moon, Cancer, Pisces. So just because the King of Swords is typically air energy doesn't mean it can't be another zodiac sign. Like for me, I'm a Virgo, and I come out as the King of Cups, right? And I have no water in my chart really at all. My astrology chart. I think I got like one. My Pluto is in, no, that's in Libra. I have something in Scorpio. And that's it. Like, you know, but I have next to nothing for water. But I come out as the King of Cups and, you know, for myself in all my readings. But I'm a Virgo. So, you know, the court cards can be a little deceiving sometimes. So this could be somebody who is a water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Cancer, Pisces. Why did I say Scorpio? They could be, we have Justice there now there too. So they could be a Libra. So if it's not Four of Pentacles, Queen of Cups at the bottom of the deck, Three of Wands, Queen of Swords, Tower, Knight of Wands, Five of Pentacles, Three of Swords. So this guy, whoever this guy is, he could be a Libra. I mean, he's had a past, you know, like with that Ten of Swords. Then we got the Moon. We got these other energies at the bottom of the deck. We have a Queen of Cups. We got a Queen of Swords. There's a Three of Wands. There's a Tower. So you know, it seems like he's had his unlucky share of things happen, basically, is what I'm seeing here. So he's been hurt and betrayed in the past, cheated on before. And I think you're both going to be like this. This is the Four of Pentacles. You're both going to be apprehensive. So the universe is basically like, in order to get you guys at least in the door with each other, the universe is going to throw you a curveball. You're going to meet this guy. It's going to be in some kind of like fated, serendipitous Wheel of Fortune type of way. You're not going to see it coming, but you know, and so that part will be fine. And then you're going to start talking, and you know, you're going to realize like, hey, like there's some chemistry here. Like we actually have a thing going here. Right. But then what's going to happen is inevitably you're both going to hit this barrier. Like as the emotional feelings start to get introduced into this connection, you're both slowly going to bring out your little turtle shells, and you're both going to be like, oh shit, here come the feelings. So it's time to go into protection mode here. And so I feel like you guys are going to, how do I say this? As you develop feelings for each other, it's like things will start to slow down. Like you're both going to, it's not going to be just one or the other. It's going to be both of you. You're both going to be like just completely fine and okay to go real slow, because you both have been hurt. You both have some trust issues. You both have your shit. We all do. And he's this guy, if he's a Libra, I mean, he doesn't have to be, but you know, I was trying to get him identified, so he could be a Libra. But whoever he is, I think as you guys start to get, as the feelings get introduced, things are going to slow down a little bit, because you guys don't want to get hurt. That's the Four of Pentacles, protection. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, you know, as long as you're willing to take steps and not be completely like, if this gets too crazy where you're just completely shutting your emotions off altogether, you're afraid of feelings or intimacy, you're afraid of being hurt. The only time it's bad is when there's an imbalance, you know, but being, you know, taking your time and, you know, it's kind of like the pool. Like you walk into the shallow end of the pool, you got to come down the stairs of the pool into the shallow end, and then you get into the shallow, and then you can kind of walk out and you can go deeper as you want, right? It's up to you, right? And so you'll be able to, I think you guys will respect the fact that you're both willing to go at whatever speed and pace, because again, there's this relation here, and everything is balanced, by the way. That's another thing I'm noticing about this, June, is you got the Six of Pentacles, that's balanced energy. You got the Two of Cups, that's balanced energy there. You have the Justice card, which is definitely all about balance. And even the Four of Pentacles, to an extent, is a balanced energy, because it's equal. You have 2 and 2. It's balanced. It's not an odd number. It's an even number. And so I don't think that when you meet this person, I don't think that, I think you're both going to feel comfortable, and you're both going to feel like it's kind of nice that there's no pressure here. Like we're just feeling it out as we go. It's just, I don't think it's going to be completely unconventional though at the beginning. Like somehow, I don't know how, like, and I'm telling you, even the fact that I'm telling you and preparing you for the fact that the universe is going to send it, you know, somehow they're going to arrange for this situation for you to meet this person in a completely, you're never going to see it coming type of way. And so what's the first thing that we do when we hear that? We start going, oh, the universe isn't going to trick me now, because you just told me. You just blew the surprise. You just told me that the universe is going to try to. And so now we think we can outsmart the universe by looking everywhere and going, oh no, you know, the universe is going to outsmart me. Like every single guy that talks to me is going to be, you're not going to get me. You're not going to get me. You're not going to sneak in. It's like somehow, even though I've told you this, somehow the universe is still going to get it. It's still going to surprise you. I'm not sure. Am I sure that he's new? How would I, I mean, no, I'm not sure that he's new. He feels new, but what do I have? Like, wait, I have a deck over here that has yes or no's. This deck has yes and no's in it. Like legitimately, the cards say yes and no. So I'll ask and we'll see if it'll tell. Is this a new person? Yes or no? Is this a new person? Yes or no? Ooh, Lisa is here. Lisa, welcome, my friend. Communicate clearly. Okay, well, that's not okay. So there's that. But we already knew that. Communication is not going to be a problem with whoever this is, because of the Two of Cups and the Six of Pentacles. Is this a new person? Yes or no? Is this a new person? Within the next few months. That doesn't mean anything. That could be anything. You could be having this kid in the next few months. You could be married in the next few months. You could be getting a restraining order in the next few months. I mean, I'm just focused on the one question. Is this a new person? Oh, within the next few weeks. Well, there, you might be getting, maybe you're getting pregnant in the next few weeks. Maybe you're getting knocked up having a baby in the next few weeks. What else? Is this a new person? Can you just give me a yes or no, please? I'm really trying here. She's like, I just want a bunch of babies. Well, see, I said next few weeks you'll be having all kind of babies. You need to be in that. You need to find you a guy like Winnie. When we were doing Winnie's reading a second ago, she's getting all handcuffed to the bed, and they're having sex like crazy. You know, it's like freaky wild sex, getting handcuffed to the bed and having 20 kids. The sex is so good you have 20 babies all at once just from one sexual go around. If you believe. See, the universe is like being a pain in the ass right now. I'm like, is this a new person? Is this a new person for Jean? If you believe. All right. I'm going to try to get one more. Come on. Is this a new person? Yes or no? She's like, that comes with time. Well, that's true. Coming does take time. Do-don't. Psh. Now saying wait. Wait. Not helpful. Peaceful resolution. Romance. It's up to you. These are the other ones. It's not saying if it's a new or old person. I feel intuitively that it's new, but I can't tell you with 100,000%. Obviously, I'm just a human. Intuitively, my senses tell me that this is a new person. It's not a past person. And there's nothing on the table that shows any type of past. Like, there's no energy that's calling to me from the past. The only energy that's calling to me from the past is just what you guys have been through. Like these three cards, which I mentioned, the Devil in reverse, the Hermit in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse, all that shit. That's the only energy that's even close to anything past tense. But again, that's all tied to the Eight of Cups, which is what you don't want anymore, right? It's like, I don't want any of this anymore. I don't want this in my life anymore. And I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. And well, he's gone through something similar, I feel. So I don't think that it's a past person. But let's just really quick. Let's say that it is. Let's say it's a past person. Well, this card would be the card that I would pay attention to. If this were the case, so if I were you and this were a reading for, if I were in your shoes and this was my reading, then this would be the card that would tell me everything that I need to know, because justice is like the principal, right? Like of the school. Justice just goes, Judge Dredd. You ever see that movie Judge Dredd? Maybe back in the day or something? Like, justice is Judge Dredd. Justice sees everything all the time. And justice is like, hey, when you're doing good, then I will make sure that you get rewarded for the good that you do. If you're doing bad, then you're not going to like me very much because I'm going to find you and I'm going to give you a spanking. And the spanking that you get is dependent upon the amount of bad that you commit. And so nothing goes unseen from justice, and justice's entire purpose is to just go around and balance karma, balance energy, right? You do good, you get good. You do bad, you get bad. And so justice is just going around as the cleanup crew or the reward crew, one or the other, right? And so my point in saying this, with Sylvester Stallone, yeah, that's the one. Judge Dredd with Sylvester Stallone. That's it. There was another one too. There was like one in like the 2000s. So the Sylvester Stallone one was in the 90s, I think. There's another one. They did like a remake in the 2000s, it was actually a lot darker and more sinister, but it was still a really good movie. But so even if this is a past person, like they've had a confrontation with justice, meaning that they've gotten their karma. And so when you see justice show up in a reading with somebody who's done wrong or done bad shit, it's like a lot of times in tarot, we think that the Tower is the worst thing that could happen to somebody. Like and technically, yeah, it's probably the most feared, in my opinion. The Tower is probably the number one card of all cards to be feared. That would be the one that you really, because you just don't know. I mean, it's like if it's a bad Tower, then your whole life is about to get blown the fuck up. But it can be a good Tower too. Towers aren't just always bad. It could just be a shocking, unexpected, good thing that happens to you, right? Because it's just a representation of an energy. It's not that towers are always having to be bad. I would say second to the Tower is this card, Justice. Maybe even neck and neck with the Tower, because a lot of times the Tower is the result of justice getting involved. In other words, justice is like, hey, you did bad, so now I'm going to send a Tower. Like the Tower probably happened because of justice. Justice is like, hey, you did bad to somebody. Well, now you're going to get bad done to you. Right? So when this person, anytime justice shows up in that type of reading, depending on the context of the reading, this card could be, a card to be feared in a way. Especially the more you learn to read tarot, it's like once you start to understand the energies, it's like I would say Justice is a card that I would fear, depending on the context of the reading. Now, I wouldn't fear it because I know I'm not doing anything to get bad karma, which is why my life is Tower free and, bad justice karma free, right? So for me, if justice showed up, I'd be like, hey, cool, bring it on. Because I know that this is good karma. Like justice is here to reward me for the good shit that I'm doing, right? But if somebody's done some bad shit and justice shows up, then it's basically saying somebody's about to get a whipping. Somebody's ass is about to get beat. Because justice is like, hey, you've been thinking that you're going to get away with all this bad, negative shit that you've done. Nope. You're being called to court and you're going to pay. You're going to pay for the injustice that you think that you've been getting away with. And it's going to be dealt back to you. And justice is going to make sure that it gets dealt back to you in an equal way. And it's just the way that the universe works, right? It's just energy. It's how energy works, right? Now, another way, so that's one way it can show up. But another way that it can show up is a past tense way. So if justice shows up, let's say somebody from the past comes into your life, and the justice card shows up, and it's a past tense type of thing. Well, then that can actually be good because it's telling you that this person got their justice. In other words, whatever they did to you that hurt you in the past, well, during your time apart, justice gave them a spanking, and now they're coming back to you with the lesson. Like, hey, all that stuff that I did to you that hurt you, yeah, I got my ass beat for all that bad stuff that I did to you and everybody else. Like, and they're coming back to you basically, you know, fixed. Like the universe basically fixed them essentially. So you didn't have to fix them. The universe fixed them, you know, by teaching them a lesson through justice, essentially, is how this can work, if that makes sense. So, just my perception on this. So the reason I say all that to Eugene is I don't know. Intuitively, I feel that this is a new person, but if it's not, if this is an old person, a past person, then I'm going to say that they've gotten their spanking. They had to go to the principal's office, and the principal, you know, they got punished. And so this person, if it is a past person and they're coming back, they've probably gotten punished for whatever they've done in the past. But I don't think it's a past person. But if it is, they got their karma for whatever they did to you in the past. And then, of course, obviously, it would be up to you to decide if you would, you know, you want to take them back. Which I don't think so. If it is a past person, like the Eight of Cups is pretty strong here in your reading. I don't see you really going back to anybody right now. And the reason that I don't think that this is a past person, again, is because we have the Ten of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Ace of Cups. These three cards up here, plus the other energy that I'm feeling, like mainly these three. The Knight of Swords, not so much. The Knight of Swords is just kind of talked about how you're going to meet this person. You know, this card over here is just the universe telling you, hey, you're going to meet this person in an unexpected, unusual way, because we can't bring this guy right to your face, because you'd be like, no, fuck you. I don't want anything to do with you, blah, 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 because you got your wallet. You know, you're in this this is you when it comes to romance, Four of Pentacles. You want love, but unfortunately, you've had to build a wall to protect yourself like most people do. And so the universe is like, well, we know she wants love, so we're just going to have to get around her walls and get this guy in front of her in a way to where she won't feel that she has a need for the wall, right? And so the universe will present him to you in a way to where you won't feel you need that wall there, so you can Two of Cups get to know him. So there's your Two of Cups getting to know him. And then, you know, that will be both of you getting your foot in the door with each other, so to speak. But I don't feel that this is a past person. Ten of Pentacles, Wheel of Fortune, and the Ace of Cups. Strong feeling and sensation that I don't feel that that's a past person, if that makes sense. So I think it is a new man. I could be wrong. No reader is ever going to bat 100%. I certainly am not going to bat 100%. I will be wrong many times for sure. But my intuition tells me that this is a new person, and I think that you're going to meet them this coming year. I don't know if it's going to be really soon, but you're going to meet this person for sure. You're going to meet this person, I would say, probably within the first half of 2025. Like, so between now and, I don't know, beginning of summer, like July or something. So within the first 6-7 months of the year, I think you'll probably meet this guy. But again, that's a far stretch to predict. And I don't, you know, I'll be the first person to tell you that I don't like giving predictions on timing, because there's so many factors that can influence timing. Every thought that a human being thinks creates an entire, it's like dropping a rock in a pond, and the ripple effect of that rock hitting the pond goes out and creates the future. Well, that's what our thought is. Our thought is the rock that is dropping into the pond, and that ripple effect of our thought or our belief, whatever we're having that moment, the energy goes out ahead of us and is what's creating and influencing what we call the future, you know, or what we experience as what we call the future. And so people are like, well, you know, I don't understand, you know, like this tarot reader said this, and then they go and they get another reading from another tarot reader. And well, that reader said that, and this and that. It's like, yeah, but you've had like 1,000 different thoughts between these readings. And even if you stuck to one tarot reader, which most people don't, I'm not saying that that's bad. I mean, you should get a second opinion, just like going to multiple doctors. Get different opinions, get different outlooks and stuff. But, you know, you have to understand that, you know, you're the and I don't mean you specifically, Gene. I'm just saying, generally speaking, we are the creators of our reality. So, you know, every thought potentially is, you know, it can change in the entire outcome or result of something. So, you know, people, I don't understand how people, unless you're just really, really gifted at predicting time, and some people are. I mean, some people have predicted things with extreme accuracy, but these are usually like very, really big events, like, you know, predicting 9/11 or predicting a pandemic, predicting some massive, huge global crisis, right? That's one thing. But to predict something like you're going to meet this person on this day, at this minute, at this place, and like there's so many variables of so many things that could change that, right? Unless it's literally written in the stars, which for some people it is. And those are cool. Like there's literally people who, you know, I've got a book on my bookshelf that literally, it's 101 stories about how people basically met the love of their life in these most serendipitous, fated encounter type of ways. You know, but for those of us who aren't meeting our soulmates in like the Hollywood movie romance, like we didn't sign up for that in this life. Like, you know, I think it's very, very hard to predict those types of things. And, you know, I mean, if certain people want to predict, other readers feel comfortable predicting that, that's great. I don't feel comfortable with it because I know human behavior too well. I know that if I tell somebody, hey, you're going to meet this person on this day and this month, and they're going to be wearing this, and they're going to be over here standing this, and they're going to, and I can start giving all these details, they're going to grab onto those details for dear fucking life, and they're going to hold me accountable for every word that I said. And if it doesn't happen exactly the way that I said that it was going to happen, then, you know, like my reputation is shit. You know what I mean? And that's just the way, that's human nature. Unfortunately, it's like, it doesn't matter if you're like, yeah, but you know, he got 80% of it right, but 20% didn't happen the exact way that he said so. But he got 80% of it. It's like, doesn't matter. The 80% will go completely unnoticed. It's the 20% that didn't happen. That's what you'll be known for, is the 20% that you didn't get right, not the 80% that you did get right. It's another a flaw of human nature. I understand it. So that's why I'm just like, I'm not going there. Like, I'm already putting myself out here enough as it is, just, you know, coming out here spontaneously taking on questions from complete strangers that I have no clue, and trusting, you know, whatever the power within me to come and show up. And that's enough risk and excitement for me for one day as it is. 'Cause, you know, I take it seriously because I know that a lot of these questions are very deep, you know, they're very meaningful questions to you all. And, you know, there's a level of responsibility or accountability that I choose to put on myself because, you know, I take it seriously because I take your questions seriously. And despite the fact that I have fun at times doing this, joking around and being lighthearted, you know, at times, I'm always, the intent and the motive of serving you is always from a serious place, because I know that these are serious questions that you have, you know, but there is that element of risk involved, and there's just certain things that are like, no, I'm not going to go there. Like, unless I know that I know that I know, like, unless I'm really, really, really willing to put myself and like stand on it with certainty and say, I stand on this and I know that I know that I know. Like, I'm willing to put my whole reputation on the line by making this statement or this comment, then I'm not going to go there, right? So and timing is one of those things for me. Like, giving people, like, and there's just a level of like common sense, I think. Like you have to be really careful, really careful when it comes to like pregnancies. You know, are you pregnant? Are you, giving that type of information out? If you're talking about mortality, predicting, which to me, I probably, unless it was something super, unless I knew that I knew that I knew that I knew that it was like, okay, I'm willing to tell this person, I think this has to do with someone passing on. Like, I'm just not going to go there, right? Because that's like not something you joke around about. That's not something you leave up out here into the fate of cards on a table kind of thing. Like, that's a serious deal. And so there's just certain things that are like, you just don't go there. It's just common sense. Unless there's few exceptions, and there's always exceptions to every rule, where that hey, you know what? I feel very, very strongly that this thing is going to happen. Then I'll take the risk and I'll go there. But for the most part, there are things that you just don't do, right? And for me, timing, pregnancy, mortality, like there's like a small list of things that as a reader, just, I think are like, and this is just me, these are my rules. I'm not saying for other readers. Other readers can do whatever the hell they want. But for me, there's certain things that I just won't do unless I know that I know that I know, if that makes sense. I don't know why I had to say all that. I got off on a big tangent there. Like, shut up. Do more readings. Sean, you're up. What's coming and what to expect. Okay. General reading. So general reading, Sean, for like love, for career, or you don't care. Like, is there a specific ballpark you want to be in? Six random numbers, please. All right, love. Cool beans. I can do that. 6 random numbers. Let's do 5, 14, 5, 14, 33, 29, 7. We need one more, and 8. There you go. 5, 14, 33, 29, 7, and 8. If you win that $1 billion lottery jackpot, you better give me $1 million, and you can fucking afford it. Don't be stingy and greedy. You want $1 billion and you can't give me 1 million when I just gave you the winning numbers. Don't you be stingy. You give me $1 million if you win $1 billion. That's nothing. That's pennies. That's pennies in the bucket. You take my numbers and you win, you owe me $1 million. I'm talking to all of you out there. Wait, I need one more? Gene's like, you can't even count, dude. How you on here doing tarot readings, man? You can't even count to 10, Eddie. All right. Fine. 10. There. Now you can't make fun of. Hey, you know what's funny though? For real. Y'all know something funny for real? I got held back in first grade. I got held back in the first grade because I couldn't add. I'm 43 years old now and nothing's changed. I still can't add. Gene's like, you need one more? You need one more number, Eddie. Oh. I guess I'm still held back in the first grade. Give me $1 million. All right. No, give Sean that love. We need to get Sean that love. We need everybody send Sean that love energy. Everybody put your hands down your pants. Connect to yourself and whatever feels good. And send Sean that love energy. And then go wash your hands. Or don't wash your hands. You don't have to wash your hands. You don't have to wash your hands. It's pick 5 and 1 extra ball. Well, Gene, I only got 2 balls. I don't get an extra. I just got my 2. No extra balls. I don't got 3 balls. I ain't got 4 balls. I ain't got 5 balls. I just got 2. And I'm keeping them both. $1 million or not $1 million. Whether it's $1 million or not $1 million, I'm keeping my balls. I'm not trading my 2 balls. Just saying, I'm keeping my balls. And Gene, you just reminded me. I put these damn headphones on and I still wasn't playing any music. And I'm just wondering, why am I wearing these headphones? And you just reminded me I should be listening to the music. So I'm going to go find me some music real quick. While you guys think about... You guys touch your balls. Send Sean that love energy. While I find some music here to get my witchy... Turn up the witchy energy up the next notch here. I feel like we have like the best New Year's party ever. If like somehow we could have like an interactive New Year's party. If this was like a Zoom call or something, you know? Like we had like this big tarot Zoom call New Year's party where we could do like like a Zoom call rave, like a tarot rave Zoom call party, New Year's party. Lisa's like, keep your kingly balls. Well, now, Lisa, I would actually give you my balls. But only trusted individuals, okay? Because that's a very sensitive and valuable thing. You know. All right. Where do we go here? Love energy for Sean. General reading, love energy. General reading, love energy. Oh, I got another one too. Okay. This is where we're going to start. She really typed jingly. The gods do favor me. Aren't you a god, Lisa? A goddess? Lisa the goddess Diang? Blue balls, blue balls. It's dollar night at the titty club. Well, interestingly enough, Sean, you got well, maybe it's not so interesting. I just gave you the winning lottery numbers, and look, you have unexpected income. So already, you take my winning lottery numbers that I just gave you, and there you go. You're getting unexpected income. One way or another, maybe this... Maybe you're a gold digger. You gold digging? You gold digging, Sean? You gonna get you a man with, or a cougar? A cougar? You either get you a gold digging man or a gold digging woman. Oh, official person. Okay, so this person actually legitimate, like all joking aside, this person could actually, they might actually have money. Because the official person is like a boss, business owner, CEO here. Yeah, this is like somebody who's got money. All right, this person, they're either they're either a long distance type of relationship. So like when you meet this person, they may not live where you are. They could be from another country. You know, all the things. Whether they live, you know, an hour away, 5 hours away, 5 states away, or 5 countries away. Anything having to do with the distance there with that. You guys are cracking me up. So funny. One thing that universally never gets old is talking about balls. You can just talk about balls. We get to spend the rest of the night talking about balls. And look. We're just everyone's happy. And it's sweet. How is it? Can I just say, how is it possible that we can't all just get along? Like what's wrong with what the fuck is wrong with the world? All you got to do is talk about farts and balls and sexual stuff. And it's like everybody just instantly, everyone gets along, like instantly. And it's like you just like, you know, they're like people saying get your mind out of the gutter. It's like, no, the problem is we need to get our mind into the gutter apparently, because if the whole world got their mind into the gutter, it's like we'd all just be getting along, right? It's so funny to me. Like I legitimately had this conversation back at the beginning of December. I went to a comedy club with a friend of mine, and there was this guy who came from New York, and for 2.5 hours, like this guy made a full circle around all the controversial topics that you're not allowed to talk about, right? Politics, religion, racism, gender. He talked about all, he went on a huge tangent. He hit all of them. And everybody in this room was like it was a mixed bag of people. You know, all sorts of religions, all sorts of races, backgrounds, you name it, right? In this tiny little comedy club. And it's like, everyone's dying laughing. Now, what's so funny is the minute you step outside of that comedy club and you start talking about the same things that dude was joking about, everyone goes back to getting triggered and pissed and hate and all this stuff. And it's just like, it's so weird as human beings how we can compartmentalize. We can shift gears so easily. It's like if you go into a comedy club and the context is comedy, you can say whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter how improper, how impolite, you know, how derogatory, how offensive it is. It's like, oh, but it's just comedy. And then we can all laugh about it. But the minute that we step outside the doors of comedy and we go back into real life, now it really is offensive. Now we're not supposed to talk about it. Now I will fight you if you say that, right? It's so crazy, man. Humans don't make any damn sense. Humans make absolutely no sense. Like, if we all just acted like we were in the comedy club, the whole world, we have world peace, literally. We talk about balls, penises, farts, and we have world peace. How did you guys do it down there? You know, like the aliens are up there flying by and stuff. They're like, how did they do it? We never saw that coming. Well, they just started talking about balls and farts and, you know, their private parts and stuff. Like, oh, that's all they had to do. Now there's no wars. They achieved world peace. Like, yeah. Okay, so back to Sean. Okay, so this person, when they meet you, they're going to be all about you here, from what I'm seeing, and I'm gonna take some other things here. So we have the main female, that's you when they meet you. Now this could be a doctor because we have bad health here. And then we had the occupation card. The first thing that came to mind is a doctor, and obviously doctors would have money. So you could meet this person, and you know, they could be some type of doctor, somebody in the medical industry, medical field, dealing with people. You have to use like, you know, broaden your horizon here, right? Like, because occupation and bad health, that can mean anything. It could be mental health. It could be literal health. It could be anything. Okay. So just kind of, leave a very broad open spectrum there about when it comes to love and romance in that regard. But this person, whatever they do for a living, they make good money doing it. I'll just put it that way. Okay. So whoever this person is, they make good money for a living. Okay. So yeah, we have the daydream card here. So there's a few energies attached to this. I think when you meet this guy, because you guys you might have to start this relationship out at a distance. You guys are going to be doing a lot of thinking about each other. And if this guy is a doctor, he may work a lot. And so in that regard, a lot of the tension of the energy will come from the fact that during your time apart, you're spending so much time thinking about each other. And that's actually a really good thing. Like a healthy relationship, a lot of people don't know about a healthy relationship is it's actually a good thing to miss each other. When you're around somebody 24/7, day in, day out, the law of familiarity sets in, and a lot of the tension that makes a relationship so intimate and desirable in the beginning phases is that tension. It's literally missing the person, right? And so there's going to be some of that tension there, and it's a good thing. That's what that daydream card is about. It's finding the tension, enjoying that tension that you have, and not rushing it, okay? That's another thing. People, they're in such a hurry to get rid of that tension because it carries a sense of longing. You have that longing. You're like, you crave, you desire, and it's all that energy and the tension that's building up. And it's like, we want that instant gratification. We want to scratch the itch, right? But if you can learn to utilize that and you can respect that tension and to the point where you don't need the instant gratification all the time, then you could have a very passionate relationship by just honoring it. A lot of people, they can't deal with it though. They get needy. They want that person all the time, and then they get them all the time, and then they don't want them all the time anymore, right? Again, another human, interesting human paradox. Support, yeah. So this person, there's two energies attached to this. This person is going to be, obviously, you guys are going to have a very strong connection together. But this person is really they're very passionate about what they do. Like this person has a heart of service. Like they're a supporter at heart. Like a humanitarian type of thing. Like they're really passionate about what they do. And it's very important for you to be able to support them in what they're passionate about. So when you meet this person, just keep that in mind. That they're very passionate about what they do, and what they're looking for is somebody who can support them, even though they might have a very demanding job. So if they're like an on-call doctor or something, and they have to, you just never know when they're gonna get called in to work, or they have to work really long hours and things. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, this person's going to be there's an air of mystery about this person when you meet. But again, that has a lot to do with this tension here. So, I think it's going to take time for you both to open up and get to know each other here. And then we have effort. And so it's saying, yeah, despite the fact that it might seem like it's really hard to get to know this person at first, the universe is wanting you to know it's worth the effort. And don't be put off or confused by the fact that, again, if this person is not easily accessible, or you feeling like they're not as available to you as you want them to be, it's because they have, their job, right? And it's like, I'm already starting to kind of sense in this situation, that's going to be like the challenge for you, or a potential challenge. I'm not saying it's going to be, but it's a potential challenge. So where it's like this person has the potential to be like a really, really, really good match for you romantically, but it's going to come with a bit of a trade-off. And that trade-off might be the fact that, hey, I have to be okay with the fact that, this guy's job, he gets called in to work or whatever. And I'm just throwing out a hypothetical because I don't know what this person does for a living, but I'm just saying if they're on call or their job takes up a lot of their time, it is what it is. And if you can just accept that and support that, then this could be a really good thing for you. But because at the beginning or during the beginning phases, or I should say for that same reason, because their job takes up so much of their time, you might feel like you're not getting to know them very well. It's like, hey, we've been talking and for a month and I still don't feel like I really know a lot about you. Well, it's because you haven't got to spend a lot of time with this person because they work so much. It's that kind of energy, if that makes sense. So just keep that in mind. Like, let's see. Good night, Lisa. May you reflect on my balls all throughout your dreams. Dream of my balls. Romance. There will be romance. Okay, Sean, there will be romance here. This person, when this person gives you their time. So it's kind of like this. Here's the trade-off. And again, I could be completely wrong about this. I don't know, but this is my prediction. Okay. My prediction is when this person is at work and they have to focus on work, it's like work gets their attention. But the same amount of attention that they go and they give their all at work, like when this person goes to work and they give their all, that same level of intention and intensity they're going to give to you when it comes to romance, because you have the romance card here. So this person, it's like, hey, when I'm not at work and I'm not having to do my thing, you get 100,000% of me. You get all my time. You get my presence. I'm going to show up for you. And this person is going to romance you, right? They're going to do all the romantic things for you. So they want you to know that they love and appreciate you and they value you. And they never want you to feel, this person is never going to want you to feel like you're not important to them or that they don't value you just because they have their job that they're passionate about and that it takes up a lot of their time, which again goes back to the support. This is the cornerstone. If you can do this, the support card here, if you can just do this one thing when you meet this guy, if you can do this well, then this whole thing will probably work out really good for you. And the next card is we have communication. So, again, this card is saying like when this person isn't dealing with their job, like they're going to communicate. They will talk to you. They are going to give you their time, right? But when they're at work, it's like, it's almost like they're gone, right? So when they're with you, they're going to be with you 100,000%. When they're at work, it's like they're going to be 100,000% focused on work. It's just that black and white, literally, right? And at the bottom of the deck, we have security. So here it is. And this goes back to the unexpected income and everything I said. So yeah, this person is going to be able to provide for you. Like you have the little heart and the eggs. It's like the nest egg mentality. So this person is going to have more than enough resources to take care of you, give you plenty of security. Like you're not going to need or want for anything. And I think that this person will actually take pride in providing for you in that way. Like, once you guys get to that point in your relationship, this person's like, no, I'm going to take, she's my person. I'm going to take care of you. Right. Oh, and then underneath at the bottom of the deck, let's not forget this. There's all that passion. And that's literally what the card says, passion. So, there'll be a lot of ass grabbing, which I fully approve of. Like, if you're a dude and you're not doing that to your woman, you got a problem. So my advice to all the men out there, whoever out there is a man watching this, if you're with a woman, go grab her ass right now. Go do it right now. Get up, go in there, grab her ass right now. Get your hands full of ass. That's why it's there. Her ass was put on her by God for you to grab. If she's not your woman, I would highly recommend you don't grab any ass. Don't be grabbing random girls' asses. That will not work out well for you. So don't get it confused. Don't confuse my words. So Sean, you have love coming towards you. Oh yeah, I got this one. I want to get you just a really quick message or two out of this really quick. And then Jay, if Jay is here, Jay, you can ask your question. Yeah, you're about to come into union with your partner. This is coming up for you in 2025. There's the union card. The union of divine soul counterparts is a miraculous event that begins when you least expect it. So yeah, you don't really need to do anything, Sean. All you got to do is just, I feel like I'm mispronouncing your name. And if I am, I apologize, assuming that's really what your name is. But anyways, the point is, you don't have to do anything. You just do what you're doing. Okay. Just keep living your life. Keep going about your day. Just keep doing what you're doing. And you're going to meet this guy. Okay. So, coming up, I think, in 2025, for sure. I feel like you're going to meet this person at some point coming up this year. All right. Yeah. So. Okay, Jay. I've had no contact with AW for decades, but he's been on my mind for the better part of a year. What am I supposed to learn from this? I love that question. I really, really, really love that question. And this is a really good example for everybody that's here in the chat. Jay's question is a really good example of the type of question that I personally think are empowering questions. All right. Get in there. No. Stop fighting me. Hold on. Got ahead of myself there. So, excuse me. Polizina? I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. So how it works is basically, I'm just working through a list of people right now. You'll see the list in the chat there. And that's the free list. And so, you know, if I'm lucky, I'm fortunate, I can get through the free list of people. It's my aim, my goal to get through the list of free people. Now, you can skip the line if you like. There are links in the description of this video. And there's payment options in there. There's a few different payment options. If you'd like to skip the line, you don't want to wait, $5. And if you would like, you know, to skip the line and you want like a full-blown life reading, you can, it's like $10. So hopefully that answers your question. So what is Jay supposed to learn? What does Jay need to know about this person who's been coming back to mind after all these years? Okay, so sickness is here. So Jay, you might actually be picking up on this person because they're not doing well. And we have building here in reverse. So something is not going well for them right now for sure. Something in this person's life is not going well. And I think you're picking up on, you know, you're sensing this because you could have a soul contract with this person. You could have a soul connection with this person. I'll tell you, I have the same thing. Yeah, I can't make this shit up, Jay. Destruction. This person is going through something. Something's happening to them right now. I have a similar connection with one of my exes from years and years ago. After my divorce, I met a woman who was a widow. She lived 3,000 miles apart from me, and I would just like psychically, I would just know when she was having a mental breakdown. And I would reach out to her, and I kid you not, every single time I reached out to her, it was like she was literally having a panic attack or a mental breakdown. And to this day, all these years later, I still will pick up on it. I'll still know when she's going through things. And then I'll get my cards out, and my cards confirm that she's going through things. And there's one or two times I reached out to her, just letting her know, like, hey, I know you're going through some shit. You know, I don't know exactly what, but you know, if it's really bad and you need someone to talk to, you can reach out. And not in so much of a like I'm her ex trying to go back to her. It had nothing to do with that. It was just, hey, look, I don't know what you're going through, but obviously there's a reason that I'm connected to you in such a way to where I would need to know this. You know, so anyways, all that to say, Jay, is that I think this person for you is going through something here. You know, with the destruction here, the building in reverse, and the sickness card here. Why does Jay need to know about it, though? Why does Jay need to know about this person's... Okay, yeah. So they might need advice or help right now. Mentorship. Because this is a pattern. Whatever this person's going through, it's something they've gone through before, and they're probably going through it again and again and again. It's a cycle. They keep repeating a pattern in their life, and you have... let me put it to you this way. If you don't have all of the knowledge that they need, you have enough of it, you have a good piece of it, a good chunk of it that would at least help them in some important way. Because the universe doesn't send messages for nothing, okay? Like the universe got your attention on purpose, so much so that here you are getting a reading about it. And this is very common, by the way. So I just want to say, first of all, that's pretty badass on your part. From one highly intuitive person to another, you obviously have a gift. You're very present with what you received. You took it seriously, and you didn't discount it. You didn't let your ego talk you out of it. You got curious about it, and now you're in a state of response, and that's very powerful. If more people in the world would leave themselves open to their intuition and to the universe sending them messages, then God only knows what humanity would be like, what we could accomplish as a collective of, spiritually powerful, creatures, right? Like that we could sense when people are needing something from us and then be able to go show up for them in some way, right? Because that's what you're being called to do here. You're being asked to assist this person in some way with this mentorship card, basically. And so the universe was hoping that you would get the message, that you would hear, that you'd be present with the message. And you were. And not very many people have that level of awareness to really understand when the universe is speaking to them. It's like, hey, I think you can help this person. It doesn't matter how many years it's been or how long you've been disconnected. None of that matters. All that matters is answering the call, right? And so there's a movie that changed my life 2 years ago. I kept getting these synchronicities, and there's a reason I'm bringing this up to you, by the way, Jay, and for whoever else that might have a similar situation, maybe not exactly, but a similar situation, or maybe you've been in a similar situation, then this obviously would potentially relate to you as well. But 2 years ago, I kept getting told that I needed to watch a show on Netflix, and I don't watch TV. I don't even own a TV. I'm a minimalist. Everything that I own could fit in a car. But I do not own a TV. And I don't watch any TV shows. Like if I watch anything, it would be something on YouTube. So I don't have subscriptions. I don't know any of the TV shows. I don't watch Netflix. I don't have any of that stuff. But I kept being told, you need to get on Netflix and you need to watch this show. It's called Manifest. Like 3 different times throughout the entire year of 2022, it was like hounding me. You have to watch Manifest. You have to watch Manifest. You have to watch Manifest. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm going to watch the fucking show. I'm going to watch Manifest. Jeez, what's the deal? What's so special about this show? And so little did I know. So I started watching the show, and the things that were happening in this show, some of the things that happen in this show literally have happened to me in real life. Like I had to pause it, and I had to get up and I had to walk away. I'm like, I can't even watch this right now. Like it was so creepy and so eerie. The things that happened in that show that had a direct, like I had a literal similar thing like that happen to me in my own life more than one time. Because it's a series. It's a series. It's like 6 series or something, right? 6 seasons series. I don't even know the language to this shit anymore, but it's like 6 seasons to this, right? And so I watched the whole thing, binge watched the whole thing in like 2 days. And like, I was like, my God, like this was like the most profound spiritual message that I've ever been given, ever. Like that whole show, Manifest, has everything to do with my life. Like you watch that show, that's my life, basically. So, see, yeah, Lovey knows. Oh wow, Plane 828. Yes, so some of you guys you've seen it before. And so my reason of saying this, Jay, is in the movie. I don't know if you've seen the show or not, but people that were on this plane, they take off, and basically when they land, 5 years has gone by. And so the plane disappeared for 5 years. They didn't find anybody. Everybody, the families and the people associated with all the people that were on the plane, they moved on with their lives. They was like, hey, we don't know what happened to the plane. It probably, they crashed and we never found it. But then it lands at the place it was supposed to land 5 years earlier. Like it just shows up and it lands. And so now everyone's like, what happened? Where did you guys go for 5 years on this plane? And so the survivor's like, we don't know. We just took off and we landed. Nothing changed for us. So, but now the survivors, the people that were on the plane, as they start to integrate back out into the real world after 5 years has gone by. So, they're like having to deal with the fact that, everybody else 5 years has gone by. People have gotten remarried. People have moved on. Like their whole world is turned upside down on them. Well, the plane survivors start getting these things called callings. It's a sensation. It's something that they know they have to go do. And so they start going out into the world, and it's whether it's rescuing somebody or helping somebody or solving some type of mystery. And they all are experiencing it, and they don't understand why. Like, why are we being told to go out and do these things? And so as the show progresses, you find that, this sensation, they start to call them callings. I got a calling to go do this thing. Right. And so my reason for sharing this with you, Jay, is that's kind of what's happening here with you. You're getting a calling, so to speak, with your friend here. It doesn't matter how much time has gone by. So that's what's happening. And when you answer the call, that's another thing in the show, is like people had a choice. When they would receive the call to go do the thing, they had a choice. And if they didn't do the call, there was always a consequence, right? So, we receive, those of us who have this intuitive ability, like there's somewhat of a level of responsibility that comes with it to the extent that we're tapped into it, right? It's like you're getting this knowledge. You came here, you had a question about your friend, Now you're receiving knowledge and information about it. And so now the universe is kind of like putting the ball in your court of like, well, what are you going to do with this information? What are you going to do with this knowledge? And not just for your friend or whoever this person is from your past, but what will you do with that knowledge of knowing that you have this power moving forward? Because if you're willing to answer the call for one person, then the universe will realize, hey, this person, they're open to receiving messages, right? And the more that you become available to the universe will continue to use you and use you and use you, because there's not very many people out there who are making themselves readily available for this kind of thing, you know? And even people who are very gifted and they're not connected to it, they question themselves. They allow their ego to get too involved. And so they suppress it, or they don't listen to it, or they blow it off, or they become too scared or too frightened because, ooh, this is so weird and it's woo-woo and, you know, what will people think of me? All that kind of shit, right? But there's something here about second chances. I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is like a second chance in life, a second chance in a situation or whatever it is. You know, maybe a second chance with you, or I'm not sure. You'll know. Whatever this second chance energy here is here, you'll understand what it is more than I will. But this is definitely a moment for you, my friend, where you are receiving the call. The universe is giving you a call because you have an opportunity to go and basically help this person change potentially for the rest of their life. So, you know, the interaction that you could potentially have with this person could lead them into their own spiritual awakening. Yeah, the Sixth Sense card came out in reverse. So this has a lot to do with, one, these messages have been trying to get through for a while. So this has been a long time coming for you, Jay, where maybe for a long period of time you weren't potentially listening to these intuitive nudges that you were getting, where finally they got so loud to where this time you can't ignore it because the universe has basically been beating you over the head with a baseball bat. Like, hey, how hard do we have to hit you with this baseball bat? How loud do we have to scream? What do we have to do to get you to pay attention? Because the Sixth Sense card in reverse is like you weren't listening for a long time. That's one of the energies. So the universe kept having to come back again and again and again and again to finally get you to, you know, hit you hard enough and loud enough with whatever to get you to pay attention here. So that part of the energy is for you. The second part of the energy is this person that this is about is disconnected from their source. And that's the reason that this person is going through this problem. The reason that this person is experiencing destruction and going through these patterns again and again and again and again, going around in their life, is because they're spiritually bankrupt. It's what I talked about at the very beginning of this reading. For a lot of you guys weren't here for that, but I gave a presentation. I talked about a group that my friend and I are starting, which once this video, this live reading is posted to YouTube, you'll be able to go back and rewatch all of that. But part of and look, you can't make this shit up. At the bottom of the deck, there's the calling card. And when I created this deck, by the way, just a little side note here. I know I just interrupted myself, but when I created this deck, this is a deck that I made for myself. You can't buy it. I made it for me. No, and I specifically made this card. I called it the Calling, and it's got a peacock on it because in the show Manifest, the peacock is a synchronicity in the show for when people have a calling. And I had this happen in my life before I even saw the show Manifest. Like, I have literally, I could show you, I have saved images. In fact, I even saw a peacock, a real peacock ran across the road, like a wild fucking peacock, like out in the middle of like Timbuktu, Alabama, you know, like an escaped peacock. Like people have a Sasquatch sighting. Well, I had a peacock sighting, this huge ass peacock right in front of me out in the middle of nowhere, Alabama. Like, what the hell is a peacock doing out here in Alabama? Well, there it was. And I've had this thing show up so many times, whether literally, metaphorically, images, like all of that, you know, and it was the universe showing me like, hey, I'm going to show you all these peacocks so that when you go watch that movie, that show Manifest, you're going to realize that you saw those peacocks for the same reason you're watching this show, because it's all going to come full circle. It's all going to make sense. And you too are going to realize that you have a calling. And so this is a confirmation of everything that I've been saying to you, is that you have a calling. It's right there. There it is. For Jay. This is your calling, my friend. You have a calling. Now, going back to what I was saying here before I interrupted myself, is that your friend's problem, the pattern, or whoever this person is, the reason that they keep having these repeated experiences in their life that keeps causing destruction is because they're spiritually bankrupt. They're trying to quench purpose depression. They're trying to quench something that is a spiritual lack of fulfillment with physical, medications, so to speak. And that could be anything. And this is what most people do. They try to troubleshoot a spiritual problem with a physical remedy. You can't do that. You can't solve a spiritual dilemma with any type of physical remedy. There's no drugs, there's no alcohol, there's no sex, there's no relationship, there's no work, there's no job, there's no amount of money. Nothing out here in the tangible world is going to fix spiritual bankruptcy. Nothing. You have to connect to your higher self, your power, your God, source, universe, whatever. You have to connect to something. You have to find whatever that thing is, and you have to get reconnected with it, right? But this is where people spin their wheels, where they feel lost, because they're trying to troubleshoot a spiritual issue with all these other problems. It's like they're trying, going outside of themselves, going outside. Well, how do I fix it? How do I fix it? Where's my happiness? Where's my fulfillment? Why can't I get this thing inside of me to go away? This unhappiness, this dissatisfaction, this feeling, this burden, this thing that's just gnawing and scratching and clawing at me, trying to get me to pay attention to it. And instead of paying attention to it, I try to run from it. I try to escape it. I try to medicate it. I try to cover it. I try to band-aid it, right? It's not going to work. And it's not working for him. And he's gone around and around, or he or she, whoever, gone round and round and round and round and round and round and round, trying to figure out how to fill that void, like you said in the chat just now. And nothing is going to do it. The only thing that's going to do it is for them to get connected to their spiritual source. That's it. That's the only thing that's going to cure this person. So this sickness card that this person is experiencing is soul sickness. That's what this is. It's soul sickness. And we all go through soul sickness. We all go through purpose depression, spiritual bankruptcy, when we're not connected to our higher power. And it's interesting is that one of the things that even 12-step programs understand this, right? I had a friend who was in AA, and one of the things that they try to get you to do in AA is they try to get you connected to a higher power, because they know, psychologically they know, and psychology is even proven, that people who believe in something greater than themselves tend to do much better in life than people who don't. Right? So people who don't believe in anything, like, I believe in nothing, there's nothing else out there, it's just us, it's just me, we're just humans, a bunch of humans, and there's nothing else, and when we die, that's it. There's nothing. Like, those people don't do very well compared to those who believe in something greater. So the problem that with this person is the fact that they're disconnected from their higher power, whatever that is for them. And you, my friend, you have a call. You've been handed this calling. The universe has come to you because the universe knows that you have enough information to go and assist and help them. You don't need to know the how. And you don't need to even try to premeditate or preemptively understand the how. All you have to do is respond to the call. All you have to do is say yes to the mission, because the universe would never send a mission to you that you were not already prepared for, just like me. I said yes to the mission of showing up here and being available for all of you tonight. And I have no clue what questions you guys are going to ask me. I have no clue who's going to show up. I have no clue. I can't prepare for all of you. It's impossible to prepare for this. It's a crapshoot. It's completely spontaneous. I have no idea who's going to ask what questions are going to come my way. No clue. But I answered the call and I showed up. And I let the universe do what it needs to do. I'm here and the universe is here too. So I don't worry about it. It's like, hey, I'm just here to be myself, and I'm going to let the universe cover the rest, because it's not me. If it was me relying upon my wisdom and my knowledge, there's no way I could do this, because I don't have all these answers within me. I'm just a regular dude. I'm just a normal guy. There's nothing really unique, different, or special about me, other than I'm different. I'm a different person than you. We're all different. We're all unique and special in our own ways, but I'm still just as human as everybody else, what I'm trying to say. But, I had a call, I had a mission, and I answered the call. And that's what that show Manifest told me. Eddie, this is your life now. You're going to be getting calls, just like this show Manifest. I'm going to be calling you in life. Will you answer the call? Every time you get the call, will you answer? And I say yes. So I realize what my purpose in life is now. I'm one of those guys. I'm here to answer the call and be of service to the collective. So you have a call with this person. I'm trying to think, is there anything else you need to know? I'm getting the word courage, Jay. I'm getting the word courage. The universe is saying courage obviously isn't the absence of fear. It's doing something while you're scared. But the type of courage that the universe wants you to have here is a type of allowing. In other words, if you just take a step into this calling, because look, underneath that card is the unknown. And this is what fucks most people up. It's the fear of the unknown. I don't know what to do. What am I supposed to say? What? It's like, we want to know. The universe is asking you to take a leap of faith. This is a spiritual trust fall. In other words, when you go and if whatever you decide to do, and I don't know what you're going to decide to do, but if you reach out to this person, don't worry about what you're going to need to say. Don't worry about you don't have to worry about anything. As you start to take the steps of answering the call, the universe will provide for you the thing that you need on the next step. If it's words, if it's knowledge, if it's advice, if it's things that you could never even imagine coming out of you, it'll be there. If you end up on having a conversation where it's like all this information starts to come out of you, things that he's like, I don't even know where this is coming from. I don't know about this. I've never heard of this thing. I've never read that book. I have no idea. I've never heard this name. Like, who knows? It can show up in all sorts of profound, different types of ways. That's the allowing. All you have to do is be faithful in the doing. Just take the step, put yourself in this situation, and let the universe give you the resources and the tools and all the things that you need in the moment. And it can be very uncomfortable because it's in the moment. It's not before the moment. It's not setting you up prior to the moment. It's literally like, you're typing in the phone numbers, to call, and you're hitting call, and they answer the phone, and you're like, okay, here I am, and here they are. And then like right in that moment, it starts hitting you. It's like when you open your mouth, that's when the knowledge comes through. Not a second before, not a second after. It's this weird thing. And it takes a lot of courage because, you feel like you're walking into something and you don't really know what you're supposed to do or how you're supposed to do it. And so you're just kind of like, I don't know. And you won't know. You won't know until you get into it and you start doing it. Just like this reading. I have no idea what these readings is going to be. The cards start coming out. I don't choose the cards that come out. When I shuffle, the cards fall out on their own. And then, these cards could be interpreted a million different ways. And I don't know about you, and I don't know about that person's situation. So I'm like, well, how the hell am I supposed to interpret this? Well, it's not me interpreting it. The universe. It's that same trust fall analogy that I'm giving you. And again, this is for all of you, by the way. This isn't just for Jay. This is for anybody out there who finds yourself in a similar situation, which if you open yourselves up like Jay has, and you start listening, then the universe will start responding. And it's not just about getting a call. It's also about things much greater than that. For a lot of you out there, the universe has been trying to get through to you about what you need to do to get whatever it is that you want in life. You want love? The universe is like, hey, I'm trying to help you get love. You want more money? Hey, I'm trying to help you get more money. You know, what do you want? The universe is here to serve you. It wants to help you. But people aren't listening. You can't recruit the universe's help if you're not willing to listen to the universe to begin with. You know what I'm saying? Like, the universe is here to serve us and help us. But if we're not listening, then it's pointless. So the universe is talking all the time. Are you listening? So this isn't just about Jay and Jay's situation. This is for all of us. You know, we need to learn to listen to the universe so we can, you know, we can get what we want, because the universe wants us to have what we want, right? The universe only has really two non-negotiables. First non-negotiable, the universe will not violate your free will. The second non-negotiable the universe has is the universe refuses to give you anything that's not in your highest good. So if you want something that's not in your highest good, then the answer is no. You want that toxic person? No. You want to be an addict? No. You want, you know, more money so you can be superficial and egotistical with because you have self-worth and insecurity issues? The answer is no. If it's not in your highest good, the answer is always no. If you're asking the universe for something and it's aligned to your highest good, the answer is always yes. Right? It's that simple. That's it. This is the only two non-negotiables the universe has. It will not violate your free will, and it will not give you something that's not in your highest good. That's it. And as long as the requests that you have do not violate those two rules, the universe is here to serve you. The universe is trying to get it to you. The reason that people don't have the lives that they want is because instead of this being upright, where people are listening, you see this woman, this image, she's in tune with the universe. She's totally in tune. That's what the whole picture, this whole illustration, this image on this card is representative of. Oneness, being intimately one, connected infinitely to the infinite universe. She's totally listening. She's totally in communication. Nothing that the universe is saying is passing her ears, or passing her by, rather. She's getting all the messages, all the downloads. She's totally tuned in, tapped in. Well, most people are like this. They have their head in the sand. Like, if I take this off camera, it's like they bury their head in the sand. They're not listening. They're not hearing. But they wonder why they're stuck. They wonder why they're miserable. They wonder why, you know, their life isn't changing, right? And it's because spiritual bankruptcy. You're not connected. You're not tapped in. You're not tuned in. And it's not that the universe isn't trying to help you and get you what you want. It's that you're not listening, or you're just completely disconnected. Right? So once you get connected, that's the first step. Got to plug the thing in. The second thing is you got to turn it on, which means to listen. Yeah? You want to, whatever, any appliance you have that requires electricity, it's not going to work unless you plug the damn thing in, and it's not going to work until you turn the damn thing on. Right? Well, we are the damn things. We got to get plugged into the source, which is the universe, and then we have to be turned on. We have to be able to receive the power, receive the information and the knowledge for us to benefit from it, right? So it's very simple, a very, very simple process that we can all learn here. And I'm very grateful to my fellow soul brother here, Jay, soul brother, soul sister, soul whatever, for being such a great example to use tonight, because this is very rare. It's very rare to see this. What you all just witnessed with this question is very rare. It's very rare that you get to see this occur out in the open like this. That this person got a call from somebody from 10 years. I think, Jay, didn't you say that? Let me scroll back up. 10 years? I know it's probably way back up in there in the I'm pretty sure you said 10 years. I've had no contact for decades. Oh, even more. You said decades, plural. Decades. He's been on my mind for the better part of a year. Decades. This could be 20, 30 years. I don't know. Decades is a long time. That's multiple. A decade is 10. So here's somebody that potentially over 10 years is getting a call and they're responding to it. And you guys just witnessed it in real time. You witnessed the whole thing unfold in real time. This is very rare. So, all that to say, Jay, courage. You're not going to know what to do exactly. You're just going to have to proceed forward. However you decide to proceed forward. It's been 2 decades, 20 years. Thanks for clarifying. 20 years, guys. 20 years. And just got this calling. Imagine something so important that 20 years later, the universe is hounding somebody else out there. This could be you guys. Somebody out there, way out in your past that you've long forgotten about, disconnected from, could be getting hounded by the universe right now because something is so important that they're going to go harass this person to come and talk to you because that's how important it was. And you guys don't think you're important? You don't think that the universe doesn't care about you? God, source, the universe? You think you're forgotten? You don't think you're important? Well, this just disproves the fact that you're obviously very important because the universe will go to many, many, many great lengths to get a message to you. You're in a crisis. The universe is like, who can I find? Who can I find? Because their crisis is important. And they're going to go find somebody that 20 years later, and you're going to get this person to basically assume the risk, no less, of like, oh my God, like I've been thinking about this person, but I haven't connected with them in 20 years. And so now you're receiving the calling, you're receiving the message, and now you basically are having to go step out in faith and courage and doing this thing afraid, all because the universe cared about you. It's like, hey, I'm going to go get this person, to come assist you because you're going through hell right now. Your life is blowing up. Your life is falling apart. And the universe is going to send somebody to you that you would have never saw coming. And they were scared shitless to do it because they have every right to be. They have no certainty. They don't know how you're going to react or respond. And they haven't talked to you for 20 years. How crazy is that? I will tell you this. When you step into the real spiritual world of answering the call, your life will never, ever be boring ever again. Your life will never be boring when you answer the call. When you embrace what true spirituality is about, I promise you that. Your life will never be boring ever again. It becomes exciting because this is the kind of shit that happens all the time. My life, the last 2 years, more so this year than even the year before, my life is never boring. It's like, I'm just like, my God, what's going to happen next? I'm going to wake up tomorrow. What's going to happen today? What kind of crazy shit's going to happen to me today? And it just keeps getting more exciting and more exciting and more. It's just like, how deep you want to go, Eddie? It's very exciting. And it can be exciting for you guys. So for you, Jay, there's to get back on point here. I got off on my tangent here. The universe has you. You don't need to worry about anything. Listen to your intuition, trust your intuition. You already know inherently inside what to do. Just trust your intuition about what feels right for you, and that will be the universe leading and guiding you as you move forward in how you choose to handle this. And don't overthink it. That's the worst thing you can do. Overthinking it is the worst thing you can do. Just don't overthink it and just proceed forward and trust the universe. Because this is also a lesson for you, because that was the original question. He was like, what do I need to learn from this? Well, part of what you need to learn is you have a gift, you have a calling. This is you learning how to learn and listen answer the call, because this won't be, when you answer this one, this won't be the last one. When you answer this call, the universe is like, hey, you answered this one, we're going to assume that you're willing to answer another one. And as long as you keep saying yes to the calls, then the universe will keep giving you the callings. And anytime that you want to turn it off, like this is you turned on, anytime you want to turn it off, goes back to the two rules that I said about the universe. The universe will never violate your free will, and the universe will never give you anything that's not in your highest good. Well, if your free will decision is, hey, I don't want any more calls, the universe says, okay, I will not violate your free will. We will not send you any more calls. Right? But if you want more, then life will get really exciting and the universe will send you more. And you'll begin to realize that you had something inside of you. You had this gift and this ability all along your entire life. And imagine what would be possible if you were out trusting the universe and the divine and helping people. Imagine if you were just sort of on call, like an EMT, like an ambulance, like the people, right? Like firefighters. They're just waiting because they know a car wreck is going to happen eventually. They know there's going to be a crisis, an emergency is going to happen, and they're first responders. They're just waiting for the call. Well, that's you. You have that. There will be another emergency. There will be another something, and the universe will come out, will reach out to you, and you'll be able to go and help somebody else. So how beautiful is that you have a gift and a power, an ability to go out and to serve the collective and help people by just being available. Costs you nothing. And you get to change lives. You get to make an eternal deposit into other people's lives while getting the satisfaction of who knows where that could take you in your own life just by being available to help humanity by answering the call. And so you have two takeaways from this, in my opinion. The first takeaway is everything we talked about in specific relation to the person. And the second takeaway is, what could this become if you allowed it to evolve into something much, much more for you? You started answering calls. And if you haven't seen the show Manifest, get on Netflix and watch that show. It'll make so much sense for you. It'll make so much sense for you. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And I know there's not a lot of specifics, but the universe doesn't want there to be. That's why this unknown card is here on purpose. Because the universe wants you to start learning to trust yourself and trusting the voice, the intuition of the universe speaking to you. And that's not something that I can do or even tarot cards can do, right? Because you have a gift. You just need to learn to use it, if that makes sense. I hope that was helpful for you. Yay, my turn. Hey, Gina. No, long is good. Long is better. I actually like the longer comments better than the short ones. Listen, more information is always better. And I'm just going to go on a really quick little 2 cents rant about this as a reader, so all of you out there understand. Tarot readers are not necessarily psychics, okay? Like, I think a lot of people come and get readings with this expectation that we just somehow are like, we're telepathic, we know everything, we know your thoughts, we know everything that's going on, and it's like this weird kind of thing. I feel like people have this like, well, I'm going to like hold back as much information as possible to see what happens here. Like, I don't know if it's like we're always like having to prove ourselves out here in tarot land and psychic land. It's like, oh my God, let's see how accurately they can predict ABC, XYZ or whatever. And it's like, the truth is that's only going to hurt you. The more specific that you can be and the more detailed that you can be in your request is the more detailed I can be in serving you and giving you a quality reading, right? It's just the way that it is, right? Like if it's like someone says, hey, I just, Tell me about love. Okay, well, like that's such a generalized thing. It's like, tell you about love. Okay, well, there's lots I could tell you about love. I mean, tell you about your future, your past, or tell you about trauma. Like, what are we talking about here? And all kinds of shit's gonna come through, and it's gonna be a convoluted mess, and it's not probably gonna make a whole lot of sense. And then it makes my job a lot more difficult because I have all this energy that I'm having to decipher. It's like, well, this had to do with love and that had to do with love, but these things don't really seem to make a whole lot of sense. And this is really connecting with that and blah, blah, blah. It's just a convoluted shit show. Whereas if you come and you say something like, hey, well, really just like what Gina said. Gina's message was a great example. What she just posted a second ago, that was a really, really great example. Like giving details like, hey, I'm single. I'd really like to find a soulmate. I've had a really hard time dating. Dating hasn't been the greatest for me. I seem to attract a lot of people that are like this. And, what do I need to do different? What do I need to change? Or what do I need to be aware of? Or that kind of stuff, like being detailed, explaining yourself, knowing what you want, being clear about the information you want. The more details, the more information, the more clarity that you can provide me, the better the reading that you're going to get. When it's very vague, with one exception, there's always one exception. If you want a general reading and it's just more like a spiritual, hey, I just want the universe to talk to me, that's different. When it's just, I'm just open to messages from the divine. Whatever the universe wants to tell me, that's totally different. That's the one exception. Any other time you have a specific question in mind, be specific, be detailed, and don't hold back. So Gina, thank you for giving the details and being very specific there, because it really, really, really helps the more detailed that you can be, because I can serve you better. And then you'll get more bang for your buck, etc. So let's see. All day I've had an on and off gut feeling and I don't know what it is. Okay, so let's just start there. We'll start, Gina, we'll start with the gut feeling thing. We'll start with the gut feeling thing. Now, technically I wasn't shuffling yet, but this card did come out. So I'm just going to make mention of it to you, Gina. It's the mask card. Okay. So I'm just going to make mention of it. Acknowledge it, that it came out prior to me being ready, in case it wants to come out again. We have another one that just wanted to do it. This deck really wants to talk. We have contract. So let me just put the deck down for a second here. Like, calm down. Calm down, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. I'm going to give it one more shuffle here. All right. What is the gut feeling that Gina's feeling? Well, tell me about the gut feeling. What is it she's sensing? Okay, so the first thing, Gina, before a card even comes out, the first thing that I'm getting before any cards are coming out for you is really everything that I just said prior to Jay. So the universe wants you to know that, and actually all of you. Okay, hold on a second. Actually, I have to take this off for a second. Like when the universe really wants to me to get I gotta really focus and get serious about something. Because sometimes I can listen to music and it actually helps me. I don't know. It's a weird thing, but so when I'm wearing the headphones, that's usually what's going on. I have a playlist that plays, you know, in my ears. So I had to turn that off for a second because there's a message here that all of you need to hear for a second. Okay, the universe wants you all to know this, and it's something that I myself have experienced. But this has to do specifically with you, Gina, and your gut feeling here. Okay, so just so that we're clear on your part, Gina, that I'm answering. We're going to look at the love part of it in just a second, but we need to pay attention first to this gut feeling thing, right? So that's more important right now than the love thing. And the universe is going to show you why, all right? So you're going to have to, we're going on a little journey here for a quick little second here, right? And it's going to unfold. It's going to make sense to you when it's all said and done. But we're not going to put the cart before the horse. So this gut feeling thing, all right? So on a broader spectrum for all of you, some of you have had spiritual experiences in your life, whether just randomly or intentionally, right? Doesn't matter. We all have a third eye, right? Or the pineal gland or whatever. For those of you who understand, I'm not going to get off on all that stuff, but you'll know because you'll feel it right here. Like right in between, it's a literal thing, and you'll sense it and you'll feel it. Sometimes your head will get tingles. Sometimes your body will get tingles at different times. But if you're really present with your body, when these things happen and occur, you'll always notice that at some point there's a sensation that, it can be very quick, but you'll sense it, you'll know, right? And the more that you get in tune with the sensations of your body, and there's a really good book by Sonia Choquette where she talks about this, and she's like a super famous psychic lady, and she talks about, basically your body is the number one conduit for receiving answers. Like your body will always tell you the truth about anything. And so the more you get in tune with the sensations of your body, then the more in tune with spirit you become. And you just learn to interpret the sensations that are going through your body as a result. Now, some people don't have an experience, or they don't start experiencing these types of sensations that are very different than other sensations. I'm not talking about other types of things that you feel in your body that you would normally feel just as being a human. Aches, pains, grumbles, cravings. I'm horny, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I want chocolate, I want salt, I want sleep, I'm bored, I'm sad, I'm happy. Like, it's not any of that. These are what I would consider more of an ethereal type of sensation. You just know that it's not a body thing. It's not something you're thinking. It's not a result of something that you've done to your body. It's some other type of sensation. It's a spiritual thing. That's the best way I know to describe it. Now, a lot of people don't have these sensations until they have what is kind of like an initiation or initiatory experience. A lot of people, they'll call it a Kundalini awakening, or they have their terms and all these things for it. It's like, but basically there is essentially kind of like a key experience that you have. Like there's something that sets the whole thing in motion. Basically, it's that kickstarts the whole thing, where it's like this part of you that's been kind of dormant, even if you've experienced it off and on, but maybe just at a lower degree, or it's been very inconsistent and spontaneous over the course of your life. Well, then you'll have an experience where that thing gets supercharged and awakened, right? And so for me, I kind of had that off and on my whole life. I have been able to just psychically know things that I shouldn't know about people. I've had off and on, I've had moments where I've had people's loved ones and relatives who are on the other side, who have passed on, communicate with me, and I've been able to give messages to people from their loved ones. I don't call them dead because they're not dead. Okay, there's no such thing as a dead person. There's the only thing that can die is the avatar, the suit. the flesh suit. This body is not you, and you are not this body. This is an avatar. This is a dwelling place. It's a vehicle for the spirit or the soul to embody. When the avatar expires, then the soul goes back on the other side of the veil, right? And the veil is what separates the known physical world to the non-physical world, right? And so there's no such thing as dead people. There's only just spirits who have left the avatar. That's it. And they are there 100% of the time. They're 100% aware. They know what's going on. And many of them are very, very, very active and involved in your life. And if you don't believe me, you should go and see a guy, look him up. His name is Tony Maraca. And there's other mediums. He's not the only one. There's lots of mediums out there who, that'll blow your mind. And you'll see just how involved people on the other side are in our lives, and that they still care, and that they're still there, and they're still invested. They haven't gone off to heaven in fairyland. They're not wrapped up in some other thing. And, like they've gone into some other plane in some other dimension, and they're just completely gone. And we don't, they've long forgotten us, and they're off and floating with the fairies and the angels and surfing, unicorns and rainbows and fairyland and all that shit. Okay. Like they've come off of the game, off the field and onto the sideline, basically. Right? The football field is for us, the people that are in the game still. The sideline and the bench is for the people that have just stepped off the field but are still in very invested in the game, right? The players and the coach, everybody that's on the sideline still can call out and interact with the people that are on the field. That's what happens. And so anyways, all that being said is throughout my life, I had experiences off and on, but yet inconsistently with this gift or whatever this power is, this thing that I have. But it wasn't until 2 years ago where I had a very definitive changing experience. And I'm just going to be real with you guys. And it was with mushrooms, plant medicine. And I do not come from a background of using any type of drugs. I do not drink. I've never smoked a joint. I've never done anything. I've never smoked a cigarette, and I mean, I'll have a glass of wine every once in a while in my life. I do not, I do not condone any type of illegal substance or drug use or any of that kind of stuff. I grew up with friends who were addicts. Most of my friends were kids who grew up in a low income apartment complex. They came from dysfunctional families. They were children of single moms who were in toxic relationships. These kids, they smoked, they drank, they stole, they didn't know any better. They grew up in a bad environment. So they misbehaved growing up. But I grew up around all of that, and I saw these kids get in trouble. I saw them get arrested. I had a kid who died because, he got stoned out of his brain and rode his bike out into the middle of traffic and got hit by a car. And when I was very young, when I was 16 years old, I was hit by a drunk driver on my way to church, and it killed my girlfriend, it killed her sister, and it almost killed me. So when I say, when I talk about the use of mushrooms, it's not like what people think. It's like it's like this recreational, like I'm just out like tripping, and it's like just a free-for-all fun, like, recreational side thing. And I'm not here to judge people for what they do. Like, your life is your life. I'm not here to judge anybody for anybody's decision. I'm saying that, the universe, going back to the callings and the synchronicities, and basically the universe having to beat me over the head for 2 years, started throwing the mushroom thing at me. Basically, like everywhere I was going, I was getting thrown this mushroom thing. I was like, and I didn't want to do it for that very reason. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't know what that experience is like. I was freaked out by it, and the fact that, it's, in most places it's not legal, I just very apprehensive, I don't do medicine. I'm just speaking for myself. Like, I'll take BC powders for a headache. I do no pharmaceutical drugs at all. None. Zero. Zilch. I will not put any type of pharmaceutical drug into my body. That's my decision, but I won't do it. So when it comes to substances, I'm way more anti than not. So it took a lot for me to research and explore and to even become remotely comfortable with the idea of trying this. But the universe has a way of getting through to you. And I knew that the universe is like, I need you to do this. At least once, I need you to do this. And so I did. And I can tell you that it was the most life-changing experience that I've ever had. And I've had a lot of them. I do not say this lightly. It was the most life-changing experience that I've ever had. Everything has changed. Everything changed. And from that point, from just the first time, whatever that spiritual gift in me is, it's like blown wide open. It's blown completely wide open. In fact, me being here and doing what I'm doing is a result of all of that. Like, it's like night and day difference. I don't know. It's like I can't recognize really who I was before that. That's how important that experience was for me. So the reason I'm sharing this all with you is not to, I'm not here to sell anybody on the notion of let all you guys run out and grab mushrooms. I'm not telling you, that's not what I'm here. That's why I was kind of like, man, I really don't want to share this, because people are going to be like, oh my God, let's all go out and do mushrooms. That's not why I'm sharing this with you all. I'm not here condoning going out and you all going to do mushrooms. You guys got to go do whatever is right for you. Okay. So I'm not here to tell you guys to all go out and do mushrooms, because God only knows. Jesus, that whole thing will be misconstrued. Like the guy on the tarot video, he came out and said we all need to go do mushrooms. Yay. That's not what I said. Okay. So it's on video. It's recorded. I said I did not say that. And people can rewind and you can all hear me saying and disclaiming that I did not tell you all to go out and do mushrooms. I said that I did mushrooms. So, but my point in sharing the story with you all is that when you have the awakening experience, okay, when you have whatever that experience is for you, that opens the channel, right? And when I say the channel, I'm talking about the connection, the third eye, basically. Opening the channel basically means your ability to communicate or sense spiritual things, right? The channel, the phone line, the communication, the frequency, all of the things. That's what the channel is. And when the channel is clear, meaning there's the less noise, the less interference, the less distraction, the less ego, the less external stimulation, all the shit that affects us from being able to clearly get into the channel and receive whatever the spiritual messages or sensations or contact is, we need the channel to be clear, right? But there seems to be, my point in saying all of this is there seems to be a very unique and specific circumstance that happens for most people that changes the game. In other words, it upgrades the channel, or it opens the channel, or it expands the channel. And from that moment going forward, it's like you're plugged in, right? It's very different than before. Even if you had a gift before, like I did, you had something there. It's like you take a garbage bag, a black garbage bag, and you poke a hole in it with a pin and you hold it up to a light. You're going to see a little bit of light through that black garbage bag, right? Well, if you take a knife and you cut a huge old open hole, it's like you let all that light in, right? That's the difference. It's like I had a hole poked in that thing and I was getting a little bit of stuff through from time to time. Whereas now it's blown wide open, right? And so my initiation or initiatory experience that helped me achieve that was through mushrooms. Now, mushrooms, in my opinion, are just a cheat code, because you can achieve the same thing through deep breath work. That's been proven. There's actually deep breathing exercises where if you do it enough, you can achieve the same result. Other people, they have certain meditations that they've done where they've seen results, right? But it's more intensive. You got to learn. It takes practice. Whereas with mushrooms, you bypass all that shit, because really what the mushrooms are doing are they're just completely shutting down your ego. Your ego is completely shut off, and it opens the channel, and you're just connected to the divine at that point, and your ego can't fight it. It's just gone. Your ego's shut down, right? And so it's a cheat because it bypasses all of that. But there are other natural ways that you can do it, and there's plenty of techniques. But I'm getting off the point. It's not about that. The point is once you've had that, and once you've had the initial experience of opening the channel, whatever that is for you, you're going to start to realize, and you'll know it when it happens, because again, it's like, whereas before that experience happened, maybe every once in a while, every so often, every couple years, some little thing happens, but it's not really enough that you pay a whole lot of attention to it. Or maybe, over the entirety of your life, you've kind of had a few things happen here and there. You kind of know you might be a little gifted somewhere, kind of like I was. But then when you have the experience and the channel is blown open, it's like you wake up and you feel it. You go to sleep and you feel it. It's like you're just going, it's like it's there and you can't ignore it. You know it. So that's kind of what I sense that probably what Gina's talking about, because Gina had an experience a couple weeks ago. And so my instinct is that she had a similar experience. And so she's opened up the channel, whether she realizes it or not, to what extent or not. And so now she's starting to sense that, what is this gut feeling? What is this? It's like, well, you've opened the channel. Now you're starting to get in touch and in tune with all these stimulus and all these sensations, all this stuff. It's like you're stepping into a sixth sense, because, we spend our whole lives in tune with the five senses that we're all aware of: our sight, smell, hearing, taste, touch, all that stuff. But then you get this sixth sense all of a sudden, and now you're like, what's this thing? You have the sixth sense, the spiritual sense, and that starts kicking in. The intuition starts to kick in. Well, you haven't been connected with that your whole life. So now you're trying to discern, well, what is this telling me? What is this telling me? Right? And so for those of you out there, just because you all need to know this, there are ways for you to open up that channel for you to become a lot more in tune with your spiritual giftings. You can communicate and receive messages to the divine. You don't have to be psychic. You don't have to be gifted to do it. Some people are more sensitive than others. I'm not going to lie, and say we're all the same. We all have the same magnitude and capacity of power. No, not everybody is a LeBron James. Not everybody is a Michael Jordan. Some people just that's their superpower. It's extra for them, right? They're extra good at it, right? And they're extra profound, extra sensitive, whatever you want to call it, extra psychic. And they incarnated with that ability. But it doesn't mean that people who aren't the Michael Jordans can't get something out of it at all, and that's just not true. So, it's important for us to get tuned into the sixth sense, to our spiritual nature, because there's a part of you, no matter what that's connected to, that is suffering when you're disconnected from it. So let's say that you feel like you've always kind of had a knack for business. You want to start your own business. Like, man, I'm a business-driven person. I'm an ambitious person. I'm more practical. I'm more about just get her done. I'm very ambitious. It's like, well, what you could achieve with just your own knowledge, disconnected from that power, is like down here. Whereas if you were operating connected to that power, even if your thing is completely unspiritual, it's like, dude, I'm an unspiritual person. I'm business driven. I'm money driven. I'm success driven. That's fine. Get connected to that superpower and then go out and see the night and day difference. The best you without being connected is here. The best that you would be connected to the sixth sense is way up here, because now you're getting fuel from the divine to the thing that you were probably already good at anyway, right? It's like nitrous, right? You're getting this nuclear reactor of power added to things that you might have already been good at. If you're an artist, if you're a musician, it doesn't matter. If you work in a hospital and you help people, well, you're just like, well, I was just a normal old nurse. Well, you get connected to you open the channel and you get connected to your sixth sense. You might not be just a nurse anymore. You might start finding out that you're doing all this crazy stuff, and who knows, maybe you start healing people. Maybe some miraculous crazy shit starts happening. Who knows what'll happen, right? That's the thing. So we all have life before connection to spirit, and we all have what happens with life after connection to spirit. This is why it's important to connect to spirit, because the life before connection to spirit can only give so much, right? Life connected to spirit, or after connection with spirit rather, is like unbelievable. Infinite resources, infinite possibilities. Anything can happen. You're running at the highest possible level. It's like setting your phone on automatic updates. When there's a new update, your phone automatically gets the update. You don't have to tell it to get the update. Life before spirit, you have to tell it to get the update. When you're connected to spirit, your phone gets the update. You're getting the updates all the time. Just instantaneously. When you need the upgrade, when you need the update, you need the knowledge, you need the thing, whatever it is, instantaneously, it's there for you. On the fly. Real time. Everything is there for you instantly, always, on time, when you need it, on demand. Right? Because you're staying connected to the divine. And it's infinite. And it's magical. And it kind of gets supernatural at times, right? So that's just a message for all of you, is I would highly encourage you all to take your spiritual development much more seriously in 2025 than maybe you have ever in your entire life. And if, like Gina, you have that moment, and if for those of you that know that you've had that moment in your life where something changed, even if you're not sure what did it, you don't have to be necessarily aware of the exact moment it happened, but you just know. It's like, man, I had an experience back here somewhere, and I know that life after that experience has been a little bit different. And I've been feeling a little bit different. I've been noticing things a little bit different. Well, chances are you might have opened up the channel some there. And so now you're starting to get feedback of that sixth sense being activated. And so now you just need to get in tune with it, right? You need to become more aware of it. You need to learn how to interact with it. You need to learn the communication style, right? Because some people for me, mostly stuff comes to me mentally. But for other people, they get it sensations in their body. And they can interpret messages from sensations. Like, I know when my right hand is tingly, I know that means da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. When my left eye twitches, I know that means da-da-da-da-da-da. And when I get warmth on the back of my neck, it means da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And their body will manifest all these sensations and feelings and things, and they'll be able to tell people their whole life story. It's like, how the hell? How do you get a feeling in your body that means all this stuff that you just told me about my life, and you were actually right? Like, you told me my whole life story just from a bunch of weird feelings and sensations you got in your body. That's the mystery of it. The way that the universe speaks to you might be different than other people, might be similar for some people. You just won't know. But you need to learn how to communicate with whatever that is. Like, you need to have a relationship with your sixth sense. How is it communicating to you? Right? And then when you learn that, man, life gets really cool, because now it's not just a sensation or a feeling anymore. It's something valuable. It's something actionable, because you can translate it. There's a meaning to it. It's not just this random thing that's trying to get your attention. You know it's there for a reason. You know that it's not just this random, I have this feeling, this gut feeling, this sensation, this whatever. You know there's something to it. And so now, instead of just knowing there's something to it, what if you could actually know and learn to discern what it means? What is this telling me? What is the specific, clear message for me or somebody else? Right? And that's when life gets really, really fucking exciting, because anything is possible. Just like with Jay a second ago. Jay got the calling. Somebody they hadn't talked to for 20 years. 20 years. Answered the call. Now who knows what's going to happen? Who knows how that story is going to unfold? I hope Jay comes back and tells us all. right? So just for all of you out there, understand the importance of this. I would not have stopped in the middle of Gina's message. I would not have interrupted this broadcasting if the universe had not told me to do so. So anytime this happens where I go off on these tangents and I feel called to go off and say these things, it's not for nothing. They're messages that many of you need to hear, sometimes myself included, because it's important, right? Because the universe, this channel is, the purpose of my channel is to empower you. Not for you to leave the same way you were when you came here, not for you to leave with some superficial answer to some question that you have, right? Like, okay, well, I want to know about this. Okay, well, here's your question. Now go back and live the same life you were living before you had the answer to your question, because the answer to a question isn't going to change your life. It might give you some degree of certainty. It might give you some sense of peace or comfort or information or something, but it's not going to change your life. What will change your life is receiving something that will transform you, right? And that's why I spend this kind of time here, is because I want you guys to be different, to change, to learn how to become the best and empowered version of yourself, so you can go out and you can live the life that you're meant to live and find the fulfillment that you're destined to have. Every single one of us deserves and incarnated here for certain types of experiences that we call fulfillment, because that's all fulfillment it is. All fulfillment is a desire to have an experience. And when you have desired experience, you experience what we call fulfillment. That's it. You have a desire that you want to experience, and in the experiencing of that thing, we receive what we call fulfillment, right? And we all have that. And so, I'm just here to help everybody learn that you have the power, the magician card. I talk about this all the time on the channel, that you are the magician. You have the power to get whatever fulfillment it is. Whatever that desire is that you want to experience, you have the power to get that thing, to have that thing, to be that thing, to do that thing, acquire that thing, whatever it is. You have that power. And the universe, again, wants you to have that fulfillment as long as it doesn't violate the two non-negotiables that the universe has. The universe will not violate your free will, and the universe will not give you something that's not in your highest good. And as long as your fulfillment, your request, your desire meets those two non-negotiables, the universe is working its out, will do anything it can to assist you. And so we have all this divine assistance coming to us, but we don't have access to it because our channel isn't open. So why did I spend all this time talking about this channel stuff when, it's like, yeah, just get to the fucking reading. Well, no, because this is important. The readings are pointless. Readings aren't going to do shit for you. Readings aren't going to change your life. That will change your life. Understanding for you to get connected and learning how to communicate, get tapped into your sixth sense, become aware of your sixth sense, learning how to communicate with your sixth sense, and, learning how embodying that power and that quality will completely radically change your life, just as it has mine and many other people, right? So it's very important. And so to bring this back to you, Gina, this is what's happening for you. So you're starting to have an experience with the universe now, where the universe is now trying to create this new relationship with you. And it's new for you because, like for most people, up until they have an experience where the sixth sense stuff starts happening more and more and more consistently, because the channel got blown open, then it's like, well, now it's like learning how to speak a new language, right? It's like you're having to learn how to speak French. I've never spoke French before, right? So now you're having to learn to speak the language of the universe and how the universe uniquely speaks to you. And so that's kind of like what I feel is happening for you, if that makes sense. So, but then what's really cool about this though, for you, Gina, is, and this is just an observation that I have, is that the universe never wastes anything. When you have an experience, the experience that you have isn't just random. It's always for something more. It might be an experience of something you desired and you needed in that moment, which made it seem random, but there's actually the fact that you had that experience at all means that there's probably something more to it, right? So like the way that you connected with your son the last time, like that wasn't for nothing. That's the universe saying you have this ability to do this, not just with your son, you have this ability to do it with anyone. It's not limited. You have a power that's not limited just to the one situation and circumstance that you may have, again, what we call randomly experienced it in. But the situation or circumstance where I randomly experienced this thing in seemed like it was just meant to be for this one instance. It's not true. It's not true at all. The universe is trying to show you, hey, if you can do this once, you can do it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And what if the gift, again, like I said earlier tonight, and I've probably said it a million times, part of the gift is always for you, and part of the gift is always for the collective. That's how it works. I receive, like me doing this at all, me being out here, the gift is as when I come and I submit myself, surrender myself to being used by the universe here, things come through me and I get all this, I'll get all this information. You guys come and ask me questions and the universe answers your questions and I get all this information down. I'm like, God, I'm taking that. I'm taking that. I'm taking that. I could never say that again because that wasn't me to begin with. I'm stealing that. I'm taking that. I'm definitely going to take that. I'm getting all this free knowledge and resources. You guys are coming here. You literally give me a reason to be here. Because if you're not here, then I have no reason to be here. I'm not needed. My gift is for what? For me to sit and, I mean, I can only pull so many cards on my life. My life's pretty simple. Not a whole lot going on over here. Not a whole, there's certainly no need for me to get I couldn't possibly get thousands and thousands and thousands of different messages that come through just for my own life, but being out here, being needed, because we're all needed. That's the other part. When you incarnated into this body, the world accounted for you. You're part of the collective, and the collective is about giving and receiving. You're here to give to the collective, and you're also here to receive from the collective. The very fact that you're here breathing and listening to this means that you are needed. There's a gift inside of you that the collective needs. And as you give your gift, you receive back fulfillment and joy for giving your gift, right? You participate. So your gift gives to you and your gift is meant to give to others. That's how it works. And that's where the fulfillment comes into play. You'll never be bored. When you're living your spiritual call and destiny, you'll never fucking be bored another day in your life. You will always be fulfilled. That's how I can sit in this chair and I can do this shit for 9 hours. And some of you guys have been here and you've seen me do it. You can go back to the video and you can see. I think my shortest, if I'm not mistaken, I think the shortest live I've ever done was like 5 hours. My longest was like 9.5. Sitting in this chair, just like this, talking to you. No breaks, no getting up, no peeing, just sitting here. Time does not exist when my ass is in this chair. I have no metric of time. I'm not tired. I don't think about, oh my God, it's so late. I'm getting bored. And when you're doing the thing that you are destined to do, man, it's like infinite. The fuel is infinite. The fulfillment is infinite. It's just there. It's like, God, if my body would allow me to do this just nonstop, I would be here. I would literally break the internet. I would be here until either my camera melted, my computer's melted, the monitor melted, or, YouTube, the internet blocked me for using too much bandwidth, or YouTube just kicked me and said, dude, our live streaming is not meant to go for 30 hours, 40 hours, like days on end. I would be here. If my body would allow me to be here, I would be here. I would just keep doing it and 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 doing it. That's when you're connected to your power and you're connected to your source, that's life. That's how fulfilling it can be. And you never know what's happening. You never know who you're touching. You never know what you're doing. You never know the possibilities. So as you get connected to your gift and you get connected to the sixth sense, just understand that you're stepping into a very profound and powerful world. You're stepping into a new you, that you've never known before. You're stepping into new possibilities that you've never known and experienced before. And it's just a whole new night and day different type of life, right? And my suggestion is to immerse yourself in it, to respond to it, answer the call, and cultivate that relationship. Because this is the game changer. This is the thing that will change your life more than any other thing. You cannot put a price on learning this and having these types of experiences. So, all right. So the gut feeling for you, Gina, is having to do with that. You've basically poured gasoline on this spark. You've had this spark burning your whole life here. Now you've just poured gasoline all over it. So let's take a look specifically for you, what the gut feeling is trying to tell you. Okay, yeah. The first card that came out is lessons. So your gut is trying to bring awareness to things that you've learned in your past, because your question was about love. And so what I'm sensing, and see even now I'm getting tingles all over the left side of my face. What the universe is trying to tell you, and the message that it's trying to convey to you in your gut feeling, is two things. One is a play on words. Trust your gut. Okay, when you start navigating love and romance, you need to learn to trust your gut, because in the past you haven't always trusted your gut, and that's one of the reasons why you've continued to attract certain types of people into your life that were no good for you. And so now the universe is like, let's get you like really, really dialed in to learning two things. Trusting when I say I mean your spirit, your soul, your intuition, the truth, your highest self, the deepest part of you starts screaming at you saying, fucking toxic, do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not let this person into your life. This person is not in alignment with you whatsoever. They do not share the same vibratory frequency as you. This person is not good for you, right? You need to start to learn to really, 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 really trust that part of you, because there's this other part of you that has learned, and we all have this, by the way. I'm not picking on you, Gina. This is, I've done this. I'm guilty of this. Many people are guilty of this. We have like a part of us, and I'm trying to think of what the right word is for it, but it is a pattern of potentially, like we see the potential in people, or we fantasize, or we get wrapped up into maybe the lust part of it, or we deal with infatuation, or maybe we had codependency. But there's all kinds of different patterns of basically why we ignore the red flags when they were there the whole time, and we become attracted to certain qualities in people that are very toxic, but we don't see it as toxic. We learn the hard way, the lessons. And so, your intuition is trying to tell you, like, hey, you need to learn to trust your gut, and learn to do it very, very well. Really, really, really learning to understand and get intimately familiar with the sensation of trusting your gut. And sometimes trusting your gut means trusting your gut, and no matter what, trust your gut is the phrase that I'm getting. No, but this is actually the entire phrase that I'm getting. No buts. No matter what, trust your gut. There's no buts. Because it's the game we play in our mind. But, and then, nope. No buts. No matter what, we always do what? We trust our gut. No buts. No buts. Because your brain is going to want to play lawyer ball with you. Oh, but they're this. Oh, but they're that. Oh, but they're this. Oh, but they're that. Oh, but they're... You're going to try to your brain's going to try to convince you all the reasons why you shouldn't listen to your gut saying no buts. Because our intuition doesn't necessarily always flag all the reasons, because our brain wants to know why. Why? They're so good. They're so good. Look at, they treat me so good. Why? Why isn't it this person? But why? We want to know why. Why are they toxic? Why this? And it's like our intuition knows. Our spirit and our intuition knows all the bullshit, all the toxicity, all the things, right? And actually, remember, Gina, when I said, when I picked up the deck, like 5 hours ago, and that mask card came out. This is why it came out, because the things that are hidden from you behind the mask, your intuition, your gut sees all the things that are hidden from you, right? And what you're seeing on the front end, the face side, when these people that you've dealt with in your life, they show up a certain way, and you believe that this is who they really are, but your soul sees through the bullshit. Your spirit, your soul sees everything. Your spirit is truth. There's nothing hidden from the spiritual realm. Your soul knows exactly what's going on in that person. And your soul says, nope, that person is toxic and they're not good for you. But why? We want to know why. And sometimes, Gina, you're not going to know why. And this is going to be a test for you. Your gut is going to say, that guy is not good for you. They're toxic. And you're like, but where? Where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Look, they got their shit together. They got a house and they got a good job. They got a nice car. Like this, they treat me. They open the doors. They do the things. They pay for the meals. They do nothing but treat me like an absolute goddess and a queen. And your gut's gonna say, nope, toxic. And you're like, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? But. Your gut says nope. And your gut's not going to tell you. And that's where it's hard. It's hard to trust your gut when your gut is seeing behind the mask and seeing things that you can't see, but your mind's going to want to get involved, and your mind's going to want to go play the butt game. Because your brain wants to understand. Your brain's like, well, show me. What are they doing? Or why are they wrong? Why are they bad for me? And da-da-da. The lesson is, you have to learn to trust your gut no matter what. No buts. That's part of the lesson. There's two lessons here. One of the lessons that you have is, are you going to learn from your past lessons? Are you going to learn to trust your gut even when your gut isn't telling you what's wrong? Even when you don't get all the information and the downloads and all the things, you're not going to get all that stuff. Unfortunately, you're not always going to get to know why did my gut tell me that person was bad for me? Why? You're not going to know. A lot of times you're not going to know. And you can either learn the lesson of trusting your gut, or you can learn the lesson of not trusting your gut and then finding out the hard way what it was that your brain wanted to know. Because you can know. If you really want to find out why your gut's telling you they're toxic, then you can definitely find out. Just keep going in that relationship. Keep, hanging out with that person, whatever, right? And then eventually you'll find out. But there will be a cost to it, right? And you know the cost because you've been there before. So as you move forward in love and relationships, your ally, your best friend is your gut moving forward, because your question was about love. And so the universe is like, well, first, before we even start talking about relationships and Gina, we really, really, really need her to have a come to Jesus moment here with herself, because we need her to start listening to us, because, the spirit that's inside of you gets just as hurt as you do when you have to go through the shit, because there's no separation from you and spirit, or what we call the inner child, right? The inner Gina, the small little girl inside of you that keeps getting, destroyed over and over and over again, she gets hurt when you get hurt. Your spirit gets hurt when you get hurt. So, obviously the purpose of getting hurt isn't for you to stop believing in love, which is the mistake that everybody makes, in my opinion. They get hurt, then love hurt me. Love hurt me. Fuck love. I'm never going to have love again. Fuck love. Fuck people. And I'm never going to have love again. Screw love. I don't need love. Well, in my opinion, that is the unforgivable sin. That's the unforgivable sin, right? And so it's not, being hurt shouldn't mean that we should protect ourselves from love. It means that we need to learn what we need to do, how to show up differently, right? Because why should we have to go our entire life not getting the thing that we want most? Doesn't make any sense. Why should I have to sacrifice my desire for love and companionship just because I've had a bunch of shitty encounters with people who hurt people, and I'm out here mingling amongst all the people that are hurting, and so I get hurt because they're hurt, and then what? I'm supposed to give up on love because all these hurt people can't figure out how to find love because they all just keep hurting each other, so I'm supposed to get on board with that shitty belief system? No, fuck that. That's bullshit. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And that's what people do. No, fix you, change you. Stop blaming love and stop running away from love, saying love is the problem. Change you, right? You can't change the hurt people that are out there hurting other people, but you can remove yourself from that group of people by changing yourself. That's what people don't understand, right? You can change. You don't have to be a hurt person hurting other people or being in that cycle or that pond or that pool of people anymore. Take yourself out of it. And the way that we take ourselves out of it is by having higher standards for ourselves, by personal development, personal growth, knowledge, information, right? Investing in ourselves, becoming a better version of ourselves, learning from past lessons and those types of things, not running away from love and saying, well, fuck love. I don't ever want to be loved again, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's insanity to me that people, that's the first thing that people do is they become delusional. They blame love. Love hurt me. Love hurt me. I'll never trust anyone ever again. Well, then you'll fucking be miserable the rest of your life, and you're lying to yourself because you know that you want love. You absolutely know that you fucking want love. And you're over here pretending like you don't because you're hurt. And instead of doing something about it, you just want to sit in it, right? And I'm not saying you specifically, Gina. This is just me on a tangent because I deal with these people all the time, and I'm happy to. But it's not helpful if we're not doing things to help ourselves. And so that's the message. The message here, as the universe guides you forward into the unknown. So let's get back on track here. As the universe guides you forward into the unknown, here is the unknown card. This is the next problem. And this is the next major obstacle, hurdle, and challenge that every person deals with. And everyone hates it. Everyone hates it. Uncertainty. When it comes to love, people want certainty. They want to control. They need to know. They want predictability. They want everything. They want to know how everything's going to play out from start to finish. They want to know if this person's going to hurt them, not hurt them. They want to be able to control it. They want to be able to, they just want to micromanage the whole thing to ensure their own safety, to ensure that they're not going to be hurt, lied, betrayed, all these types of things, right? People hate dealing with uncertainty. They hate not knowing. They hate having to trust. They hate having to stay vulnerable. They hate having to put themselves back out there again. And again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, however many times it takes. You know what my guides told me? No lie. 2017. I drove 15 hours from Pensacola, Florida to Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Because I had it. I was so fucking lost. I was spiritually bankrupt. I was purpose depressed. And I was obsessing over this woman who broke up with me after my divorce. So when my ex-wife divorced me, I made the fatal mistake of jumping into what we call the post-divorce relationship. And when that girl broke up with me a year later, like I was a complete fucking wreck. And I was not recovering well. She broke up with me in 2015. Early 2015, spun my wheels 2015, tried to date people, but the girls that I dated weren't her, so I broke up with them. 2016, did the same thing. 2017, I did the same thing. I thought, and I was miserable. And I was like, well, it's obviously where I live. So it's not the women that's the problem. It's geography. I need to get out of this fucking town. So I got in my car and I drove 15 hours to a place I'd never been before. And when I got there, guess what showed up? More misery, because wherever you go, there you are. Geography had nothing to do with it. All these women that I dated had nothing to do with it. Had to do with me. Spiritually bankrupt, purpose depressed. I'm sitting in my car in this parking lot, miserable as fuck, wondering, what the fuck am I doing? I'm here. I'm living in a house with five people. I'm renting a room for $400 a month. And I'm just living in this house with 5 strangers in a place I've never been to before. I'm sitting in this parking lot, and then the universe calls me out. And the universe says, Eddie, if you're not willing to go through 1,000 divorces, 1,000 losses, 1,000 breakups, you'll never be ready for marriage ever again. And I was like, I got called out. It's like, the problem, all this running is you're running from your fucking fear that you think love doesn't require courage. You have this belief, this false belief that love doesn't require courage. Like that this thing is somehow supposed to just fairy tale, Hollywood movie, float into your life, and you're going to ride off into the sunset happily ever after, because that's what everybody else got. Everybody else just gets the relationship. Everybody else's relationship just works. Everybody else just meets their partner and they ride off into the sunset and it's all unicorns and fucking rainbows. But not for me, right? That's not my story. And so the universe brought the truth to me in such a way to where I finally had to understand it for what it is, that love is courage. And if you want this thing called love, if you want it bad enough, you have to be willing to go through 1,000 losses, 1,000 betrayals, 1,000 deaths, whatever. Maybe 1,000,000, maybe 10, maybe only 1 if you're really fortunate. Who knows? But the bottom line, it's not about the number. It's about the courage required to lay hold of the thing that you desire, and you don't fucking stop doing it until you have laid hold of the thing you desire. You never stop. Hope costs nothing. Giving up costs everything. The value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. How valuable is this thing that you want to lay hold of? If it's not very valuable to you, then you're going to give up. It's not going to be worth it. If you're willing to have the thing no matter what, because you make a non-negotiable, which is where I had to get with myself. I had to get a non-negotiable with myself. I said, I don't give a fuck who or what. Nobody, no thing, no event, no tragedy. I do not care who it is, what it is. Nobody, nothing will ever, ever, ever take love away from me. I don't care how many betrayals, how many failed relationships, how many breakups, how many trials, how many obstacles. I don't care if I'm literally 90 fucking years old before I meet my soulmate. I will be 90 fucking years old. And if I meet my soulmate when I'm 90 years old and I get 24 hours with her, then holy shit, those 24 hours are going to be the most badass 24 hours that ever existed in human fucking history, because I spent 90 years intentionally preparing for her to experience those 24 hours with her. I will not die. I will not fucking leave this earth until I lay hold of love, no matter what the cost is. And some of you out there, some of you, your desire is too weak. Some of you out there, your desire is too weak because you're willing to give up. You're willing to cave. You're willing to let other people steal it from you. When I say steal it from you, I mean people show up into your life and you have an experience that hurts you or harms you. And because that person did something to you, it makes you lose hope in the thing that you desire. And if you give that much power away to anything, then you're fucked. If I or anybody else in life, a situation, a person, a circumstance, a tragedy, an event, Mother Nature, I don't care what it is. If anything has more power to steal your desire away from you, then you're not strong enough. You're not courageous enough. You're not bold enough. You're not resilient enough. You have to have a non-negotiable where that thing will fucking be yours no matter what. Come hell or high water. And you will. We all, every single one of us, has to go through this. Some point in life, every single one of us is promised to walk through the trials of fire, to walk the gauntlet, to get to the desire. Every single one of us. This man or this woman, whoever this person is, this is me. You know what? We'll just say this card is me. Here I am. Here is Eddie burning fucking alive. And here I am in all my intensity and my passion. And you know what's in my hand? I got it. I may have literally walked myself into a fire and burned fucking alive. But you know what's in my hand? Love. I laid hold of it. Even if it fucking cost me my life, I don't care. I am willing to walk through the fire to lay hold of love. And that's what this person here, metaphorically speaking. Now, there are other people who walk through a different fire. They walk through the fires of hell. And it's the hell that they put themselves in because, like, this person is screaming out in agony, in torture, in hell, screaming, why didn't I get love? Why didn't anyone ever love me? Why did I die alone? Why did I never have a fulfilling life? Why? Screaming out, all the victim inside of them, screaming out to the universe. Why? And they're burning alive in their own hell because they refused to do this, to have courage. That's what the unknown is. The unknown is the courage. Love is courage. It's going to take trust. It's going to take courage. There's two things here for you, Gina. Your gut is going to teach you how to trust in territory that's uncharted territory. As you step into the realm of love, you're stepping back into the uncharted territory. Now, a lot of people, they try to bring their past into the uncharted territory, and that's why the uncharted territory starts to look a lot like their past. You can't write the past on this new page and expect the page to say something different than the past. That's what a lot of people do. They carry all their shit from the past and it's like writing the past on these new pages. And they can't understand why they don't have a different experience than their past. You can't carry the past into the future and expect to have a new future. You're just going to get a repeat of the past, right? The future that's new for you, the future that's meant for you, has to be a clean slate, right? That's the first part of it. And so there's things within you that you've learned in the past that need to be swept clean because you've dealt with those things. And the other thing is the trust exercise of going out into the unknown, because that's it. Love is passion. And that's why the reason that love is passionate is because it's unpredictable. It's spontaneous. The nature of passion is unpredictability. If it was controlled, it wouldn't be passionate. That's why so many, people end up in friends with benefits or roommates with benefits, living mediocre relationship, living under the same roof kind of thing. What happened to that relationship? Well, once upon a time we had it. Once upon a time we were passionate, but not anymore. We're in this lifeless, dead ass marriage because we lost the passion. Came too predictable, too familiar. Groundhog's Day, doing the same old thing, right? Like, passion is unpredictable. But for you specifically, Gina, as you move forward into this, you're going to have to learn how to tune into, because the universe is going to send you the right guy, because this could backfire for you as well. This isn't just about you avoiding the bad people, Gina. This is about the universe sending you the right guy, and you may miss the right guy because your nervous system is acclimated to the wrong ones. Your nervous system's like, give me the trauma ones. Give me the fucked up people. Give me the fucked up people, please. And your intuition's like, hey, look, we're trying to like do a whole rewind here, like untangle all these knots. Like, we want to, like, first of all, make sure that you avoid the toxic people that you used to be attracted to, but we also need you to learn how to spot the good one when he comes in, because there's a chance that you could miss him if you're not ready. If you're not tuned in, you're not listening, there's a chance that the universe could bring you a match and you would disqualify him. Hence the whole thing, why do girls like bad boys and all that kind of shit? Toxic, well, they like toxic guys. It's not that they like them. It's that your nervous system got, basically addicted to them. Your nervous system got programmed to a type of person or characteristics. That's what you became used to. It's the same reason that people stay in domestic violence relationships. These men punch their women in the face and throw them down the stairs, and then their friends are like, why don't you leave his ass? I don't understand why you stay. Because it's more scary for them to do this, to go out into the unknown, even if the unknown was way better, way safer, way healthier, way happier. Their nervous system doesn't believe it. Their nervous system's like, nah, I know he beats the shit out of me and throws me down the stairs, but at least I know. At least it's predictable. At least I know it's coming. Out there in the unknown world, I don't know. I don't know anything. It's too scary. I just can't deal with the unknown, right? And that's an extreme example, but it's real. That's what people do. They stay in these trauma bond, toxic relationships, get the shit kicked out of them every single day, and they won't leave because they're frightened. They're scared shitless of the unknown. And so the universe is trying to help you rewire your nervous system and get in touch with your spiritual gift so that you will know when the right guy comes in. Because again, you can't put in the cart before the hearse. You can ask about love and the universe can send you guy after guy after guy after guy. But if you haven't changed, and this part of you hasn't changed, then it doesn't matter what guy. You'll just keep rejecting the good ones and you'll just keep wanting to go for the bad ones, right? So there's a pattern here that the universe is trying to help you. And so the bottom of the deck, we have timing. Timing is involved not so much in the timing of waiting for the person. It's a timing that's in your hands. The hands of time, or time is in your hands. What I'm trying to say. So it's the amount of work that you're willing to put into yourself, which will determine, when you will be in a vibrational match for the type of guy that would actually be good for you. So what else do we need to know? And I know this is a lot. I know you guys are like, I'm spending a lot of time on Gina's here because this isn't just about Gina. Like, most people have relationship problems. Most people's relationship problems are not unique. The story that they give you about their relationship problems, they might think is unique, right? Well, no, this is unique to me. It's actually really not. You think it's unique to you because you're not talking to people who have the same problems that you do all the time. I'm talking to these people all the time. So when I'm hearing this person over here tell me their shit, and this person telling me their shit, and this person's telling me their shit, and I hear everybody's shit, it's like the stories aren't that unique anymore. I can promise you that, right? And so since this is a very common thing, because I would say, 95% of everybody, I believe, that's alive probably wants to be in a relationship, probably wants to find love. This is a universal situation. So yes, while I am technically still speaking to Gina, all this is relationship knowledge that every single person out here can learn from. And that's on purpose. So the next card you have, Gina, is recovery. So this is you spending the time doing everything that we've talked about learning from your past lessons, rewiring your nervous system, and getting tapped in, getting connected to your intuition and your spiritual gift. So for two reasons. Well, one, so that obviously you can learn to spot people that are bad for you, regardless of relationship or not, because it doesn't end there. Once you find your soulmate and once that man comes into your life, guess what? There's still lots of toxic people out there that you're going to be interacting with. So this skill of listening to your gut is going to benefit you the rest of your life. Whether you're with people who are just deceitful, people that are just unhealthy, or people that you just shouldn't be around or be in your life, it doesn't matter, right? So it's there. It's gonna help. It's only going to help you for the rest of your life. The second thing is you learning, obviously, how to trust your intuition on the other side. When is my gut feeling telling me green light about something? Hey, you need to go talk to that person. You need to go for that guy. You need to go and do this thing. You need to learn the difference between my gut saying red light and my gut saying green light, right? And then the recovery also is implying all the other type of healing of the past things that have affected your nervous system, right? Because there's two energies in this card. One energy is for, a protection energy for you needing to learn how to protect what's valuable for you. But the other side of the energy is also you not becoming overprotective in the sense, like I was saying, most people do. Most people, they get hurt, and then finally it's that straw that breaks the camel's back, and they say, fuck love, fuck people, I give up, I've lost hope, and they become angry, they become bitter, and they become destructive. And the minute they cross that threshold, they become the hurt person that starts hurting other people. Because that's the cycle. The person that never wanted to be cheated on becomes the cheater. The person that never wanted to be lied to becomes the liar. The person that never wanted fill in the gap, fill in the blank, after enough times of that happening to them, they become the thing that they never wanted to happen to them. Right? People think that narcissists and evil people, and these people just were born that way. It's not true. Nobody was just born fucking evil. They learned evil. And people learn evil through pain and fear. That's how it is. They don't just come into this world like, even Adolf Hitler, one of the most evil people in modern history, he was not born an evil motherfucker. He became that way. He learned his evil from whatever, God knows what happened to him, right? But he didn't wake up one day becoming the devil. He became the devil. That's how it works. So what else do we need for Gina specifically? What else do we need specifically? And love is coming towards you, by the way. I can feel the man's energy. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. Well, so to your point, Gene, that is true. There are people who have certain types of disorders, but my rebuttal to that is the disorder isn't evil. It's a psychological thing. It's like if you're a psychopath and you don't have the thing in your brain that you just don't have empathy, like it just doesn't exist for you, so you just completely don't understand it. So you can chop an animal or a human being into all these little pieces, and it just, it's like we perceive that as evil, yes. And I'm not saying that it isn't, but I'm saying that in their mind, without the ability to understand empathy because they never had it before, the diagnosis of the thing that they have in and of itself wasn't evil, if that makes sense. But I know that's kind of like debatable-ish, but yes, there are people who are definitely born with disorders. So what else do we need about Gina here? He was on myth. Well, you do have somebody coming back, though, for sure. You have a second chance card that just came out, so somebody is going to come back to you from your past. I don't know who it is. And I agree with you, Gene. I mean, evil is evil regardless. So I'm definitely not, if a psychopath chops somebody up in little pieces, I'm not saying that what they did isn't evil. I agree with you. So you do have somebody coming back here, though. And I think, obviously this is all the things that we were saying up to this point in your reading, Gina, is obviously probably to prepare you for the fact that somebody's coming around. We have second chances here, but here's that patterns card. Somebody's coming back around, and this is a pattern. So get ready. Here it comes. Here comes the lesson. You're going to be tested, right? Here comes the lesson. Here comes this person, this second chance person. It's a pattern. So it's the same old thing, and it's going to look like a really good time. So whoever from your past is Mr. Really Good Time, that's who this is. You'll know who this is. Whoever that person is in your past that you would call or name Mr. Really Good Time, that's probably who this is. and missed a really good time would like to really have another really good time with you because that's their pattern. And while it might be a really good time, it's going to come at a cost here with the lesson. If you allow it, of course. What else does Gina need to know? Also keep in mind that when this person comes to you, they're going to, I feel that they're also going to pull some of this with you. They're going to tell you they've changed, recovery. Oh, no, I'm not the same person anymore. And I've done this. I got this help and blah, 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 blah. They're going to really try to convince you that they're not the same person with the recovery energy. Like, hey, no, I promise, I swear I've changed. But look, secrets. Secret, I got a secret. Dun-na-na-na-na-na. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. I am full of shit. And there you have it. This is what you can expect with this person. Whoever this person is, they're full of shit. They haven't changed. Even if they tell you, they swear to God and all the saints, all the 12 disciples, I've changed. Patterns, no, they haven't. Secrets, no, they haven't. And destruction, no, they certainly haven't. So this is like the immediate future, okay? But you have somebody else coming up this year. All right, it's not in the cards, but intuitively, I can feel his energy. You have a soulmate coming towards you, 2025. And if you were here earlier, I went on that whole big long tangent about how I don't do times, and I'm not like, that's just one of the things I'm not really comfortable giving unless I feel very, very, very strongly. Well, this is one of those moments where I feel very, 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 very strongly for you. Mark my words. Go write it down somewhere, stick it on your refrigerator that Eddie said in 2025, I'm meeting my soulmate. Okay. Now I can't tell you because that timing card we had, that was here a second ago that I showed you, it's in your hands, right? Like you're the one who really is in control of when you're going to meet this guy. And it's really based on these three cards, really: lessons, unknown, and recovery. So as you navigate your healing and everything that we've talked about in this reading so far, you navigate these first three cards. These first three cards are the ones that are really going to, or the energy that they represent rather, will determine the outcome or the timing when you call this person in. So, the more intention and effort you put into this, the faster he'll come. That's how it works, basically, if that makes sense. So, but yeah, you're being protected here too, though. There's an element of protection here, but that's why also the fortress energy. You're being protected, but the universe really needs you to start learning to remember: trust your gut, no buts. No buts, trust your gut. Your brain's going to want to know, but. Doesn't matter. You'll just walk away with the peace. Say, hey, this really, hopefully you won't have to do this too many times, but God forbid if you do, guys come into your life and you feel that icky feeling inside of you going, nope, he's not it. Just trust it. Go, I don't need to know. I don't need to find out. I don't need to go down the path. I don't need to see all the reasons why. I'm just going to believe it. I'm going to trust it. If I get a yucky, gross, trusting my gut, and my gut's saying that he's not it, hey, nice to know you, man. I'm sure you're a great guy. Awesome. Move on with it. That's it. No more buts. Just move on. Keep going until your soul says that guy is the right guy. Right? When you get the green light. And then when you get the green light, you can come back to me and then we can confirm that the green light was giving you the green light. If you're unsure that the green light was giving you the green light, then you can be extra safe. No problems there. That's what I'm here for, right? So, but near future energy, very possible that somebody here is coming back from your past, and they have not changed. They're going to try to convince you that they have. They're going to swear to you that they have. And then you can look them right in the eye and you can go, hey, Billy, you know what? I met this really cool guy on the interwebs. And he's kind of this weird, what you might call a psychic. And he done told me about all your bullshit. Yeah, Billy. Yes, sir, Billy. He done told on you. I know all your secrets. I know all your bullshit. And you ain't getting no treasure goodies from me. I'm sorry, Billy. I'm sorry, Billy. You're going to have to take one of these for free and go on with yourself now. Go on with yourself now, Billy. Go on with yourself now, Billy. We had a donation from Trudy. The Master. The Master is here, ladies and gentlemen. The Master is here. The Master is here. All the Masters are here tonight. We got Brandy in here. Trudy. All the Masters are coming out. It's like the Temple of the Jedi. The Temple of the Jedi. The Temple of the Jedi. Trudy is here, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, please rise. The Master is here. Obi-Wan Trudeo. What's happening next year with my relationship? Your relationship with your boo thing, or your relationship with your daughter, your relationship with me. Hearts mean love. Hearts mean love. The boo thing. The boo thing. Well, when he sees you dancing and grinding in the kitchen naked, as we've discussed in your past readings, I'm sure things are going to get really good between you two. If I walked in, I'm just going to tell you, if I walked in to my woman dressed in lingerie, doing the stinky leg up against the kitchen doorway, listening to some like I don't know, listen to some of that stank music. I mean, it be on. It be on, son. Like, we ain't getting out of that kitchen. We ain't getting out of that kitchen, and you ain't getting out of that doorway neither. Yes, sir. We finna. Come on, Eddie. Get on. Get on with it. Wait, that's what he said. That's what he said. All right, let's see here. Let's see what the Master. Let's see what the Master needs for love and relationships. Ooh, you got a surprise coming. All right, just a couple of little things here. Let's see. Think of a special moment that I think this was meant, I think there's a typo. Think of a special moment that brought you much joy with your partner, but it says bought, not brought. I think that's a typo. It's all right. You know, we all make mistakes. Even the oracle cards. We have honor. Honor your loved one, and you will notice your relationship becoming stronger. All right, and we're gonna get to the specifics here in a second. I'm just trying to get some surprise. You may be about to be surprised. Maybe he's planning something. Maybe he's planning something here. Trudy's like, it better be a good one. Your strengths and weaknesses are being tested right now for some reason. Some type of obstacles. Okay. Then there's marriage. And then there's rejoice. So it's kind of like some type of bump in the road that turns into not so much a bump in the road that, let's see. Give me a few little more messages here. Give me the outline here. Give me the outline. Show me the outline. What do we need to know here? Ooh, romance. Well, my God, Trudy, you're going to be romanced. I told you, when he sees you doing that thing in the kitchen, I'm telling you, you think I'm joking. You think I'm all just over here joking around and, you know, being all whatever. You think that. I ain't saying nothing that ain't in the energy. I ain't saying nothing that ain't in the energy. What else we need to know? Show me that passion card. Come on, throw it out. Throw that passion card out. I know, I can feel it coming. Where is it? Where's that passion card? Come on. I know, I can feel it. Don't hold back on me now, cards. Oh, we have fun. See, it starts at fun. It starts at fun. That's how we all got to first, you know, how we all start at first base and get to second base. It all started out as fun. It's all fun and games until the clothes started coming off. Oh. Okay, you're not seeing eye to eye about something because we have differences here. You guys are not seeing eye to eye about something. And this is obviously tied to whatever this test and obstacle thing is going on here. Clearly. Yeah, we got tested and obstacle. This has something to do. I think you know what this is. I mean, I would. My mind would be blown if you didn't know what this is. There's something. There's something here. I'll try not to get too. I'll try not to get too personal with it. If it starts to get too detailed, you won't put your business out here on the interwebs. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, yep. All right, now we're talking. Look, love's going to win. Love's going to save the day. True love is here. Whatever this little bump in the road is, it's bullshit. Balance is coming. All right. I'm just getting the surface level energy out here. I got other things to say about some of this, but I'm gonna let the cards all get out on the table first so I can see the full picture. This is something interesting, Trudy. I don't know if you and your partner actually ever like had like an official kind of like a celebration, or, you know, I don't know. I mean, what we, I guess, would call like a marriage ceremony or something, right? But this is kind of what, just hear me out for a second here. What I'm kind of getting is like, if you guys never actually had like an official, like, you know, when you came together, you just kind of came together and it just turned into a serious relationship, and it's just kind of been like what it is, you know, and it's just always kind of just been what it is, right? What I feel part of the fun energy here, the romance and the fun in this marriage card, what I'm getting here is like the universe is like, the universe is saying like, regardless of like how you define what marriage is supposed to look like for you two, right? That could be anything, you know, and that's obviously between you and your partner. But yeah, look, I knew I was getting close to that passion card because there's a card in this deck called passion, and we have flirt here. But this is specifically what I'm getting here, like because everything, and look, healing is at the bottom of the deck. Everything about the energy of your relationship here has to do, look, beneath that we have soul connection, beneath that we have guarded, and there's been some confusion beneath that, but there's passion here. Beneath that we have memories, beneath that we have patience, and then beneath that we have open up. So, but the overall, you know, because again, while I might be kind of being playful and I seem like I'm joking, I'm actually being, it's actually part of your reading. The energy that's coming is part of your reading. And basically what I'm sensing is your relationship with him needs a passion infusion, an infusion of passion basically here. And so this kind of getting this like idea of like what if you guys just like, you know, you just dressed up, you know, like in whatever way that you wanted. Like you got a dress and you dressed up like, you know, you were going to be his bride, and you guys just turned it into like either like a fun, like little retreat, whether it's a few days or whatever. And it's like, you guys just act like you're fucking teenagers, and you just go out and you just throw care, you know, you throw all the bullshit to the wind, and you just go act like literally like just a bunch of like wild, horny, you know, 20 and 21 year olds. Like the adulting kind of shit, I feel, and like all the stuff of life has kind of like, I feel kind of taken, you know, kind of taken over. And things have just been kind of like going and going and going. And this is just the normal nature of most relationships. People are locked into their life and their routines and doing things. And, you know, it's not intentional that their relationships inevitably begin to suffer because life is happening. And it's just, we get so caught up doing life that we forget the relationship until the relationship has problems. And then when the relationship starts to have problems, we start to notice that the relationship actually needed to be important because we've been so driven in these other areas. And so I feel like that's just kind of maybe really kind of what's happened here. Like despite any of the other things going on in your relationship specifically, the overall issue is that, you know, there hasn't been a lot of spark. Like forget that this card says differences on it, right? It's that without any fire, without any passion, without any spark, things start to feel dead, right? And this, unfortunately, is the dilemma in most relationships. And so, you know, that's why the balance is here. The balance card is here is because we all have to learn to navigate and do this delicate dance of life, of work, bills, health, self, and relationship, right? And all the other stages and seasons of life and all these other things that are occurring that often take us away from what a part of true relationship is about, which is the relating. It's sort of like once we get into the container that we call relationship, we get comfortable, but in our comfort, we stop doing the thing that made the relationship a relationship, which is the relating part. And that's how people slowly begin to drift apart because we stop relating to each other. We stop growing together. We stop, you know, envisioning life together. We stop finding that purpose, that passion, and all these things, right? And so what I sense that the universe is wanting you to do, and the way to heal this is there needs to be like an injection or an infusion of passion back into the relationship. in sort of like a playful, young, flirty type of way, because you have that energy in you. I see it come out of you all the time, right? And I don't know your partner, but I definitely know, and I've seen that playful energy in you. And it's a night and day difference. It's like when you're in kind of your more feminine, kind of playful, jokey, just you're kind of letting the little girl out a little bit. You're letting the little teenager come out, just kind of like me. I get on here and there's times I get very passionate, very intense, and very serious. The masculine comes out. And there's other times I'm just like the little, I'm joking around and bubbly and just whatever, like joking about things. And the little boy humor comes out. It's like, it's allowing that energy to come through you of like more of like the young, flirty, kind of seductive, not like, when I say seductive and passion, like there is this sexual element to it, but it's not just like this, it's not this overbearingly thing. It's just more of like it's the natural seductive energy that exists within healthy feminine energy, right? Like when how do I say this? When feminine energy is just allowed to be in its healthy state, there's always an element of sensuality there, because feminine energy is what is sexual energy, right? Which is why the female body is the icon of sexuality, not the male body, right? The male body is not, we think of it, we tend, because of culture, has made men into like the sexual ones because we're horny all the time and we just want to, it's like, there's the saying like, men need a place, women need a reason when it comes to sex, right? Men need a place, women need a reason. And because of that and all these other cliches that men get, stereotyped by, we're the ones that we think like, well, sexuality must be masculine. It's actually not true. I disagree with that. I think feminine energy is true sensuality. True sexuality is in feminine energy. And I think that, in a healthy dynamic, not in a world of porn, not in a world of distractions, not in a world of sexuality being shoved down men's throat every which possible fucking way because sex sells and all this stuff. Not through all the distortions of society and the world, but I'm saying when it comes to just sheer healthy masculine energy and sheer healthy feminine energy, I believe that masculine energy responds to the sensual energy of the feminine. So it's the feminine who really calls to the masculine and invites him into the sexual experience, right? And so it's kind of like the analogy of the porcupine, which I didn't know this, by the way, until just a few years ago. But if you look at the mating ritual of porcupines, the male porcupine will go to the female porcupine and he will basically massage the female porcupine's face. And he'll sit there and he'll massage her face. It's this whole ritual. And then he'll go back behind her, and if her prongs are up, he knows, nope, not getting in. So he goes back around and he'll massage her face more. And he'll keep doing this until her prongs are down. And then he knows, okay, I got the green light. We're good to go, right? And now, I didn't know that. I thought that was a pretty awesome analogy. And to me, that's what it is. It's the masculine responding to the sensual energy of the feminine. And so it's like, as you step into this, kind of like your sensual, feminine energy, and you allow some of that flirty, seductive energy to come out. This is the flirt card. You start to allow that to come out, and you just go out and you have fun with him. You dress up like, hey, look, it doesn't have to be like a super, crazy, extravagant thing, unless you want it to be, of course. You just get a dress that you think you feel beautiful in and say, hey, you should get dressed up and we'll get dressed up and we'll just act like, we literally just got married. We don't have to wait and have this big old thing. Like, this can be us. This can be our wedding day. We don't need an excuse to celebrate and it has to be everybody involved. We can fucking celebrate our love right now, right? We don't need an excuse to celebrate our relationship, our commitment, and make it into this big thing. We can go out and we can literally say, hey, you know what? Let's just act like we're the crazy people in the movies, those romance movies who just run off together and do some crazy shit, and like literally go do it though. Like have like a 24-hour period where you just try to make it into like this fun little, like movie thing, where it's like whatever that means for you, like just going out and having fun and doing crazy shit, but make it flirty and romantic and just like being children and say, look, can we just for 24 hours, at the very least for 24 hours, can we put the jobs and the works and the responsibilities and all the things, and can we just go out and be like kids again, like wild teenagers, can we get in the car? And I'm just giving an example, get in the car and go park out in the back of the parking lot and, get in the back seat and just like, make out and act like we're like, getting to first base for the first time. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're doing this for the first time. Or, doing something maybe a little risque, out in public or something. You go find some little place, it's, you're not going to be, there's the threat there, or the mild threat that maybe someone will catch you. And, you guys start doing some stuff, or whatever. If you're out in the water, go out into the water, it's like your head's just popping out of the water, and there's all kind of other things going on underneath the water, but your head's just popping out and you get this really big smile on your face, like there's all kinds of things you can do to reignite the passion here. But there's something specific that the universe, it keeps coming to me, like this idea for you guys with this card, for you guys to just get dressed up, throw all the bullshit to the wind, no rules, no dogma. It has to be this, it has to be that, other people, and we have to be responsible, we have to be adults. It's like, no, we're going to be like misbehaving teenagers. We get 24 hours to go out and act like we're two horny, misbehaving teenagers and reconnect with each other and remind each other of why we actually do have this, even though maybe right now it doesn't so much feel that way. Because the only reason that these two matches haven't stayed lit is for this. I'll show you. This is the only reason why these two matches haven't stayed lit. It's another card on this deck I'm going to show you here. This is the only reason. And the picture alone, what is understood doesn't need to be discussed. And it's not that this over here can't become this again. Because if I were to take these matches and put it up against these sticks could catch on fire again. So it's not that this can't be this again. And that's what the universe is trying to say. It's like, you want this back with your partner, but the reason that you don't have this is because life happens. And after a lot of life happens, then it starts to feel like this, right? And so the universe is like, look, there's a simple solution here, actually much simpler than you think, because the bottom of the deck here, let's take a look at some of the confirmations here. First of all, let's look at all the positive energy here. Like, the only first negative thing that we could even remotely look at and consider even remotely negative out of this is just this card that says differences, right? And that's, again, that's a forget the word on the card, right? Because I don't think obviously you guys are that different. We have healing underneath that. We have soul connection. Underneath that, we do have guarded, but that's, obviously you guys, after a certain amount of time of feeling apart, you're going to feel that way. But you have true love, you have healing, and then you have the soul connection. So it's like the soul connection and the soul bond you have with this person transcends any problems that you could ever have with them. And the fact that you have the true love here, it's like, it would take, I don't know, it would take, and I don't want to underestimate the power of our humanity to fuck things up, but I think it would take just as much as it would take. I think it would take a miracle to destroy this. Like you have a soul contract with this man that it's like, it's done. It's a done deal. You have a soul contract with this man it's here. It's like this is your dude, and you're just hitting this slump, and the way to get through the slump is by introducing passion back into the partnership. And I think that if you guys can throw it to the wind and just go out and act like a bunch of horny teenagers, and you dress up like you're a bride and he dresses up like he's your man, and you just go around for 24 hours and people are like, what are you guys doing? It's like, hey, we're married. And it doesn't matter if you've been together for however many years. It doesn't matter. You're not lying to them. You are married. Just say, hey, we're married. Like, oh, congratulations. And let people think that you just got married. That's okay. Again, you're not lying to them. Just let them think that way. Let people see you and celebrate. Oh my God, congratulations. That's the idea. The whole point of it is literally for that to happen. For you to just go out and let people like, oh my God, like, yeah, man, we're married. And like, oh my God, congratulations. Like, oh, thanks so much. Like, take it all in, all of it, from start to finish. What else does Trudy need to know? What else does she need about her relationship, her partnership here? One other thing that's coming through, my friend, is like when it comes to petty things, like pick your battles. Like there's certain things that we all. It's like I tell people, when you choose a partner, you choose a set of problems, right? We all come with a set of problems. We all come with our flaws. We all come with our shit, with our quirks, our knacks, or whatever. You know what I mean? When it comes to the petty things, the petty differences, like, after so many years together, maybe you still wish that you didn't have to fight about this. Maybe you still wish that this thing wasn't a problem. Maybe you still wish that this thing would have been resolved by now. Like, in the grand scheme of things, the universe is saying, on a scale of like 1 to, is this absolutely that fucking important? How important is it? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, like if it's like, if it's not more than like a 5, the universe is saying, maybe just let it go. And sometimes it can be hard because it's like, yeah, but it's that thing. It's that thing though, universe. It's that thing. And you're just like, I know, but come on. It's just the thing, And sometimes we just gotta eat the bullet and take one for the team, right? Because it's the thing. All right, so we got this manifestation card over here, which is kind of like a magician energy. So, obviously, that has to do with using all the resources, all the knowledge, all the things that you have available to you to implement said changes. But it's also about you realizing this beautiful new place that you want to actually be in as you, my friend, move into 2025, because everything is about to up level with you. Your spirituality, your spiritual gifts, your spiritual business, your relationships, your leadership, and your partnership. It's all wanting to go up as you go up, right? And so, take this part with you in an intentional way is what the universe is saying. Like, take your partnership with you in an intentional way, and know that even if it doesn't feel like it's directly connected to this part of your life, it actually is. It may not be in the sense that, it's out here in the known part of what you do in that way, but it's behind the scenes in the way that it affects you. And so as you're experiencing more of this with your partner, this same fire that you experience with your partner, you bring that fire and that energy into your gift, right? That exuberance and that power and that passion and all that extra energy, and I feel like you won't feel so burnt out with it. Like when you go through those times where it's like you'll have like a really strong, exciting spurt where it's like, man, like kind of like how I am right now. You can do the readings. You're just like back to back to back to back. And it's like, you just feel like on fire. You're just like, man, as soon as you finish a read, it's like you get a couple hours. You're like, man, I could go do another one. And a couple hours, like I could do another one. It's like, you just kind of get in that role, and you're having fun with it. It's exciting. But then, you kind of get into that slump where it's like, man, I'm starting to feel kind of burnt out. I need a break, like that kind of thing. It's like, well, when you have this fueling you with the energy that you're getting with your partner, you're going to bring that energy with you into your gifting and your spirituality. So it's going to be even more profound for you, more powerful for you. And it's going to re-energize what you're doing out here, right? We do have the Divine Masculine here. This is kind of like the Emperor card, but I'll be honest with you, I've got a question mark around that one right now. Part of the energy is attached to you, and part of the energy is attached to him. It's not very clear, though. It's very blended, so I'm not sure where you begin and where he ends in that energy. But we do have the calling here, so obviously this has to do with your spiritual call in life. And I think that this is really just confirmation of what I said about not seeing that part of your life so much compartmentalized and different, but it's actually attached to your relationship. So what you're doing is affected and is a part of it, even if it's not out here in the open where it's like, a lot of people not know about your personal relationship or even anything having to do with him, but it's the effect that the personal relationship that you have with him has on you when you show up to do your calling, if that makes sense. So, there's something here about with this Divine Masculine. I'm just going to try my best really quick to kind of like pick it apart a little bit, but part of it is like knowing when, like kind of like when you guys need to take turns kind of being the leader. There's certain times where I feel like you need to let him kind of be in charge. And there's certain times where maybe like he needs to let you be in charge in a sense, but in different ways, right? Like when it comes to certain things that, you would be more kind of like, you would just be better at taking charge of that situation, circumstance, or that area of life. It's like, cool, we let Trudy do that because she's good at it. She's better than me. It's a trust thing. When it's him and it comes to a thing that he's better at, he's good at, it's just like basically like, hey, let's, again, the differences thing. Let's not butt heads and let's not turn, petty shit into big shit because we're stepping on each other's toes, because you're both, you're both your own people at this point in life. You're both obviously independent enough. You have your, for the most part, your own independent life that he's a part of. And I'm assuming he kind of has his own independent life to an extent. And then when you guys come together, you come together. So there's a little bit of like respect there of something, that balance energy there. That's the best way I know to describe it. There's a little bit more to it than that, but again, without, hyper analyzing the energy, that's kind of what's coming out there. We have wisdom. Yeah. So this is you, obviously Virgo energy. But this is also like, this is you falling back on just a lot of things that you've learned and are learning, but it's also divine knowledge. And just remembering always that you have a connection to a stream of knowledge and information that even transcends the knowledge and information that you have. And at the bottom of the deck, you have fulfillment. So in this deck of mine that I created, this is essentially the 10 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. Like this is the ultimate, ultra, end all, be all fulfillment in this deck of cards that I have. So at the bottom of the deck, it's like, and then underneath that we have the building. We have the past, and then we have the building card, which I forgot to put up right when I put it back in the deck. So it's basically like, whatever the past is, it's like leave the past in the past, and shove the problems in the past, focus on the new future. And that's what the building card is saying. It's like, focus on what you want, not on what you don't want. Focus on what you can build and what you can control. Focus on what you know that you have the power to create and empower to create, right? Whereas the shit that we get so caught up on, whether it's a past argument, past bitterness, past resentment, what didn't work, all that shit, the more that we focus on it, the more that we fuel it. Because where our attention goes, our focus, or where our focus goes, our energy follows, right? Whatever that saying is. But this is what should be the forefront of your mind is, how do we create this? This needs to be the vision, goal, and purpose of our relationship. And we all, obviously, we completely have the power to do it because the cards are showing you that you do, right? But this wisdom card specifically is saying, hey, if there's anything that you feel uncertain about at any time about how do I do this, how do I accomplish this, or, what are the steps, the universe is promising you, always promising you, that you, as the oracle, because that's really what you are, you're the living oracle, that you will always be given any type of information or knowledge or advice that you need, whether directly from spirit or from a trusted source. Like, you will always get the information and knowledge you need. So never ever fall into the trap of believing that you can't, or you don't know how, or you're unsure, or whatever it is. There's infinite knowledge and wisdom being given to you. So here you are, the wise sage, the Virgo, opening up this metaphorical book of knowledge, and the pages are on fire, like the burning bush in the Old Testament. When Moses, was it Abraham or Moses? It was Moses, right? Yeah, it was Moses, had the burning bush encounter, right? So this would be you having a burning bush encounter, but obviously it's not a bush, it's a book representing the divine knowledge, a metaphor of the divine knowledge that's given to you. And every time you open this book, see, there really is no pages. It's just a book that's on fire. And this man isn't reading, his eyes are closed. But this man is consuming divine knowledge from the flames that are coming out of this book. And every time he opens this book, he's just consuming divine knowledge, and that's you. So there's answers always available to you and always calling to you, coming to you. So the future of your relationship, I mean, obviously, as we all know, there's always an actionable part on for us to do. Like, there's always part of it that we're responsible for, and so it's just in the ability to, to use what you have with the knowledge that you've been given to reignite this passion. And that's really all it's missing. Essentially, if I could summarize your reading, my friend, I would say that basically you and your partner might be feeling this right now. Whether you've communicated it clearly or not, or acknowledged it or not, I don't know, but you might be feeling this way about your partner, but the only reason that you are is just because you're not doing this. And the more you start doing this, then the less you'll experience that. And so obviously there's, hundreds of thousands of ways you could brainstorm and do that, but I really feel strongly something about you guys celebrating each other like you're wild, crazy, horny teenagers who just got married, and for at least 24 hours, if you can't afford to spend like 2 or 3 days together and do like some type of retreat, at least for 24 hours, like literally turn off your phones, no communication, nothing. And you know what? If someone dies, they fucking die. If the house burns down, the house burns down. So what? 24 fucking hours. We're going to turn our phones off. We're going to disconnect from the world. And we are going to just go, hog wild, batshit crazy, and enjoy each other. Be completely immersed in each other. Fun, flirty, passionate, reconnecting, no distractions, and literally embodying like we're just getting married for the first time. Reliving the experience, recreating the experience, all the way down to the way that we dress. Taking it that serious. Taking it to that extreme, maybe. And just doing some crazy shit. Just wild, crazy, whatever. No limitations, no rules. As long as obviously you're not hurting yourself or getting yourself thrown in jail. But, leave the sky to the limits with this fun, this balloon card. Like getting in a hot air balloon, like the sky is the limit here. And that's what this relation needs. It just needs more passion back into it, right? And the minute that passion comes back, boom, it's on fire again. And I don't think it's going to take you a long time. I think it can be done in 24 hours. I think you guys really, really, really for 24 hours, I think it would have dramatic effects. So I see really positive things. Obviously this tested and this obstacles energy up here. is just because, you just haven't shared a lot of passion. Too many other things going on in life. Not enough connection, not enough proximity. The relationship starts to feel dead and empty. But you have the fire, you have the spark, you have the soul connection, you have the true love. Everything is already here. This fire is still here. You have not lost this fire. You're just not sharing it. So it feels like you've lost it. The minute you start sharing that fire, you're going to realize we never lost it, because you haven't lost it. This is the illusion that you've lost the spark. You haven't. You haven't lost the spark. And what's this going to do for you, my friend? Heal. There you are, you and him. Two hearts sewn together back as one. And I hope that you guys really, 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 I'm just going to be honest, I hope you fuck each other's brains out. There, I said it. I said it. At least somebody around here should get laid. At least some Virgo out here should be getting laid. I'm sure not. I'm going to look like that wisdom card. I'm going to look like that man. I'll be all old and grandpa, and I'm going to look like Methuselah. I'm going to be like, yeah, long time ago, way back when I was just a young whippersnapper, I had me one of them little whippersnappers, and I got to use it once, and after that, I never got to use that whippersnapper again. That was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, when I had that whippersnapper. We have a donation from Brandy. Is that what I'm seeing? Another master number 2. Okay, let's just get on with it. I haven't even had a reason to use my other decks tonight. You guys have been asking all these questions, and I got just today, I got this little magical fairy unicorn, and this thing is hysterical, but it's actually very accurate. It's only like 30 cards, but it's absolutely accurate, and it's hysterical. But, I gotta wait to use it when I can use it. Brandy's got the question. Feel the beat of the rhythm of the night, dancing to the morning light. What's my love life look like this year? You could be a shooting star. This has never happened, ever. Never, ever happened, I don't think, on a live reading before. I actually think I might go take a pee. Can you believe that? Can you guys believe that I actually might go take a quick pee and renew my beverage? Can we take 3? Can we take 3? Gene, are we good? Can we take 3? I have to ask my mod for permission here. Oh, look, she's calling me out. You've peed in 2 lives before. I didn't pee in the live. I mean, I guess technically I could. I mean, there's like this much of this in this, I think down this jar. I don't know if it would hold it all. I don't know if you guys would want to see it, but I don't know. Do you think that would make my YouTube go viral? If I peed on live stream, would that make me go viral? Would I get 5,000 subs in 24 hours or a million? I need to go like viral. Like if I'm going to pee on a live, it needs to be like I get a million plus views. You know what I'm saying? Like it's got to be worth it, man. You don't like to watch men pee? Obviously, you've never been fishing before. Because when you out fishing with men, even a woman, man, you out in the middle of the water, the whatever, like, you know, you're going to hang it over the boat. That's probably, well, that's the thing. Last time my channel got shut down, I didn't do shit. And my social media got shut down, I didn't do shit. So it's like, I'm over here being the most harmless person on the internet, and I already get shut down. So it's like, fuck, if I'm going to get shut down, I might as well get shut down for something legit, right? Like, at least I can be like, yeah, they shut me down because I took a piss on a tarot live. I was out there and like, look, I got the Ace of Wands right here. Gene's like, nope, I've never been out on a boat. I've never hung it over the edge, and I've never peed in front of a man. Well, I will tell you, I have what's that term, agoraphobia or whatever it is. I can't stand next to a man in a stall and pee. Like, it won't come out. I have to go into the stall and have to shut the door. I can't be standing around other dudes and pee. Like, it just won't happen. So I have to anticipate that when it's like a concert or a very busy place where like the bathrooms are super busy, because like I literally, I will stand there and then it's really awkward. It's like you think you can do it. So you walk up to the urinal and you're standing there, and there's just dude after dude getting the urinals next to you, and there's all this noise, and it's just like, yeah, it's totally, I get stage fright, and I'm sitting there and there's other dudes behind you waiting because it's really busy, and you're just standing there, and they're thinking like, geez, dude, like, didn't take it that long to pee. And so then you're just like, well, shit, what do I do now? And like, you really got to go really bad. So then I've just learned, like, I got to go like kind of like hanging out by the stall, and it's just like, yeah, it's bad, man. And I can't for the life of me. I've tried to get over it, but I can't. I cannot go into the bathroom and I just can't. Look at my P list or my free list. All right, back in 3 minutes. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna give me a drink, and y'all fixing to see some shit y'all ain't never seen. Okay. I left the door open so you guys could maybe hear, listen in, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys got to enjoy the sweet, sweet sound of my parade. The last one, I had one left. And it's so good. What are you drinking, they say? I have, where were we? Here? The bubbly. I mean, it's all right. It's okay. I've had better. I've had worse. Why not the front? Why not the front room? Is it because you like butts? Absolutely, I do. I'm a butt guy. I'm a butt hair, smile, fingernail guy. Right. Voice too. Voice is important too. Like my hat head. How am I looking? All this. Y'all see all this? This is called live tarot reading. You earn these suckers right here. These things up under here is called live tarot reading. You earn those. That's like getting your stripes in karate. You get your stripes on your belt. This is me getting my stripes on my belt. The guy's name? What are y'all talking about? What guy's name are you talking about? What are you looking at in my room? Wording mine, Gene. I see it now. What are y'all looking at? What are y'all looking at here? Backroom's lover likes to pack fudge. Hence the choice. What? Oh, I see it. Backroom's lover. How do you? Oh, I see it now. The dude in the chat. Yeah, what's going on here? Dude, your name is epic. Hold on. I want to go to your channel real quick. What? I got to see your picture of yours. And you got that hazmat suit on here? All right. All right. Okay. I dig the name. No, I see it now. I was wondering, I'm like, when you said back rooms, I thought you were talking about my room. I'm like, what are y'all looking at? There ain't nothing back here. Well, I mean there is, but I got those. Or those. That's all there is back there. Those tubs. He wants you to know that Jesus loves you, but doesn't have enough respect to at least capitalize his name. Oh, yeah. Me and Jesus we're good. Hey, look. I gave my life to Jesus Christ when I was 12 years old. I said the sinner's prayer. Me and Jesus have been good ever since. I know more Jesus than more Jesus than most Christians. I can promise you that. How do I know? Because I was the Jesus Christian for like 40 years. I got nothing wrong with that either, by the way. Jesus is the OG. Jesus the OG. He might be a tarot troll. He could be. Maybe. We'll see. You know, that's why you're the mod, Gene. You get to drop the hammer and play whack-a-mole when they come in. Which I get much delight from, by the way. When the mod starts modding out, I'm like, yeah. And she's like, mod out. Mod out. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, no, hey, look, I get it. I was raised. I thought tarot was demonic and evil and witchcraft and the devil and demons. I believed all that too. Like I was very, very resistant when my friends like, hey, you need to like get this reading. You need to get a reading, a tarot reading from this woman named Trudy. She'll blow your mind. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not getting shit. You know, I ain't touching them devil cards, them demon cards. I'll tell you what's more. Let me get my thing back here. There we go. What's more? What's more dangerous than these devil cards is my use of profanity. Okay, love and brandy. Get back in the channel, Eddie. Get back in the channel. Yeah, Jean is fucking amazing, and she's absolutely hilarious. Jean's like the best thing that's ever happened to this channel. I think a lot of people actually come to the channel for Jean. They think initially it's for the reading, but once they actually are in the chat, they're like, nope, don't give two shits about this guy and all his whatever the hell, whatever the, he's talking about. It's to hang out with Jean in the chat, and I don't blame him. And that's why when my channel blows up and goes viral, it's going to be because of Jean. See, I know a good thing when a good thing comes along. Like, well, I appreciate that, Brandy, because I don't know how to be anything else. Like, and that's just a rule that I have with myself. I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to bullshit anybody. And that's just my own non-negotiable with myself. I refuse to betray me. I'm sure the fuck not going to betray people out there. And obviously, I wouldn't want the karma of doing so. And I think a lot of people, they like the unicorns, fairies, and rainbows shit. And I understand why they do. But, it's not going to help. It's not going to help you get what you want out of life, because that's not how life works. And anybody who's been alive for more than, I don't know, the moment you're breathing should probably know that by now. And somehow people still want to believe in this delusion that, somehow these magical cards are going to tell you when you're going to get this magical life, right? Like, ooh, come to the mystic and let the mystic tell you when you're going to get your magical life. It's like, you're going to get your magical life when you fucking build the thing. You do the thing. That's how the shit works. But, oh yeah, you're an Aries. Whew, man. I'll tell you one thing about Aries, and I appreciate you giving me a second to digest this fluid from my throat here, because I want to be able to continue to speak. But, man, I don't know what it is about Aries, but like, you guys got like the lucky genetic gene out of the whole zodiac. It's like, anytime there's like a super ultra crazy hot chick, it's like always a fucking Aries. I'm not saying that there aren't super hot women and, people in other zodiacs, but it's like the vast majority. It's like, they just always seem to get the good looks, man. Always. Yeah, and they're very, 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 very fiery in the bed too. That's right. That's right, Gene. They are delusional. But they gonna learn real fast to come up in here. They'll be like, I don't know, with this motherfucker. First of all, I'll wait 10 damn hours to get a free reading from him. That's another thing I don't get either. Like, you guys have, I'm just going to be real, and then I'm going to get you a reading, Brandy. You guys are way fucking more patient than I ever will be. Like, there's not a chance in hell that I would sit and wait an hour for a fucking free reading. Like, you're going to get my money, and I'm going to skip all that bullshit. Like, and it's not even about the money, like the $5 whatever, but it's just like, and that's actually a compliment for everybody out there who has the patience to sit and wait, that's a huge compliment to all of you guys, because I am the most impatient son of a bitch that exists. Like, I don't have any patience whatsoever. None. And so you guys are out there like, you guys are patient, man. Super patient. And I'm like, damn, man, you guys are awesome. So I'm like, impressive, you guys. Keep up the good work. You're taking all the patience that I don't have and you're putting it to good work. Dude, I seriously don't have any patience. It's probably not good, but you know, I mean, either get busy living or get busy dying. You ain't got no time to wait around, right? What's that thing? Live while you're alive, sleep when you're dead, all that kind of stuff. Let's see. I'm getting some. All right, this is an unusual direction to go. I can honestly say I've never been led to use these cards for the beginning of a love reading, and yet here we are. All right. Derry's like, shut up and start. Shut up and start reading. Interesting. Okay. Got it. I got it. Wait till I start singing, you guys, and you guys are really going to get fired up in here. I'm going to turn this channel into karaoke. Y'all going to listen to me sing the Macarena. Y'all want to hear me sing the Macarena? I better hear some fucking yeses in that chat. I'm going to see a whole list of yeses coming down that chat. Yes, Eddie, we want to hear you sing the Macarena. Cotton Eye Joe, you want to hear me sing Cotton Eye Joe? You want the double threat, the triple threat? I'll do it. Don't threaten me with a good time. Don't you do it. Don't threaten me with a good time. See, Jenga knows what's up. I'll do it. You want me? Yeah, that's actually what I learned to play drums to. Is all the 80s hair bands. Only if you dance to. I'll do it. I'll dance as well. Actually, in fact, where I'm going for New Year's Eve, there's actually a live band playing karaoke. And I have sung with this live band before doing karaoke. And I have the video to prove it. It's saved on my Google Drive. Maybe I should make it shareable and share it in the chat. And you guys can all go binge watch me singing Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. You was a Whitesnake. Actually, Whitesnake's pretty dope. You know what my favorite Whitesnake song is? You're like, yeah, I want to know what your favorite your favorite Whitesnake song is, Eddie. Sure. I'm glad you asked. Ask and you shall receive. Here we go. Just type that in. It's also Jean's favorite Whitesnake song. She might not admit it at first, but I promise you, it's her favorite Whitesnake song too. Here we go. Here we go. That's my favorite Whitesnake song. Oh, well, that's assuming that my Whitesnake would fit on the stream. Interesting, interesting, interesting. All right, I'm going to shuffle and get 3 more of those. I see where we're going here. I see where we're going. All right, yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Tell me. All right, I'm going to purposefully leave this conflict card sideways. Purposely going to leave it Tetris sideways. One more. There's supposed to be a third one here. Give me the third one. Oh, okay. It's like it's the one on the bottom. It was the same one on the bottom. I tried to show you it was the same one on the bottom. All right. So, ooh. Okay. I like it, but I don't like it. I like it because the outcome would be, how do I say this? I like it because of the potential outcome. I don't like it because of the pathway to get to the potential outcome. If that makes sense. And I'm going to explain to you why here, as I always do. But give me 3 more from here. If I click the link, will it? No, if you click the link, it's not going to show you my private parts, unfortunately. Unfortunately, if you click the link, you're not going to see anything juicy. It's not my OnlyFans link. I haven't shared that with you guys yet. We don't know each other like that yet. You don't get to see my OnlyFans. Well, maybe Jean will get to see it. I don't know. Maybe me and Jean will start an OnlyFans. Why haven't we started an OnlyFans yet, Jean? I'll let you ponder that. Maybe that should be your question. You can donate $5 and be like, I got a question. How come we haven't started an OnlyFans? All right, and I was told to get 3 of these. Only feet. You guys want to see my feet? Do you really want to see my feet? I mean, look, It's 3:49 in the morning. Ain't got shit else to do on a Friday. What is today? Saturday? On a Saturday morning, it's either look at my feet or go to the Waffle House. Which one you want to do? You want to look at my feet or you want to hit the Waffle House? Brandy's like, what? This is a thing? Better than Only Farts? Or what about Farmers Meat? FarmersMeat.com, or there's like another one too. TwoGirlsOneFeet.com or something. You can get your feet scattered, covered, smothered at the Waffle House. Man, that sounds really good right now for some reason. Waffle House? Not the feet part. Although I always do find a pubic hair in my scrambled eggs. No lie. It's like finding the king. It's like finding the baby in the king cake, you know? If you don't find an eyelash or a pubic hair in your scrambled eggs, you're not eating Waffle House. I just need 2 more cards. Come on. You guys are like, is he actually doing a reading? What's going on here? Like, I swear to God, I'm trying to get these cards to come out. I'm shuffling my ass off here. There's 2 more cards in here. Give me 2 more cards. Don't make fun of conjoined twins. Wait, are you talking about my pubic hairs? I've never heard you refer to them that way before, Gene. Conjoined twins? Although I guess I could see the logic behind it. I could see the logic behind it. Leslie's like, focus, you crazy bastard. Leslie, I'm trying to, I'm focusing, I'm shuffling. You guys are watching me. It's all on camera. I'm not making this up. I just want 2 cards. The universe is like, nope, you're getting pubic hairs in your scrambled eggs. That's what you're getting. You're going to go to Waffle House and you're going to get a pube in your scrambled eggs. So you're not getting 2 cards. Give me 2 cards. Give me 2 cards, miss. There's 1. My God. 2 cards towards the door. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. 1 more. 1 card's all I need. I could have sung the whole Macarena song and Cotton Eye Joe by now. Literally. Here they come. I know, right? I mean, shuffling these cards is like taking a crap. You're just sitting there waiting. You know it's there. You're like, come on. Jeez. I just need 1 more. Because I can feel it in here. That's not what's happening, Gene. Listen, it's not my pubes that are in those eggs. They pre-existed before I touched them, okay? The plate shows up, and there's the pube in the eggs. It's not always visible. You got to go look for it, because you know it's in there. I got to move it all around and look under everything. You got to really inspect it. I don't know how many pubes you guys have eaten, because you're not looking at your food. You're just eating it. You're not actually looking to see, oh, wait, I just ingested some random Waffle House cook's pubic hair. But hey, look, I'm not here to judge you guys for eating scrambled pubes, all right? That's probably an OnlyFans site too, but Okay. Wow. This is going to be all right. This is going to be I can feel it. One last sip, and we're going in. Y'all ready for this? God, I might even need some music for this one. Whew. All right. Where do we start? We're going to start with, maybe we'll start with Celine Dion. My Heart Will Go On. Nope. We're going to start with Cher. If I Could Turn Back Time. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay. So for you, Brandy and Love. All right, so the reason that we started here. There's a reason that we started here with these cards. I feel like I need to hold something. I don't know why. I just feel like I need to hold something. Yeah, that's what I mean. I need something to point here. So the reason we now started over here is because this card right here. And there's actually a reason why I'm listening to If I Could Turn Back Time by Cher. All this is about to come full circle in a way that's about to blow everybody's mind. Just wait. I can feel it. There's something better. I need this little, I don't know, fairy godmother, Brandy with her angel wings, and the Aries flowers. Oh, look, your third eye is blown way open too. Look at that. I believe it. So what's interesting about this card is there's something better, and on either side of it, and I know you're going to go, well, yeah, duh, Captain Obvious. I mean, we clearly see that on either side we have Don't Stop, and in the near future, and then we have Abundance. Now, there's a reason that the Don't Stop in the near future is on either side, the left and the right of There's Something Better, and why the Abundance is at the bottom of the deck. Because because what is not evident, what is not clear and evident, is that the form that your relationship is meant to take. And I'll just show you really quick a few other at the bottom of the deck. So we have Passion here at the bottom of this deck. I know it's kind of hard to see because, well, you know, my face is in the way. But here's the Passion card, and you know what that means. It means when you get the Passion and you get the Don't Stop going, things, you know, like you said, the fiery in the bed thing. You know, and there's, you know, I feel like with this Conflict card, and I said there's a reason the Conflict card came out here and it went sideways like this, and it's kind of like there's no sex like makeup sex. Well, there's going to be some of that. I'm not saying it's going to be tonight. Well, for all I know, you could be having sex. I don't know. It's possible. You know, I've seen it happen. Maybe, you know, well, that's another discussion. Let's not get off track. Let's not get off topic. But, this is just an exciting little side note, really, really, really way off to the side mission here, that the, you know, the makeup sex will be really good. Okay. But underneath the Passion, let's get to the important things, as if makeup sex isn't important. Never important, right? Underneath this, we have Patterns. So the reason that Patterns is underneath the Passion card, and why these cards are at the bottom of the deck, is because at the bottom of the deck, we're addressing things that are not evident. There's things going on behind the scenes that are kind of influencing the external circumstances in your relationship. Now, at the bottom of this deck, which is completely off camera, but this deck here, where these cards are involved, you have this confusion, and then underneath that, you also have the Soul Connection card as well. So, obviously, you and your partner, you have a very, very deep, profound soul connection here. However, there are some issues. There are some issues that need to be tackled, but they need to be tackled in a kind of delicate way. And the reason that I say this is, where was it? Okay, so we have the Respect card. I couldn't read it. because hiding out back there. We have this respect card, and we have this fear, and it's very interesting. Like the artwork on this, actually, you can kind of see this person looks like kind of like a scared kid, scared child. And there's a reason I'm saying this, because I think there's a part your partner has like inner childhood wounding. Like there's a scare, like his inner child is really scared. And we have the support card. So there's this, how do I describe this? So there is this, okay. So you see how this hand is like, it's like a galaxy hand, a hand that's made out of a galaxy, and it's holding a human hand. This is divine assistance, divine support, right? And so it's like, this is kind of like the universe holding your hand, Brandy, to kind of guide you and walk you through the very delicate process of how to kind of handle and manage the situation that is unfolding within your partner. Because there's, and I didn't want to say this. Well, let me take that back. It's not that I didn't want to say it. It's just that sometimes, despite the fact that we were literally just talking about being direct and blunt and getting to the point and how I don't bullshit people on my channel, sometimes there are those situations and circumstances that they're difficult. And it's like, sometimes when you're the messenger and you have to be the messenger of the difficult and hard pills to swallow, it's just not enjoyable, right? Because you're just like, I'm just like all the other humans. Like if I could be out here spinning unicorns, fairies, and rainbows and telling everybody, hey, that'd be a lot of fun. But then of course there's always the people that are assholes, and it's just kind of like, they're fucking up, and then they're fucking up again, and they're intentionally fucking it up. And so then you don't have a problem telling people that they're fucking it up, because it's like, hey, you're getting what you deserve, because, you're being a dipshit. And when you're being a dipshit, you deserve to be called out for being a dipshit. And sometimes it's fun in that regard, right? But that's very, very rare, very rare. Here, it's not fun and it's not enjoyable, because you're dealing with a complicated situation where your partner is like, he's caught in between these two worlds. It's like, it's almost kind of like, what's the analogy I want to use? It's kind of like a kid who is really excited to go in the pool, like a baby, like 3 years old or something. And you put the little floaties on their arms and you got the life vest. It's like, it's impossible that this child is going to drown or be hurt. Like he's got like every flotation device possible attached to the body. And the kid wants to go in the pool. And so you put all the floaty devices on and all the things, because the kid's like, ooh, this is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. And then you lower the child into the pool, and they're looking at you, and they're like, okay, like, and there's this like uncertain look in their face and their eyes. And then you let go, and you're right there though. It's not like you threw them out in the middle. Not like you threw them out in the middle of the pool and they're just like, oh shit. It's like, you're right here. Like you're like less than a foot and a half away from me or something, right? You're right in front of them. You haven't gone anywhere. You haven't abandoned them. You're right here. You're really close to them. But nevertheless, you take your hands off of them, and then the baby goes into a ballistic shock. Like, they start freaking out, because something about the uncertainty of not feeling that they're in control. There's something primitive, something inside of that child, despite the flotation, despite you being there and the assurance, the support, all of the things that are there, there is this inherent panic, that fear that seizes them. And so it's kind of like, I sense your partner has, it's like when you go too far and it's like you've committed. Like if you're on a skateboard and you start to go down the ramp, the minute that you tip that skateboard over the edge, you've committed. There's no going back. You've got to ride. It's just you're that's too late. You're going to go down the ramp whether you like it or not, and now you're along for the ride. You can't, once you've committed, there's no turning back. It's like, it's almost like he committed, metaphorically speaking, he committed, and then the minute he started to move in a direction that would have transformed and changed him, he went into the shock kid in the pool analogy, and he wanted to retreat. He wanted to go back because there is a sense of loss of control, right? Metaphorically speaking. His real issue actually has to do with insecurity. So, excuse me, his real issue has to do with like the surface level manifests in lots of form of insecurity and self-doubt and just not feeling confident, right? But there's an underlying fear of certainty and a need for control. And so it's like he started to go over the ramp, and then the minute that he had to trust that everything was going to be fine by just going with it, it's like the minute he started to feel the control slip, it's like he wanted out. He wanted back. Like the person jumping out of a plane. It's like, you know, it's like, all right, we're jumping out. But no. It's like too late. You jumped out. You can't go back. That's it. It's too late. It's done deal. And so it's like he tried to hit the brakes, and I could see him in this in-between worlds energy where it's like, you know, he's holding on for dear life, right? It's like wanting to go down the skateboard ramp and then turning around, and then at the last minute you grab the edge and you're dangling off the edge. You're like, no, I don't want to do it. I changed my mind. I don't want to do it. And it's like, it's too late, buddy. You just got to trust. You're just going to have to let go. You're going to just have to trust. And so there's this, it's weird. I'm seeing the in-between world card here from the Wisdom of the Oracle deck, which is, I mean, I have it over here next to me. I could literally overlay this card on top of this card. It's literally where he's at right now. And and the reason I'm camping out on this for a second is it's central to the other themes within this. So yeah, here it is. Put that back over there. So here it is. So let me grab this card, and I'm going to show you something here. So you see this fear card, and then we have the in-between worlds card, right? And you can see there's this line, this very delineated line cutting. And so it's kind of like, here is, you know, one side, the side of color represents, you know, it's a contrast. The beauty is in the unknown of what's to come. The pain and the suffering is in the is in the certainty of the known. It's a paradox. It's the more that we hold on to the known and the certainty, the more unfulfilled we are, because it's in the unknown where the fulfillment is, because it requires a sense of courage, expansion, growth, development, and that's just life, right? And that's how anything happens, is some form of risk is required. When you're a child and you're a baby, you learn to walk, or you learn to stand up first. It requires risk because you're going to fall down. As the baby begins to learn to walk, it falls down. There's risk. You're learning through trial and error. And so there's this part of him that got stuck, and like, instead of just like when you go, just go. Like I'm from Florida, so you know, years and years ago, I dated a girl from Michigan, and she picked me up in Chicago, and we had to drive to Grand Rapids where she lived. It's about a 3-hour drive, and it started to snow on the highway. And my crazy ass was driving her car like a Floridian. Like, I'm like, you know, it's not a big deal. I'm driving her car like I'm in Florida. And you can't drive your car in the fucking snow in the north. She didn't have snow tires. She didn't have anything. And I'm just you know, like, there's nothing to it. It's like, nope, dumbass. You have no clue what you're doing and you're about to fuck up. And I did. And so one of the things that they'll tell you is that when you hit ice or black ice, that you do not hit the brakes. When you hit it, you just go. Do not hit the brakes. Because the minute you hit the brakes, the car will spin, and you'll lose control of the car. Same thing with hydroplaning. When you hydroplane your car, do not hit the brakes. Let the car go through. If you hit the brakes, you're going to spin. Well, what did I do? I hit the brakes. It just started to swerve. And so I naturally wanted to hit the brakes, and the car would have corrected itself. If I had just held the steering wheel, let it jolt around a little bit, it would have corrected itself. I didn't do that. The car hit the ice and it started to jolt. I got freaked. I hit the brakes and the car literally starts doing like 360 circles down the interstate. Thank God there was no other cars on the interstate because it was like 2 a.m. No shit. Major interstate. I could have been doing 360s, and if there would have been traffic, it would have been instantaneous. God knows how many car pile up. Her car does a 360, like 2 full-blown 360s, and then goes down into the ditch. And long story short, I actually was able to get it up out of the ditch, and then I let her drive. The rest of the way, I was like, all right, you drive. And we drove 20 miles per hour the rest of the way, which it added an extra 2 hours because it was pouring down snow. And so my point of the story is that, it's like that's kind of what he did. It's like instead of like he hit this thing where he was going and he was growing, but at some point when it got scary, he hit the brakes, right? And so now it's kind of like right on the middle of this card where the seam is on this card, right? Like right down the middle of this card here. That's the in-between, the void. We'll call it the void, right? You can't get stuck in the void. Well, he got stuck in the void. He's not really back here anymore, but he's definitely not over here yet. And so he's paralyzed. He got stuck in the void, and this is him in this fear card, kind of stuck in the void, right? And so now, because he's stuck in the void, things are a little bit worse than they need to be. I'll just put it that, putting it lightly, things are a little bit worse than they need to be. Now, the effect that this has had on you, my friend, there's something better. And I'm not going to lie to you. I legitimately think that you have at times, you have wondered, you've had this thought cross your mind. Like, this is so hard. I love this man. I acknowledge that I have a soul contract with this man, ABC, XYZ, but holy shit, it's fucking hard. Because sometimes I feel like anytime that you feel like you're getting ahead with him or he's getting ahead with himself, there's progress. It's like back into the void we go, right? It's that kind of thing. And so the energy I was saying that I kind of didn't want to address, even though I'm going to address it because I'm not going to bullshit you, is there maybe the questioning of the relationship. Like, if there's something better for me out there, like I'm talking about, when you have a really bad moment, you have a conflict, because the conflict card sideways shows that you and him, you've had conflict. I mean, every relationship has conflict, but this conflict is like, these are the conflicts that you have where you wonder. They make you wonder, should I let this person go? Release is here. Should I let this guy go? How much more of this can I tolerate? Do I want to keep doing this? Do I want to keep, feeling like it's 1 step forward and 5 steps back? Right? And so there's this question here. Like, should I release myself from this? Let this go? And with the decisions card here and the confusions card here, 2 energies talking about the same thing, you've wondered. Well, would it be easier? Could I find somebody else? Like that's one side of the energy. The other side of the energy is once you've gone through the full process, the full circle process of like, okay, he's pissed me off. I'm at my wit's end with him. Should I walk away and just let him go? So you kind of wrestle with that energy. And then when you pull yourself out of that energy, you kind of go back into kind of more your spiritual mode of like, okay, let's figure this out. Let's troubleshoot this. There's got to be an answer here. And this is where the spiritual support card comes in, right? And this is like the brainstorming. The confusion here is, yes, like the confusion of not knowing what to do because you feel like you've tried everything and you're still where you are with him. Things haven't necessarily, I'm not saying they've never improved, but it's like, it's not where you want it to be. And so you start running out of ideas. You start running out, like, what do I do? I feel like I'm doing everything that I know to do and shit's not really changing, or at least not substantially changing. And so this is you kind of brainstorming, trying to figure it out over here. So some of it, yes, is confusing about not knowing what to do, but a lot of it has to do with brainstorming and trying to figure out what it is you're supposed to do. And this is where the divine guidance is coming in here. I'm going to talk about the respect in a minute because earlier in your reading, when I said there's somewhat of a delicate thing with him, there's a way that he needs to be interacted with in order for you to get the best results with him. And if you interact with him in a way that isn't conducive for the way that he needs it, it's like you don't get the type of response from him that's desirable. And so it's kind of like, it's learning the art of influence. And I say this word, but I don't mean it maliciously. There is a sense of learning how to kind of like how you're going to have to learn to kind of manipulate. And when I say manipulate, I don't mean in a shitty way, an evil way, a malicious way. I mean learning how to, it's judo, right? Like judo is about learning how to move with the energy, make the energy work for you, right? And so when someone comes at you with force, you use their incoming force as leverage, right? You're not opposing it. You're not defending against it. It's just learning how to kind of go with the flow of the energy of what's being brought to you and manipulate it, transform it into something beneficial, right? So in a sense, it's almost like learning how to do an energetic dance with him, if I could say it that way. When you learn how to do the energetic dance with him and learn how to influence him in the way that he needs to be influenced, then he will become more receptive and more influenceable towards getting out of the void. Because the truth is, and this isn't that you're greater than or less, it's not who's better, who's worse, who's more spiritual and all that shit. But, you're kind of like the stronger spiritual person in this relationship. And when he gets into the void, like the universe is holding your hand with this card, like we showed earlier, to show you how that you can support him and pull him out of the void. Because I think if I remember in one of your past readings, the overall plan here is that eventually you're going to basically have helped him overcome some really big hurdles, obstacles, and challenges within him that are very old, that have kept him stifled and stuck. And as you kind of help him over that hurdle and challenge, then he is eventually going to come into his own spiritual awakening and step into his power. And then that'll be done. That'll be that. And you'll never have these problems again. At least not these problems. You'll never have these problems again. Like, we all have problems. The best of the best of the best relationships in the world. There's always new levels, new devils, different sets of problems, but this won't be the problem anymore. And obviously he'll be a completely transformed and changed man. Hence the reason, which I guess I can move this over to show you. I don't know why I set this over here. At the bottom of this card, we have fulfillment, right? So again, and then we have favored, the favored card here. And so, and now interesting, underneath this, we do have differences, which I'm just now seeing, which I'll talk about in a second. Differences aren't always bad, but again, you have to learn judo in this situation. You're learning energy and relationship judo here. So what's possible with this relationship, and you've known this, I know that you've known this, is fulfillment. But the path to getting there is facing and learning how to deal with these patterns. And I hate to say it, but it's his patterns. He has a set of patterns that require I keep going back to the analogy of a certain delicate touch that's required, a certain type of interaction. You interact with him in a certain way to work around these patterns so he can get pulled out of the void. Because while he's in the void, he's neither in the past nor is he in the future. He's stuck right in between. And obviously the universe is trying to get him to come over and join you on the light side of the force, right? Over here in the world of color and happiness and beauty and all the nice, fine, the cool shit in life, right? And not be out here in no man's land where that's what the void is. So, I guess I could just leave this card out here. I mean, basically it's in the reading now. So that's where he's at with that. So, the challenge for you, and this is going back to the conflict. So the challenge for you with the conflict card has to do with the personal challenges you've had with him. It's also the challenges that you have dealing with figuring out how to resolve the inner conflicts as a result of the conflicts you have with him, if that makes sense. So there's the conflicts you have with him, but then there is the residue or the cause, the effects of the conflict that remain within you energetically. It's like, so the conflicts, they come and go, but the energetic effects of the conflict stay with you much longer, far long after the conflict is over. You and him, you can butt heads, you can have a conflict, and then it can be over, but then you might still feel the effects of that conflict for days, weeks, maybe even months, depending on how bad it is, right? And so the reason the conflicts card is out sideways is basically because of this confusion and decisions. Like you have a threshold. We all have a threshold as human beings, and it's not something to be to feel bad about. It's certainly not something about beating yourself up over. It's just realizing that you're human, and we all, as humans, we all have a threshold, and we all have a tolerance level of we can take this much, but no more, right? And when you've stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked problems again and again and again and again and again and again and again, that shit starts to pile up again and again, and you end up with the 10 of Wands type of energy. You're overwhelmed. And then you reach your breaking point, right? And you're not there. You're not there yet. I don't know if you've gotten there in the past or not. I don't know. But this is you feeling kind of push to, not to your limit, but you're getting into like the red zone. Like the needle starting to move into like the red zone. You're not at the limit yet, but it's like tipping there. It's like it's starting to be a problem here. And this is kind of like where one of the linchpins is. It's not the major linchpin, but it's one of the linchpins. It's this mask. And this is all tied to him thinking he needs to be something that he's not. And and this symptomizes in his energy so many ways. He thinks he's supposed to be something that he's not because he's trying to compensate for who he feels that he's not. All that insecurity within him having to do with shit that happened God knows how long ago, probably when he was a kid, in order for him to feel like he's still in power and he's still good enough, he puts on this front. And this symptomizes in all kinds of ways, right? And it's like, instead of him just being real about what's really going on, it exacerbates a lot of these conflicts, because it's like you want to look at him and do, bro, you do realize that you and I, we've been through the shit, and we've been together for X how long? Like, you think I don't know you by now? You don't think I know who you are? You don't think I know your heart? You still feel like after all this time you got to put this shit on, you put this bullshit, fake shit on with me? Like, I'm not just, rosy tinsel toots over here that you just met at the bar, right? Like, you know, we basically gone through hell and back X amount of times, and you still want to put this shit? You want to pull this shit? Like, you still want to try to act and play and, you know, put on the mask and hide and all this on all the shit? Like, you know, because like I said, you know, you have a tolerance, and sometimes you reach your end of it. It's like, I get sick and tired of this shit. Like, I want you to be a fucking man, you know? And sometimes I can feel that energy. It's like, sometimes you get pissed. It's like, I want you to be the fucking man for once. Why do I got to be the fucking man? Why do I got to come rescue you all the time? You know, and there's and you can see it. And that's the part that frustrates you the most but that's also where a lot of your compassion comes in. And that's why this energy is relating to you. This conflict sideways is like it's a love-hate relationship you have with his issues. Because part of you is like, it's so hard for me to be pissed at him, much less stay pissed at him, because I can actually see what the fuck is wrong, and that's what makes me so compassionate. But that's also what drives me crazy, because sometimes I really want to be fucking pissed at him. Sometimes I really just want to be like, you need to man the fuck up and fix your shit. But then when I understand why it's so hard for him to man up and fix his shit, I go back into the compassion and empathetic mode towards him. So it's kind of like this teetering top. Like, God, like sometimes I want to fucking hate you, but at the same time I can't because I love you. You know? And so it puts you in a very difficult energy sometimes. And again, I'm not saying all the time, but I'm saying, like, you know, when you get pushed there, when you get pushed to that threshold. But there's definitely this it's like, for whatever reason, let me switch over into his energy. Okay? Let me switch over into his energy real quick. In his energy, the mask, he doesn't realize it consciously, but subconsciously, the mask is what makes him feel safe. And this is why. This is why. This is why the mask feels safe. You see that the real face peeking out behind the curtain? That is his inner child, literally scared absolutely out of their fucking mind. There is so much fear inside of him, deep down, he is deeply, deeply afraid that if somebody were to go in here, like this, like back here in this little place. So let me, this is actually better. Like if we could take this mask card and kind of transpose it on top of this other card, like that's what he's doing. So he's peeking out through the holes of this mask. But if you were to look behind the mask, he's still behind something else. So the mask is only it's like the most external layer here. That's not even the final layer. He's still hiding behind something else. This is just the most outer surface layer, right? So he's peeking out behind this, but if you could take the mask away, he's still got this other protective layer that he's peeking out. And what he's afraid is that somebody's going to go into this little tent or closet or whatever this person's peeking out of and see what's in there. And he is afraid that if he lets you go in there, Brandy, and see what's in there, then he, again, subconsciously, more than consciously, because I don't think he's consciously aware of this, it's more subconsciously, the fear is that you'll find every reason of why he's not good enough and why he won't be loved, period. And he's so deathly afraid because he feels that way about himself. He feels that all the stuff that's inside of him has already disqualified him. So already he feels, I'm not good enough and I don't deserve love. And I have all these reasons why on the inside of me of why I'm not good enough and I don't deserve love. But yet here I have this love. I have the love of this woman and I don't understand it. I don't understand why this woman loves me. It's making me feel emotional because I'm connected to his energy. I don't understand why this woman fucking loves me so much. I've put her through hell. I've done all this crazy shit. I failed her over and over and over and over again. I failed this woman, and she still fucking loves me. She still fucking loves me. And it defies he can't understand it. Because in his world and in his mind, he cannot imagine a human being truly loving him if they knew what he knew. This is his belief, by the way. Going back to this, the pattern. His pattern, his belief is that the only reason that you love me is because you don't know what I know. You don't know what's in here. I know what's in here. You don't. So I'm going to keep putting this on to try to prevent you from coming in here with me, because if I let you in here with me, you'll never love me again. You won't love me anymore. And I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose this love that you keep giving to me that defies any logical reason that he can understand. He doesn't understand it. That part he is conscious of, by the way. He may not have ever admitted this to you. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. I don't know. But logically he knows. Consciously he knows. I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you love me. Because he doesn't feel worthy of your love. He believes that if he lets you all the way in, way down in here, you're going to find all the reasons to not love him, because he has a belief that he's unlovable for those reasons, even though it's not fucking true. He has believed a lie. He's believed in the lie. Now, the between world card was the universe trying to pull him out of the lie, out of the dark, death, bullshit lie, into the truth. That there's nothing that can separate us from the love of God. Nothing. Because your spirit, your soul is God. God cannot not love God. It's impossible. It's impossible. The force, God, source, the universe, whatever you call it, cannot deny or abandon itself. It's impossible. It just is. Your spirit, your soul, the thing that is inside this body, cannot not love itself, right? It doesn't have ego. It's not tied to that bullshit. We have an ego. We believe in the illusion of separation. We believe in the illusion that we're not good enough. We believe in the illusion that we have to earn love and deserve love and all this shit because of our humanity and human conditioning, human programming, and all the psychological shit. But it's not true. So when he crosses over this, when he realizes that he's been lied to, he's just believed a lie, when all of this becomes real to him and evident to him, and he steps through, and that's what the spiritual awakening is, by the way. And there's many terms for it: spiritual awakening, being, unplugging from the matrix, whatever terms you want to use. It all has to do with coming out of a lie, coming out of an illusion, and stepping into the truth of who we are, that we are spiritual beings having a physical experience, and the spiritual being that we are that's having the physical experience is the thing that we call God, source, the universe, unconditional love, you name it. Which is why you have come into this man's life, because you are and have always been his wake-up call. And as the universe holds your hand, in essence, it's a metaphor for the way that you're holding his hand. Because if we could attach another set of hands here that aren't pictured on this card, it would be the same. It's the universe holding your hand to keep you strong, and it's your hand holding his hand to keep him strong. And as the universe pulls you up, you're pulling him up with you. And so, in a sense, and I'm not saying, because a lot of people could misconstrue that as saying that are you saying that it's Brandy's job to save him? That's not what I'm saying. Nobody can save anybody. Only you can save yourself. We all have to participate in our own rescue, just like he has to participate in his rescue, which is why he's stuck in the void. The reason that he's stuck in the void is because he's not participating in his own rescue. However, that's why it's support. The word support is not rescue. It's a different word. Support is a role. It's a supportive role. It's in addition to. However, it doesn't mean that through the universe supporting you in your efforts to support him, that miracles can occur. And a miracle is something different than trying to fix, trying to control, or trying to change somebody, right? A miracle is a miracle. And as we allow people to participate in their own rescue, it is through our support that miracles can occur. Because the universe can do things through you that you don't even realize that the universe is doing, and the universe can work in him doing things that you're not aware that the universe is doing in him, right? And so that's why, that's why the universe continues to support you, even though there are these times where you feel that there could be something better, and you might want to give up when things get really tough. And why sometimes you feel conflicted within yourself about how things are turning out. But here's the universe saying, don't stop. In the near future, you have abundance. In the near future, you have passion and you have great makeup sex. In the near future, things are going to turn for the better. That's why you keep getting these reminders that, hey, fulfillment is coming. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Right? And so let's take a look. And so there's the manifestation here. So the favored card is, again, that this relationship is more confirmation that this relationship has the hand of God on it. We'll use that terminology. There's the divine as basically, there's divine favor, throwing back to the old school, my Christian days. There's divine favor from the Lord on your relationship. That's what this card is saying. Manifestation, right? This is about continuing to use the tools and knowledge that are disposable to you and recruiting help when necessary, but really, ultimately, the universe reminding you that, hey, there's no problem that can't be solved here. And yes, it's tiring, and yes, it's challenging as fuck sometimes, but the problems can be solved. Now this obedience card, this deck over here that I'm showing you, these cards here, this deck, I don't have these cards memorized. Now, there's this respect and there's this obedience energy here. So this goes to the conflict thing. See, here's this woman with interestingly enough, I thought it was the same kind of sword, but it's not. So, but she's got this sword, and this is justice, by the way. She's got the Lady Justice here with the sword and the scales, and you have the conflict with the swords over here as well, right? And so, but her sword is down, and she's holding the scales up. And so what this is really saying, it's basically saying hey, just remember, you're not at war because he's not your enemy. The enemy is never him, even though his bad behavior flares up and he goes into the void. He gets sucked into the void. His swords come out. His swords are not intended for you. That's the first thing to remember. Okay, he's not your enemy. There's no fight here. It's the illusion. He's pulling his sword out because he's going into the void, and the void's scaring the shit out of him. And so he thinks that there's these invisible demons that have to be, this invisible battle that he has to engage in to make himself feel safe. You're outside of the void. You don't have to engage in that battle with him, right? It's like when someone has a seizure and they can't control it, right? It's kind of like he has to go into the void and he goes into a seizure because he thinks there's all these things that are out to get him, but it's not. And so you don't have to engage in that battle. That's one of the energies here. I'm going to read you what this says. It's not very long, but this is about the card, so this says there are rules for everything, right? The sun rises and the moon sets, and they dance together in perfect steps. So basically, yeah. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. I actually didn't know that the card said that. This goes back to the whole concept of judo. Learning how to dance with him. Learning the balance, right? And forget the title of the card. It's deceiving. Like the word obedience is irrelevant to what the card is representing. It has to do with learning the balance, the art of having how to do the dance with him, which goes back to the respect card. He needs to be... There's a certain way that you have to learn. I know I'm kind of repeating myself a little bit. There's a certain way you have to learn how to, at least for now, there's a certain type of way you have to learn to engage with him that will be more, that'll have a better effect to where he will be more, he'll be less triggered and he'll be more prone to into going to self-preservation, basically, you know, and you'll be able to work through things with him, you know, easier, you know. So there's a certain type of like, so it almost, I want to say like the respect card is almost like saying respecting the fear, respecting the fact that that anything that is an unconscious threat, because he's not aware of what all these threats are. But anything that appears to him as an unconscious threat that's going to make him feel like, oh my God, she's going to find out. She's going to find out the truth and she'll never love me again. It's like kind of even to learn how to navigate that. And I know that's a lot easier said than done. But that's kind of like what I'm getting here. And then we have this card, which says invisible. And this goes again, the invisible card has a lot to do with him wanting to keep things hidden from you with the mask card. And, but also him feeling, again, not feeling good enough. And the card literally says, or in the book here, it literally says of this card, sometimes you may feel like you don't fit in, as if you are invisible to others, right? And so there is this, you know, there's that part of him that because he hides behind the mask, these things that this kid wants to come out. That's why the kid's peeking out. The kid's like, I really want to come out and be known and be loved and be accepted, but I'm so afraid that I won't be. So, you know, as long as his inner child stays inside, it's really lonely in there. It's really scary and it's really lonely in there. And so there's this whole part of him where he feels disconnected because, you know, he's too scared to let himself be known. So he hides behind the mask, but he feels invisible and he disconnects himself in that way. Right? But it's more scary for him to come out and release himself from the void than it is to stay safe in the fear, because the fear is known. That's how much our nervous system hates uncertainty. Your nervous system will literally hijack your brain and have you staying in the most miserable fucking places for the rest of your life because it's known, it's certain, it's predictable. And it's what we build our comfort zone around. And people build their comfort zone around trauma and pain all the time. They build their comfort zone around addictions and toxicity all the time. People ruining their lives every fucking day, all the time, because they've built an entire life, an entire blueprint, an entire comfort zone around addictions, unhappiness, toxicity, bullshit, immaturity, you know, being fake, being all the things, right? It's just much more safe. But that's an unconscious way of living. To be conscious means to take your power and to go within yourself and for everybody to confront and fix our fears, which will resolve our patterns. But that takes courage. And most people don't know what they don't know, so they don't even know how to attack that problem. I used to be one of them, you know, until the universe basically threw me into the deep end of the pool and said, sink or swim. And I had to figure that shit out really, really fast. It's like, I'm just going around enjoying my little comfort zone in life. And the universe is like, nope, you don't get to stay in your comfort zone. Blew my shit up and it threw me into the deep end of the pool. And it's like, sink or swim, bro. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm swimming. And here I am. And I don't regret it. you know. So we have this oath here. So this is about keeping promises. I do know that. And so, I don't even need the book for that. This oath card is all about keeping promises. And so this is kind of, there's a mixed energy here. And it goes back to the decisions and the release, and is there something better out there? And so this is kind of like the universe sympathizing with you. Brandy, the universe is sympathizing with you. The universe is saying, hey, look, I know how hard this is for you, and I understand if this contract is too difficult. Like, you know, the universe is acknowledging kind of like the unspoken oath that you've taken to kind of commit and be in this relationship with this guy, with your man, despite all the challenges that you face. And the universe is kind of like sympathizing with you in a way to where it's like, hey, look, you know, there's no right or wrong here. There's no right or wrong here. If you decide that you can't do it anymore, it's no harm or no foul. And I'm not saying, nor am I suggesting that that's what you want, Brandon. I'm just saying that, I'm just telling you the energy of the card. That the universe is saying, hey, you have nothing to prove here. You don't have to prove that if you reached the point where you said, I can't do it anymore, the universe is saying, hey, look, we don't blame you. You've proven your loyalty. You've proven that you're willing to stick it out and work through things again and again and again and support and do. We understand that everybody has a threshold. We know that you're human. We know that you can only take so much, and we understand that, hey, if it's too hard and you just feel like, hey, I just can't do it anymore, the universe is saying, hey, we get it. No harm, no foul. You're not going to screw your life up either way. If you stay with this guy, then there's an opportunity for things to get better. Fulfillment is there. Now, there are differences here. I said we'll talk about that in a second. But the universe is saying, if you decided to let him go, because it has crossed your mind, so let's go ahead and get it out here. Let's get all this shit on the table here. Let's just put it all out here. If you wanted to let this guy go, you're not screwing yourself. You're not ruining your life. You're not screwing your mission. You're not giving up. You're not a failure. You're not sabotaging anything. Like, the universe has plans for you regardless. Like your future, your call, your purpose in life is set. And so it's kind of like, you know, you stay with him and things work out, and, you know, he's there as a part of that, directly or indirectly, however that unfolds, or, you know, you move on and you still do your call, your mission and purpose in life. Because your call and your mission, your purpose in life is for you. And that's never going to change. So the universe is sympathizing with you, saying, hey, we understand. Whether you stay or whether you go, you have nothing to prove. You have done your due diligence. You have kept your word. You have been faithful. You've been loyal. You've tried. The universe is acknowledging you and giving you the universe really is just wanting to take that weight off your shoulders. Like, you're not obligated because you have a soul contract with this man. You're not obligated to, you know, to continue on this journey if you don't want to, you know? So, but it's up to you. It's really up to you. However, fulfillment is here. There will always be some degree of differences between you and your partner, but they're not insurmountable. And eventually your differences will actually complement each other. But right now, until he gets out of the void, you know, he's like halfway there, you know? So progress is actually being made. It's just, you know, it's like you've reached kind of like, this is the challenge, the trying time. Going back to the hero's journey, I think I had that slide up before. At least I did last time. So let me show you this really quick. This will make sense. Joseph Campbell the hero's journey, I'm going to show you where he is. Let me get the image here. Let me get, yeah, here we go. All right, now let me pull up, okay, yeah, let me switch my screen. Here we go. So he is down here. He's at this part where he's over here in this trials, he's gone through the trials and things, and now he's down here in the death and rebirth. This is the area that I call the void. But he kind of got stalled out down here. But he won't stay down here. He can't. He can't stay in the void. He's stuck there for now, but he can't stay there. Eventually, somewhere, somehow, some way, something is going to push him on through. So he can't stay here forever. But this is where he's at. He's somewhere down here. If that makes sense. So, you know, I don't know if, I don't know if any of that makes sense for you, but basically what's coming up for you in love, I mean, you have obviously a choice of whether, you want to continue to fight for this. And if you do, the universe is here to support you and will assist you in getting you what you need in order to continue on as he works his way out of the void. And I do feel that fulfillment is possible. That whatever challenges that you've been facing in this relationship as you move into 2025, I'm not saying it's going to change overnight. Definitely not going to bullshit you on that. But, as the relationship progresses going into 2025, maybe even through some outside assistance, that would speed things up if he were open to it, but he's got to be open to it. He can't be forced into it, obviously. But, the universe will, regardless of how that assistance comes to you, the support card is the universe holding your hand and walking you through this. And so if you continue to stay on this path with him, the universe is going to help you some way, some shape, some form to get through this difficult period with him. Right. And I don't know how, I don't know what all the ways are that will happen, but somehow, some way, some shape, some form, the universe will help you get to this fulfillment. So it's possible, but I think that because you've been encouraged, don't stop in the near future. And then there's abundance there. So there's two basically fulfillment cards, but I feel like you're kind of at this kind of moment where the universe wants you to kind of check in with yourself because you've been on this journey with him and it's been exhausting for you. And so maybe sitting with yourself and getting brutally honest and real with yourself about, do I want to, do I want to continue on with this, and just being real with it. Because the truth is what sets us free. And I think from that place, once you've gotten really clear about how and if you want to move forward, the universe is ready to assist you and support you, right? But the universe is kind of giving you a space to have a breather to kind of sit with these decisions, sit with yourself and really think about what you want right now. And the universe is kind of I'll be honest with you, the universe is telling you to kind of be selfish. This is one of those moments where the universe wants you to actually kind of be what I call good selfish. Really put yourself first for a minute, and don't be oh, but I don't want to hurt him. Or but be honest. Don't make any rash decisions or anything, but be honest and take inventory. But be selfish. 70-30, 70% selfish, 30% kind of thinking about, him in that regard. Right? Because that's the only way for you to really know if you're going to make a decision because you made the decision and not being influenced for some other reason, some other motivation like guilt or shame or, fear or something. You got to get past all that bullshit. You got to get to the truth of why you want something that you want, right? And you can't have guilt and shame and all these other emotions influencing your decision because you're worried about him. You have to take him out of it long enough to get clear on what you really want, if that makes sense. And once you make that decision, again, don't make it lightly, but once you make that decision, then the universe is ready to assist you. And basically, that's kind of when I feel the next steps, what needs to happen next, right? That's the next thing, when the next set of information or downloads will be ready for you to assist you in that way, right? Whew. That's why when the cards started coming out on the table and you guys saw me, that's why. All of that out there that you guys just saw, that's why. I know, I was like, oh boy. When all the energy started coming out, I was like, oh boy. There's a lot to explain here, okay? But, you know, hey, that's what you get when you come here. So, and I don't choose the messages. I'm just the conduit. The messages choose me. I do not choose the messages. And of course, you know, Brandy, I'm here. You can always message me offline. You know, I know that, like, between you and Gene, like, you know, a lot of you guys that I've, you know, that I connect with, you think, oh my God, I don't want to bother you. I don't want to bother you. Like if I tell you, you can contact me and you're not going to bother me. And I get on to Gene about this all the time too. Cause I'm like, dude, I told you, you can contact me. And if if you bother me, then I would let you know that you were bothering me. Right? So just wanted to add that in there. All right, let me check the list here. All right, where are we? Okay. No other donations. So next up, if Anderita Martinez, if you are here, you're next on the list that I can see. All right, wow, 4:56. Wow, I didn't know. I wasn't watching the time. All right. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this really quick. This is what I'm going to do. Okay, get my cards in the thing. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Get in there. Get on in there. Ah, dang it. Okay, who in here has a really quick question? If you're here still and you can hear the sound of my voice, yeah, well, Brandy, tisk, Brandy, I'm giving you permission to contact me. Tisk. You're not bothering me. Who is still here? That's still on the live, that's still awake, who has a simple, quick question. You have a simple, quick question. It's something I can answer in 3 to 5 cards or less. You don't need a whole big thing. You just need kind of a simple, quick question. If you're here and you need something simple and quick, I will do a few of you back to back to get you a quick question. Otherwise, I'll just go back to the free list. So I'm going to give you guys a second here. If you have a quick question that I can answer, like a yes or no or whatever, anything that takes 3 to 5 cards, I will do you next. Okay. I will start with dairy, and then we'll go from there. All right, so really quick. My man GB's current feelings and next action towards me. Okay, your next, his next actions towards you. I don't know. Could go one of two ways. All right, I'm gonna just tell you what I got here. All right, so we got the Chariot here. So it's 50-50. 50% chance this person is going to come towards you with the Chariot. There's somebody who wants to come your way. But the Chariot is also a fork in the road energy, right? It also implies that there are challenges that need to be overcome, or somebody basically needs to take control of a situation here, right? So 50% chance that this person is going to step into the Chariot and come your way, take control of things and get her done. Also 50% chance that maybe they won't. And the reason I say that is because we have the Hangman. The Hangman is things being up in the air, things being stuck, needing to gain a new perspective, put yourself in somebody else's shoes here. There's a sense of loss here, okay? So the sense of loss, the Five of Cups. You know, you could have had a breakup, something bad could have happened, who knows, right? But obviously, something didn't work out between you and GB. So you got the Five of Cups here. So there's some type of loss, grief, regret, shame. And it's also a card of focusing on the negative. And it's really hard to have a positive outcome when you're spending all your time focusing on the negative. So this is also a card of pessimism and needing to gain a new perspective, needing to stop focusing on the loss, the breakup, whatever happened in the past, all the bullshit, right? Now, the Sun is here. You have two energies attached to it, maybe three, but for sure two energies. So the first has to go back to gaining a new perspective here. The Sun is about illumination, knowing what's really true versus what's not true, right? Just because you have a bad experience and you feel a negative emotion doesn't mean the negative emotion you feel is the truth. Unfortunately, not a lot of people understand that. That's why negative emotions dominate and rule so many people's lives again and again and on and on. They stay stuck in negativity is because they're believing in the lie. They're focusing on it, so that becomes their reality instead of focusing on the truth. That's what the Hangman is here. The Hangman is here to teach you a lesson about what you focus on becomes your reality. The more you focus on the shit, the more real the shit becomes to you. The more you focus on the truth, the more enlightened you become because the truth sets you free. Eventually, as you absorb a new perspective, as you absorb the truth begins to set you free because you're no longer doing this anymore. And as you absorb the truth and as the truth sets in, you step into this. You can accomplish anything. You can take your power back. You can take control of a situation. You can get things done. You can take two opposing forces and make them work together. And basically, you can have victory in anything you set your heart and mind to. Willpower, determination, overcoming challenges, overcoming obstacles, right? There is love and connection here between you and GB. Dairy, I'm still talking to Dairy, Master, okay? So there's feelings here. There still are feelings between you and this person. But there's a 50% chance that this person is going to come towards you. Now, there's an opportunity also. The second energy with the Sun card there is an opportunity for things to be happy again. Because this is the happiest card in the deck. But right now, it could go either way. Hangman is things being in limbo, things being up in the air, things are just kind of stuck. No progress. The Chariot is all about progress. So this is my prediction, okay? Things are not going to change with you and this person until one of you or the other of you takes control of the situation, gains a new perspective about this, understands what's really going on here, embodies the truth, you both get out of this Five of Cups energy here. Stop focusing on the past. Stop focusing on what happened. Stop focusing on the bullshit. Stop focusing on the loss, the grief, the whatevers. And then as you move forward, there's an opportunity for you to rekindle a connection that I believe that you guys actually have, the Two of Cups implies a mutual attraction, mutual connection, mutual love, right? So seeing eye to eye, that kind of things, right? But right now, it's 50-50. It's up in the air. So, and that could be him. You saying he acts like he doesn't care. Well, he might be the one that needs to get the new perspective, right? But that's not your cross to bear, because you can't control him and you can't force him to do anything. He has to come to this enlightenment, this new perspective on his own. And what I like to say is, the best way to get somebody's attention is to bless them with your absence. That's it. Just bless them with your absence. That's the best way to get his attention. If he seems to be okay with your absence, cool. Give him more of it. The power of no contact is a very powerful thing for those who actually can go in no contact and fucking stay there. You can stay in no contact and you can maintain no contact and give them the blessing of your absence. Then they'll have the time that they need without your energy being connected to them to actually learn to miss you and think things through. There's that whole concept called hindsight is 20/20. Well, that's what this is. Hindsight will be 20/20 when you remove yourself and you separate and you give them no contact. But right now, it could be 50-50. 50% chance that they come towards you, 50% chance that they won't. It's right now the energy, it's too unclear. You could check again a week from now. Maybe the energy will be different. But right now, it's straight down the middle. 50-50 chance that things will, something will happen. And if that happens, if there's a chance for you guys to come back together, depending on how you handle that situation, you can have a very happy relationship. But, it's up to you guys in that regard. All right. Should I move on to a new relationship? Jacinta Wilson. Okay. Should she move on to a new relationship? Hey, Elaine. Okay, Jacinta, maybe. It's up to you. It's up to you if you should move on or not. You got the Chariot. You're at a fork in the road. You have a decision you got to make. You can move on or you cannot. It's up to you. The Page of Cups, there's other options out there if you want them. But, potentially there's still some feelings and emotions available here. Every one of these energies is a dual-sided energy. So on one side, I can say, yes, you can move on. On the other side of the energy, I can say, no, you don't have to. Every one of these cards has that energy. Page of Cups, there's other love out there if you want it, but there's also some love and emotion still here if you want it. The World card. You want to close out this chapter, or do you want to come full circle? It's up to you. You can close out this chapter with this person, or you can come full circle with this person. We have the King of Cups. We have Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. They don't have to be. But this, there's a king here that's got a lot of emotion available. Probably could be a Cancer, because we do have Cancer here. So that's double Cancer energy. At the bottom of the deck, this is the Knight of Swords. And I think this is more like, probably your thoughts. You're thinking, like overthinking things. A lot of thinking about this with the Knight of Swords. Your mind is racing, right? Because here you go. Which one do I want? Do I leave? Knight of Swords. Do I stay? Knight of Cups. And then underneath that's the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from a disappointing situation to go find something new. It's up to you. You're the emperor. You're the leader of your own life. The emperor drives the chariot. It's up to you to decide what you want to do here. And either one is up to you. The universe is not going to tell. The universe isn't going to make the decision for you. The universe isn't going to say, hey, it's better if you do this. It's better if you do that. The universe is leaving it in your hands, saying, hey, it's up to you to decide what you want. Either one is fine. If you want to stay, you can stay. If you want to go look for something else, love elsewhere, you're going to find it. There's love out there for you. This isn't the only person you're going to find love. There'll be somebody else, right? And so what I sense that are not available in the card, what I sense for you that the cards aren't saying is for you just to get clear on what you really want. Like really, really sit with yourself, because people really don't do this. People think they know what they want. And I'll ask them, I'll when I do relationship coaching, I'll say, hey, what do you really want in somebody? They'll list like one or two, maybe three things. I'm like, no. If all you can give me are 1, 2, 3 things, and they're like superficial things, you're not really doing your homework. You're not sitting down, getting out like some paper and literally writing down, okay, this is what I want. And going down and really sitting with it and getting crystal clear about what you want, right? And that's what I feel the universe is asking you to do here, Jacinta, is to really get clear on what you want, and that'll help you make the decision, and it will actually help the universe assist you in getting the thing that you want, right? With one caveat, which I've said multiple times tonight, the universe only has 2 rules. The first are 2 non-negotiables, I should say. The universe will not violate your free will, and the universe will not give you something or bring you something that's not in your highest good. So don't ask for something that's not in your highest good, because the universe won't give it to you. And as long as you will honor those 2 rules with the universe is working and wants to give you what you desire. So, and Happy New Year to you as well, my friend. Thank you so much for that. Okay, why doesn't my ex talk to me? Leslie Alfaro. But we have a child. You have a child. Why doesn't the ex talk? Why doesn't the ex talk and you have a child? I also just want to say, everybody, my partner, Trudy, looks like she just got on and she just started going live. So if you want to jump over to her channel, it's Soul Tribe Tarot. You can jump over to her channel, and she's doing live readings, I think, right now. I just saw the banner show up. All right. So Leslie. Interesting. Oh. Okay. Well, Leslie, everything that's tied to this moon card just showed up at the bottom of the deck, and basically there's some type of, I don't know, there's lies, deception, secrets, betrayal. There's a whole bunch of shit here. And basically, your ex feels like, you know, your ex feels like it's over. Like whatever this thing happened is, we have the death card. That's things being done. Over. Next, we have the Three of Swords. That's somebody getting hurt. Heartbroken. Hurt. The next is we have the Seven of Swords. That's lies, deception, deceit, betrayal. The next thing we have underneath that is the Ten of Swords. That's being betrayed, backstabbed, painful ending. And then we have somebody who's focused on work, focused on their money, focused on success, which we see two. We got the Knight of Pentacles. That's somebody who's, you know, I'm just going to go focus on me and my life. We got the Eight of Pentacles. That's me focusing on my job, my work. Three of Pentacles. That's me focusing on my job, my work. Three of Pentacles could also be tied to any potential people that were involved in any type of third-party shit. This is somebody feeling like they're right, focusing on their success, or somebody who maybe, you know, potentially also could have been wanting a lot of attention from people. Maybe they like getting attention from other people, or maybe they like the validation and attention they were getting by having all these other people around them that could have been part of any type of deception, lies, cheating, betrayal, or anything like that. Okay. Obviously, you know, I don't know. I'll just call it the signs here. We have Cancer, Pisces with the moon. We have Scorpio here. We have the Queen of Pentacles, which is Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn energy. So you could be any of those energies. Your person could have any of those energies. Technically, we have double Earth energy with the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom as well. But basically, to answer your question, the reason they're not talking is because, you know, all this, you know, some type of lies, secrets, deception, betrayal. I don't know. You have a history. Something happened in here within your relationship with this person, and as far as they're concerned, they see it as done and over. Like it's not recoverable. Like whatever this is, it's like not something that person, at least right now, they feel they can come back from. Right? I mean, this is double death. The Ten of Swords and the Death card is like dead, done, dead. And the pain is still fresh because the Three of Swords is out here. So this isn't something that's like, oh, this happened a long time ago and this person's way over it. No, this is still fresh. This pain is still very, very fresh for them. And so, I mean, that's the reason. That's what they're thinking. Now, whether you agree with their perception, whether you agree with what they think, there's two sides to every story, right? There's three sides to every story. There's your side, his side, and then there's the truth. There's what really happened, right? That's how it is in all relationships. But your question was about him, and this is the cards giving you, basically telling you what he isn't saying to you because he's not speaking to you. But the cards are basically telling you, yeah, well, this is what he's thinking. His experience of this situation is there was lies, there was cheating, there was deception, there was some type of betrayal, backstabbing, or, you know, things just reached a point to where, you know, the relationship ended in a very painful way and it can't be recovered. And so they're out focused on their job, their money, their work, and their success, and all of that. But the moon and the Seven of Swords is double secrets, double bullshit. So, yeah, I'm going to say that for now, and I mean, you can come back and you can check 2-3 weeks, a month from now and see if the energy's changed. But for now, I think this relationship's over. You know, and I mean, child or no child, I don't know. Like the kid thing, the only thing in here that even remotely connects to the child is the Queen of Pentacles, which I think would obviously probably be your energy, because the Queen of Pentacles is a very motherly energy here. But it's also being out here by yourself. It's kind of like maybe kind of having to be the single parent, because I don't know where you stand with him and child support or whatever, or any other connection. But Right now, I don't see him. I don't see any connection from him at all. And what's interesting is over here, this person is, these two are not looking at each other. Like, this person's not looking at her, and this person's not looking at her. And these people aren't paying attention either. So he's not, his attention isn't really on you, if I'm going to be honest. And I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but I keep it real here, and I'm not going to sugarcoat. And this is obviously, I don't choose the cards. The cards, you know, that's just what it is. So I just got to keep it real. Okay. Polyzena, you've been here for a while. I have a question about relationship with Thomas and finished 2 months. Well, Leslie, just really quick, Leslie. The thing about with your daughter, that 3 of Pentacles is there. So it's really more like, hey, like, it's very superficial. It's very just like business, right? Like, hey, just, it's that kind of thing. It's, it's more like, definitely more like a business kind of thing, unfortunately. It sucks because, it's the guy created a life, but he's got, I think, all that, the pain and the bitterness or whatever that he has about whatever happened in your relationship, all that stuff is still too raw. So he's got, I think, a lot of bitterness. There's a lot of shit in there. And unfortunately, your child is, she's kind of like the collateral damage in that, unfortunately. His behavior, he's not thinking about it like from a nurturing perspective of a mother. Like, hey, look, whatever happened between me and you, can you keep it out for the sake of your kid? He's not thinking about that, unfortunately. I'm not saying he's not thinking about it at all, but he's not thinking about it the way that you would as a woman, if that makes sense. Okay, Polyzena, I have a question about relationship with Thomas and finished 2 months ago. I still have a lot of pain and try to understand it better. I should probably help him, but just messed it up. Is it so? Okay, are you asking if you... What's the question, Polyzena? Are you asking if you can... Are you asking if you can, like, get him back or something? Like what's... You're asking if you can help him in what way? You're welcome, Leslie. Thank you for your patience and waiting so long. I appreciate you. Why we met. Okay, you want to know why you met. Why did Polyzena meet Thomas? You met because you're meant to, you met for a relationship. You met Thomas to have a relationship. There you are. There's your relationship. We got the Hangman. Let me get the rest of the cards. Yeah, there's challenges here. He has abandonment wounds, and he didn't feel good enough. Yeah, he had some So yeah, the issue, the reason that you met him was because you were meant to, you potentially had a soul contract with him. a relationship here, but he was stuck and he was trapped. There was obstacles and challenges that pre-existed you coming into his life that he has not overcome. The Chariot card in reverse is not being able, it's like being out of control, not being able to overcome challenges. The Five of Pentacles in reverse here is like having abandonment wounds, essentially. Like, and the reason that it's pointing down has to do with the fact that these are very deeply seated within him, right? So this person, he's got some really, really deep subconscious wounds, which is why the High Priestess is here. The High Priestess is the goddess or the ruler of the subconscious, right? And the Nine of Wands has to do with being hurt, wounded. So I think that he actually has some trauma that he has blocked out of his mind from his childhood. Something happened to him that he has blocked out, but he is still having a nervous system reaction to it. And so whenever, people come into his life that he gets close to emotionally, it triggers his abandonment wounds. And when his abandonment wounds get triggered, it triggers all this other bad behavior. And this is a pattern that he's been stuck in for a long time. And so the only way that he knows how to react is probably, to disconnect, to avoid, or to shut down, or he sabotages the relationship. There's all kinds of ways that somebody with unhealed trauma will sabotage, right? But all that to say, the reason you met him, to answer your question, is, you had attraction for each other, and there's an opportunity for a relationship to occur. But the Hangman is here saying, hey, unfortunately, there's an issue that hasn't been addressed, and they need to address it. They need to learn and find out what's wrong with them. They need to discover the problem so the problem can be healed. And until this issue that they're unaware of, because it's so deep and buried inside of them, gets healed, that this is probably going to occur no matter who they're with. So the problem isn't anything to do with you. This problem existed before this person came into your life, and this person probably just needs to work with somebody, a specialist who deals with, unconscious, deep-seated childhood trauma, and they just need help. And until this person gets help, then anybody that comes into their life is going to have this experience, not just you. So this isn't, a you thing. This is a problem that, that they're going to have to fix. I understand. A lot of people can't deal with somebody who has unhealed trauma. So, free yourself of that responsibility, free yourself of that guilt, or whatever, the burden of that energy is. You can only do the best you can do, right? You can only do the best you can do, and you did the best you can do, and you have to just be okay with that. You did the best you can do for them. You can't save him. You can't rescue them. That's not your job. They have to participate in their own healing and their own rescue. It's not your job to suffer with them because they're suffering. Okay? That's not your job. Whoa. Maria Caballero. What's coming towards me in 2025? Also, just want to welcome everybody that just hopped on. My name is Eddie. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. Please like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And who else is here? It's almost 5:30. Who else is here? All right, I'm doing you right now, Maria. If there's anybody else here, now would be the time to let me know. I will give you a quick reading before I call it a night. Because I don't know how long I've been going, but it's been a very I don't know what I'm up to. What am I up to? Let's take a look. 8 hours and 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah, so I've been on for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, Maria. Oh, I'm sorry, Brandy. Yeah, my mom was sick when I went to Florida for Christmas, so I guess that end of the year wintertime bug is going around, it seems. I hope he starts to feel better. Maria, 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 Maria. Something in the West Side Story. Well, what's coming towards you in 2025? There's quite a bit of things, but I'm just going to give you the near future energy because that's actually kind of like a bigger, more profound reading. You have a decision that's coming up for you, but there's also some things that you need to start planning for here. Okay. So I'm just going to give you really quick, like this Two of Wands, there's two energies attached to it. One is you need to cast a vision and start planning for how you want 2025 to be different, right? Like, cause if you do the same things you've always done, you're going to get the same things you've always got. So the universe is saying, hey, you need to start dreaming bigger. You need to start demanding more of life, so to speak, by, casting a vision and I don't know, creating a dream board or a vision board or just anything, whatever resonates for you, where you can begin to, create, or imagine or envision the life that you want to live and kind of create a goal, create a plan. Like, how are we going to get there? What can we do to make this happen? So we're not just living another year and getting the same thing and then wondering it's, the end of 2025, going into 26 and, not much in life has really changed, right? And so here's the universe telling, that was the first energy. I jumped ahead a little bit. Let me back up. Getting ahead of myself. The second energy is you're going to have a choice between love and romance. One choice is going to be probably better than the other because at the bottom of the deck, you have the moon and you have the Seven of Swords. The Seven of Swords and the moon, bad juju. Lies, secret, betrayal, and we got the Three of Pentacles, love triangle, third party. Okay? So you're going to have at least two options coming towards you at some point in love and romance. There's the Ace of Cups. There's the love, and you're going to have two choices. All right? So just keep that in mind. But just keep in mind one of them is not going to be honest with you. One of them is going to be a bad choice. Now the Magician. There's two energies attached to the Magician. One of the energies attached to the Magician is the liar, the manipulator, the person that the smooth talker, they're a trickster, right? That's so again, just be aware and be warned that somebody is not who they appear to be. The second energy attached to it is you stepping into your power to create the life that you want. So this is you stepping into your power to create the life that you want so that 2025 is not the same when you get to the end of the year. This is also about you being very clear about what you want and what you don't want when it comes to love, and also you being very clear about what you're going to tolerate when it comes to love and romance versus what you're not going to tolerate. Because the more clear that you get about what you want and what you don't want, then the more that the universe can assist you in the having of that thing. Now, we have this Queen of Cups and we have this King of Wands here. Now, I don't know who is who or what here, but the Queen of Cups is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. We do have Cancer, Pisces energy with the moon card at the bottom of the deck. We have a King of Wands, which is potentially Leo, Sagittarius, Aries energy. So I don't know who is who or what is who. One of these could be you. One of you could be this other player guy. This could be another woman. This could be another man. I don't know. But one of these, I have no idea which way it's going to go. But, I do feel that whoever the person is that you meet, you're going to have a lot of emotions towards this person that you're going to find very attractive and very magnetic. But the Queen of Cups is also the queen of intuition. So you're going to have to trust your intuition about which one of these options coming towards you is the good one. Because if you fall for Mr. Sneaky Pants, Mr. Player, Mr. Hey, I want to bone you because I'm cheating and I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too, then you're going to miss all the red flags and you're going to miss your intuition warning you, hey, he's the one. He's the guy who's going to hurt you. He's the guy who's going to lie. He's the person who's going to cheat on you. So you're being told to trust and listen to your intuition because your intuition will tell you who is good and who is bad. So you're going to have to trust your intuition. Now, this is just, I'm going to say this is within the first 60 to 90 days going into 2025. So, it could be anywhere from this coming week to all the way out to the end of March. So there's a little bit of, there's some time here. Okay. So, is it an X? I mean, I'm looking at the bottom of the deck. I don't see any past energy. I don't think it's an X. I think it's a new person because the Ace of Cups is here. Aces are typically new energies. If there was a Six of Cups at the bottom of the deck, I would say yes. But I don't see any past energy at the bottom. I think this is going to be a new person. I don't think it's an X. I could be wrong. But if it is an X, then that would just make it a lot easier for you to know and identify. Like, oh, yeah, it's that asshole. No. Easy enough. Didn't even need any intuition. I already knew that guy was an asshole. Right? If it's an X, it'll be super easy for you to decide if you want them or not. But I don't think it's an X. I think it's a new person. Okay. I got a little left in me. Who else is here? Speak now or forever hold your peace. And I'm going to bed. Sunsi. Sunsi, what's your question? I will do a quick reading for you. Is there anybody else that's here? Speak now, forever hold your peace. What's your question, Sunsi? And then I'm going to sleep. You're welcome, Maria. Please like and subscribe. Come back and visit again. Happy New Year if I don't see you guys before. Okay, just Slobodan? I'm probably butchering their name. All right, does that person want a relationship with you? I'm just going to say their name in my mind because I'm going to butcher it. Do they want a relationship with you? Okay. Well, we do have a King of Cups here, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So I believe that's probably their energy. Let's find out. Oh my God. Ugh. Okay, Sunsi, I got to tell you the truth. The answer is no. I don't think this person wants a relationship with you, and I don't think that you want them to want a relationship with you, and I'm going to tell you why. So here's the no, and here's the no. Well, there's actually more no's. This is a no, this is a no, this is a no, and this is a no. All right. So this person, first of all, they're disconnected from their heart. Okay. This person is a little bit of a train wreck, maybe, if not, maybe a little bit of a shit show with the Chariot card in reverse. And they could be a Cancer, by the way, because we got Cancer energy here, and this is Cancer as well. The Chariot and card in reverse is somebody whose life is, they don't have control. They have no self-control. Their life is a little out of control, basically, right? They're, they have lots of problems, lots of issues, and they're not doing anything about it. The Three of Swords is the warning for you. If you get involved with this person, or if you were to get involved with this person, you would end up very, very hurt. Why would you end up very hurt? Because this person is basically out just enjoying their freedom and exploring what's out there. The Three of Wands is somebody who's like, they just want to put their hand in everything, taste everything, experience everything. And this person does not want to be tied down. All right. So this person does not want to be tied down here. And there's two energies attached to this. And the other energy that's attached to this is, you will end up feeling, stuck and trapped in a toxic relationship with this person if, in fact, you ended up in a relationship with them, right? And so, in other words, the universe is telling you, hey, this person is not the one, all right? This person is like walking red flags. This person wants to keep their options open. They want to just go out, probably have more casual encounters than not. They're not looking for anything serious. And they certainly, with the Chariot card in reverse, I mean, this person, and I'm not judging them when I say this, but I'm just being honest. This person is a shit show. They may not look like they're a shit show. You may not see what's really going on or what kind of life they live, or, who knows what. But this card is saying bad news, right? And then underneath that, we have the moon again. More Cancer energy, but this is also, again, things that you don't realize, things that you don't see, things that are hidden from you, the moon, right? And so, you would end up in a bad situation if assuming you had an opportunity to be in a relationship, this guy came to you and was like, yeah, let's date, let's be in a relationship. It's going to lead to hurt. The Three of Swords. You're going to end up getting your heart broken. You're going to end up hurt, and you're going to end up getting stuck in a relationship where, it's toxic, basically. Because the Eight of Swords is the minor arcana version of the devil. So this is how the devil, this is where really the devil starts to come to life. It's like once things start to escalate from the Eight of Swords, you basically turn into the devil. And so, and you don't just take my word from it, for it. Last thing you want to do is end up basically shackled to that bastard. You don't want the devil. Okay. This guy, he's got that energy. It didn't come out on the cards because he didn't need to. But if I sat here and I shuffled these cards enough, it for sure would come out. So I'm going to say no. This is definitely like a triple stamp no. The universe, this is not in your highest good. You do not want this guy. Okay? It might look pretty and shiny on the outside. It looks better than pretty and shiny on the outside. So you get the King of Wands underneath there. Like, it looks better than pretty and shiny on the outside. It's seductive, it's lusty, it's hot. It looks all the things, right? It's the poisonous apple. You take a bite, you're going to die. So the answer is no. I don't think this person is good for you, and right now I definitely don't think they're also. I don't think they're even interested, because the Two of Swords is here. They're out over here, exploring other things. Whole world out there to go, do whatever they do, right? All sorts of escapades and experiences to be had out there, right? And you don't need to be one of them. So I'm going to go a solid no on that for you. And that's a good thing. I know that may sound disappointing for you, but not at the expense of all the hurt and pain that would come from that situation if it occurred. But hey, I'm just the tarot reader here. Some people are like, I don't care. Break my heart. I want that guy or I want that girl. Let them, beat me up, throw me down the stairs, shit on me, and treat me like crap, and break my heart. It's like some people are going to do what people are going to do, right? I'm not here to tell people what to do, but I'm just saying this person is no good for you. No good. No means no. You're welcome, my friend. So with that being said, everybody, I got to get some rest. I've hit my breaking point here. I love being with you all so much tonight. Thank all of you so much who were here. I will be back. I don't know, probably at least once or twice more, hopefully, before New Year's. Got some other videos I haven't uploaded that I've needed to upload, so I got a backlog of things I need to do. But anyways, if I don't see you guys for whatever reason, whoever's out there, Happy New Year's. Please be safe. All the things. And for those of you that I do see you between now and New Year's, cool. We get to hang out one or two more times. But if not, be safe. Happy New Year. And I'll see you guys next year. You guys have a good night. Love you. Love and light. And thank you guys so much